The savory aroma of cooking wafts from the stove, accompanied by the quiet sizzling of a meal in progress. The young woman happily busy in the kitchen is Sun Jun-hee, humming a nameless tune to herself with delight. Once finished, Sun Jun-hee carefully tastes a bit on her lips to check the balance of salt and sweetness. It's 8:30 in the morning. Looking at the clock, Sun Jun-hee feels a bit rushed. Following her usual routine, she heads into the bedroom to wake up her family member. She quickly walks over to the bed, looking at the young man still sound asleep. Sun Jun-hee speaks softly while giving him a firm shake. "Wake up please, you're still fast asleep." She doesn't give up, continuing to call out, "You're going to be late." Pausing for a moment, Sun Jun-hee adds, "Dad." Upon hearing that, the young man suddenly jolts, his eyes snapping open. Lee Do-jun looks absolutely startled. He sits up immediately, his face still showing traces of shock, sweat beading on his forehead. He gives Sun Jun-hee a bitter smile. All right. The girl's eyes are gentle, and Sun Jun-hee lets out a breath before smiling faintly. Looking at Lee Do-jun, she says, "Let's go have breakfast." The story begins 2 months ago, when through a contractual agreement, Lee Do-jun gained a daughter. It's hard to believe, but 10 years ago, rifts began appearing on Earth. Everyone back then was completely stunned. What is that? Seeing that massive rift, some were so terrified they couldn't even move. And from there, countless monsters crawled out. Human strength couldn't hold them back, fortunately. However, some individuals awakened and gained powers. They possessed supernatural abilities, defeating the monsters, and were called hunters. Every hunter has a status window that displays their stats and skills, just like in a video game. This keeps the hunters quite satisfied. Not bad at all. Soon after, they say to each other happily, "Let's go for another round, let's do it." And our protagonist is Lee Do-jun, an ordinary guy finishing up a 3-year program after completing his military service. Now he has joined the Rift Management Bureau as a new team member. The daily work is somewhat hectic. Huh? What kind of hellish report is this? Hey, Lee Do-jun. Usually he would obediently answer, "Yes sir." Lee Do-jun is a scatterbrained and disorganized employee. His boss gets frustrated by this quite often. "Are you actually working seriously?" At that, Lee Do-jun could only bow his head. I'm sorry. Yet he had been accepted into the team after more than a year of participation, and Lee Do-jun was very excited about his first job. That night, right after his shift ended, he headed to Gangdong District to check for any rift activity. On the way, a speeding truck slammed into Lee Do-jun, and he couldn't dodge in time. The sound of the horn echoed throughout the neighborhood that night as Lee Do-jun collapsed, unconscious. That night, he was truly hit by a truck. After opening his eyes, Lee Do-jun was blinded by the light shining on his face. When he woke up again, Lee Do-jun found himself in the world of Mirim. This place wasn't as simple as Lee Do-jun's world. Countless battles and bloodshed took place all around him. Do-jun was killed countless times in that world. But the strange thing is, Do-jun was able to get back up time and time again, because he possessed a skill awakened in this Mirim world. It was a skill called Pocket Watch, which allowed him to return to the day before whenever he died. Every time he faced a life-or-death situation, Lee Do-jun could do nothing but scream in helplessness. Fortunately, during those times, that power kept sensing Lee Do-jun back and back. Until his memories faded and even his own name became a blur, Lee Do-jun had become the strongest. He sat there on high, with the corpses of those who wanted to kill him at his feet. And from then on, everyone in the Mirim world called him the Heavenly Demon. Yet, even after becoming the strongest, Lee Do-jun often wondered what he had left. And just as abruptly as he had been transported to the Mirim world, Lee Do-jun returned to the real world. Before he left the hospital, the nurses and doctors were extremely worried. "Please come back if the wounds start hurting again. Are you really all right?" The nurse looked at Lee Do-jun's retreating back in fear. "Is it really true that he underwent a 17-hour surgery yesterday?" "I heard he was in a truck accident," the doctor replied, helpless. "I don't know either." Looking at the sky, he said to himself, "The memories of living here are so vague, it'll take some time to get used to it." Summoning the system window, Lee Do-jun calculated quietly. He had become so powerful that food and money were no longer issues, but he looked at himself with a touch of sadness. These hands had been stained with the blood of so many people in his former life. Remembering, he said to himself, "Going through so many betrayals has left me unable to trust anyone. This was the result of dying and living again." Pausing, Lee Do-jun's inner state suddenly became calm. He looked up at his surroundings. It was time. He truly wanted to live a normal life, unburdened. The scene shifts to the city hall, where Lee Do-jun has gone to work. "Good morning." Everyone in the office went silent the moment they saw him. Kang Cheon-soo was startled when he saw him. "Hey, are you okay?" Do-jun answered calmly. "Yes, sir. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine." His colleagues buzzed, unable to believe he looked like he hadn't been injured at all. Kang Cheon-soo quickly noticed something. "Wait, it seems you've stopped stuttering." Do-jun scratched his face. "Oh, did I do that before?" Everyone scanned him, sizing him up. "Hey Lee, your physique looks more muscular and solid." "What happened?" "You're right, he used to look like a dry twig." Kang Cheon-soo stepped closer to him, looking puzzled. "And it seems you've gotten taller, too." He acted as if it were nothing. "I understand, thank you for the information." Kang Cheon-soo's jaw dropped in amazement. "Is that really Lee Do-jun? Could it be someone else?" He answered lazily. "As you can see, I may have changed a bit, but I am indeed Lee Do-jun." Glancing elsewhere, he asked, "Where is my desk? I've forgotten a few things after the accident." Kang Cheon-soo gave him a scornful look. "Amnesia, huh? That's suspicious. You're not the real Lee Do-jun, are you?" Pausing, he looked around. "Hey Hyun-woo, bring the fingerprint scanner here." Hansen added, "He looks like Lee Do-jun, but better looking." Quickly bringing out the device, he said, "Here, put your right thumb on the scanner. We'll believe you if it recognizes you." Of course, Lee Do-jun cooperated. He quickly reached out his hand. While everyone waited, the mechanical sound chimed. Rift Management Bureau employee, Lee Do-jun, verified. Kang Cheon-soo didn't believe it. Again, the voice sounded out. Rift Management Bureau employee, Lee Do-jun, verified. He still wasn't satisfied. After repeating it a few times with the same result, Kang Cheon-soo was shocked. "No way. How can a person change this much in just one day?" Hansen said, "It seems the amnesia helped him cure his stutter." He countered again, "Even so, that doesn't explain how someone could grow that tall so quickly." She beamed at him. "How should I know?" Lee Do-jun, feeling a bit lightheaded, asked, "Could you tell me where my seat is?" Kang Cheon-soo suddenly interjected, No, just go home and get some rest." He quickly urged Lee Do-jun, "You've already been granted leave, so it's fine to just come back to work tomorrow." He hesitated, but Kang Cheon-soo turned Lee Do-jun around. "I'll take you home, let's go." He refused immediately. "It's all right, I can make it home myself." It had been a long time since Lee Do-jun walked this familiar path, but here only a single day had passed. He walked along, trying to piece his memories together. "Oh, I think this is my place." He slowly stepped up to the familiar hallway. Lee Do-jun felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. As he reached for the smart lock, Lee Do-jun paused. It felt as if he had been away for a very long time. Lee Do-jun had forgotten a few things, wondering to himself, what was the password again? At that moment, a voice echoed from inside the house. Lee Do-jun's gaze froze, his lips moving slightly. Sun Jun-hee walked out from inside. "Uncle?" Lee Do-jun was startled. "What?" He stood there, dazed. "Who are you?" Afterward, they both went inside to talk. The air felt suffocating. Sun Jun-hee sat stiffly in silence. As Lee Do-jun sipped his water, his eyes scanned her, probing. Looking at Sun Jun-hee's tearful face, he asked, "Based on what you just said, you are the daughter of..." Pausing for a moment, Lee Do-jun continued, "My older brother and his girlfriend, right?" She jumped up happily, shouting, "Yes, that's right." Setting his glass down, Lee Do-jun said, "But your mother passed away in an accident, and you have nowhere else to go. So, I took you in. That's why you know the password and moved in today." Sun Jun-hee nodded obediently. "That's right." Pausing again, Lee Do-jun tried to search his memory. "Have I ever met you before?" Sun Jun-hee hesitated. "No, not yet. We've never met in person. Today is the first time." He held his head, asking, "Don't you have any other family?" Sun Jun-hee fiddled with her fingers to ease her tension. "My mother was an orphan, so I have no one else to rely on." After a moment, Lee Do-jun glanced at the dish on the table. "What is this?" Sun Jun-hee said honestly, "It's rolled omelet rice. I just thought I should make it for you once you finished work." Lee Do-jun was blunt. "First of all, I can't let you stay here." Sun Jun-hee stood up abruptly and protested, "But you clearly already." She pulled out her phone, taking him by surprise. "What's this?" Sun Jun-hee said, "This is the text exchange we had 2 days ago." Indeed, Lee Do-jun had agreed to it. He was surprised. "Oh, so I said that?" He paused and added, "I was in the hospital until yesterday because of a car accident and was only discharged today." Sun Jun-hee was shocked. "A car accident?" Lee Do-jun continued, "It's not just that, it's worse. I'm having some memory issues." Looking at Lee Do-jun, she asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Lee Do-jun replied coldly, "My body is perfectly healthy." While washing the glass, Lee Do-jun said, "The problem is the memory. It seems it will be an obstacle in my daily life." He continued, "So, I don't have the capacity to worry about anyone else. I have to readjust my own life as it is." Sun Jun-hee was momentarily speechless. She looked at him with hesitation, took a deep breath and proposed seriously, "A contract. Let's make a contract, you and me." Lee Do-jun asked, surprised, "A contract?" She looked at him expectantly and said, "Please be my father until I graduate." Lee Do-jun's expression remained shocked. He immediately asked, "What?" Grabbing his arm, she said, "Didn't you say you have memory problems? It'll be even harder living alone. It'll be a struggle to clean, do laundry, and cook by yourself. So let me help you." Sun Jun-hee pleaded earnestly. "Just let me stay here until I graduate." She pouted, "No, just half a year, at least until I get into the dorms." Lee Do-jun calculated the situation silently. The conditions weren't bad at all. In fact, it was quite a sweet deal. He mused, he had been in the old world for too long, and would need a lot of time to get used to life in this world. If there was anything he didn't know, he could just ask her. Lee Do-jun started to find the idea interesting. Isn't that a win-win for both of us? After a pause, he opened his bag. "All right, let's draw up a contract." Sun Jun-hee was stunned. "Huh? A contract?" Lee Do-jun said nothing, sitting down to focus on writing on the paper. Very quickly, he handed a complete contract to Sun Jun-hee. Do-jun told her, "Let me know if there's any part you don't understand or want to change." Inside the contract, it stated he would provide for Sun Jun-hee, and she would handle the chores. Reading it quickly, Sun Jun-hee stammered, "Okay, that's fine." He asked, "Is there anything you don't understand or want to change?" Sun Jun-hee looked confused and replied, "No, not at all." Lee Do-jun held out a pen, "Then sign here." Sun Jun-hee's eyes welled up, looking like she was about to cry. Lee Do-jun added, "Take good care of me from now on." "Miss Sun Jun-hee." She stood up and bowed deeply. "Yes, I will do my best not to disappoint you." Sun Jun-hee said happily, "Should I call you Dad from now on?" Lee Do-jun replied, "If you want to." Watching his back, she called out, "Just call me Sun Jun-hee. Let's talk casually, okay?" He replied nonchalantly, "Sure, good girl, Sun Jun-hee." Looking at the contract now, she couldn't believe it. He handled things so quickly. Sun Jun-hee naturally walked into the room while he was changing. "Oh, Dad?" Seeing Lee Do-jun's body, she was startled. Sun Jun-hee couldn't help but blush and quickly turned away. She covered her face with both hands. "I'm sorry." Lee Do-jun was surprised. "Huh? Why?" Sun Jun-hee scratched her face, stammering, "There isn't much left in the fridge. I think we need to buy some more stuff." After a moment, Lee Do-jun said calmly, "Sure." Handing her a bank card, he said, "Here, use this from now on. Keep it." Sun Jun-hee was a bit dazed. Then she excitedly suggested, "Aren't you having trouble with your memory? Would you like to go to the grocery store nearby with me? You might remember something." Lee Do-jun didn't refuse. "That sounds good. Let's go." And shortly after, they both arrived at the convenience store near their home. The vendor's voice rang out. Sun Jun-hee said, "Dad, based on your eating habits, I was thinking of making some vegetable dishes. Is that okay?" He calculated in his head, pork belly is on sale over there. But Lee Do-jun didn't say it aloud. "Thanks, Sun Jun-hee." At that moment, a loud noise made them both jump. Lee Do-jun immediately asked, "What was that?" Seeing a massive hole appear, people panicked and screamed, "Run, run away." Right then, Sun Jun-hee pulled out a fake gun, aimed it straight ahead and shouted, "A rift! Dad, this place is dangerous, run!" Suddenly, a blue monster charged out from the rift. The people were terrified. Despite the chaos unfolding around them, Lee Do-jun stood silently as the goblin loomed. Suddenly, a gun was raised, aimed dead center at the creature. It was Sun Jun-hee, and she fired at the goblin with expert precision. The bullets tore straight through it. Do-jun was stunned to see her acting with such raw power. The monster let out a roar, staring at the gaping hole in its chest. It seemed this was no ordinary firearm. A moment later, the goblin collapsed, dead. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The goblin was down, and luckily there was a hunter nearby. Lee Do-jun looked at Sun Jun-hee and thought to himself, "Wow, so she's a hunter?" As she holstered her weapon, Sun Jun-hee turned to him. "Didn't I tell you to run away because it was dangerous? What if you had gotten hurt, Dad?" Do-jun replied softly, "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful from now on." She looked up at him. "Promise?" Do-jun quickly answered, "I promise, Sun Jun-hee." Just then, the police arrived at the scene. A goblin, but no victims. An officer stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you the one who took care of the goblin?" Do-jun immediately gestured towards Sun Jun-hee. "No, that was my daughter." The officer looked surprised. "I see." He then added, "Could I please see your identification? If you provide your phone number, home address, and bank account, we can process your compensation." Do-jun was taken aback. Compensation? The officer explained that it was a reward for eliminating the monster and recovering the magic stone. Plus, since she had protected the citizens, the government provided bounty payments through the police force. The officer then turned to Lee Do-jun. "You're her guardian, right? Just give us the account number and we'll transfer the funds. Lee Do-jun looked at the girl. Sun Jun-hee, give him your account number. She was stunned. Really? Do-jun nodded. Of course. You're the one who took it down. She hadn't expected him to be so generous. Sun Jun-hee blushed, feeling a bit shy. That evening, back at home, Sun Jun-hee's busy cooking dinner when her phone suddenly pinged. She checked the screen. What's this? A message popped up. Confirming transfer of funds for Rift closure, 50 plus 100,000 in compensation. A total of 150,000. Lee Do-jun walked in from behind her. That's a tidy sum. He paused, then continued. If you can make that much just by hunting one monster, why would you even want to be stuck here with me? Sun Jun-hee gave a bitter smile. It was just a stroke of luck, Dad. Rifts appear randomly. Besides, there's no guarantee it'll always be a weak little goblin like that. She explained that dungeons were restricted to authorized, ranked hunter parties, and since she didn't have her hunter's license yet, she couldn't enter those. He paused for a second and asked, Are there any specific skills you're looking to learn? Sun Jun-hee looked surprised. What do you mean? What is that? He explained that it was the ability to absorb and channel external energy. Lee Do-jun thought about it for a moment and sighed. Forget it. Never mind. Sun Jun-hee continued. You must be surprised, right? Actually, I got accepted into the National Hunter Academy. As she cooked, she explained that even though she hadn't awakened her full potential yet, she could already manipulate mana. I'm not an official hunter yet, but I do have a license for a mana gun, so I'm allowed to carry it. Lee Do-jun couldn't help but praise her. That's amazing. Not everyone can become a hunter, you know. She beamed. So, you better treat me well, she added, with a playful glint in her eye, because I'm planning on becoming famous soon. Dinner was served. Sun Jun-hee said happily, Thanks for the meal, don't leave any leftovers. As she sat down, she asked, By the way, Dad, what is it that you actually do for a living? Do-jun replied, I work at City Hall. She looked intrigued. Oh, so you're a civil servant? He asked. Why do you ask? She smiled brightly. Oh, nothing. I just worry that you might be doing something dangerous. She pushed a plate of meat toward him with a smile. Here, eat up, Dad. Cut to another area. The clock hit 9 in the morning. Do-jun was heading back to work as usual. Good morning. The moment Kang Cheon-soo saw him, he exclaimed, Oh, Lee Do-jun. He asked worriedly. How are you feeling? Are you sure you're fit to keep working? Do-jun replied calmly. I'm fine, sir. Thank you for your concern. As you can see, I'm completely back to normal. Kang Cheon-soo sat back down in his chair. If you feel unwell at all, you must report it to me immediately. Health is always the top priority. He pointed toward his desk. You remember your workspace, right? As Do-jun sat down, the young man next to him spoke up. Just ask me if you've forgotten where anything is. He introduced himself again. I'm Kwon Hyuk-soo, your senior. Do-jun replied. Thank you. Kang Cheon-soo looked at the clock and grumbled. They should have been here by now, right? Kwon Hyuk-soo chimed in. Just wait a little longer. After all, they are supposed to be top-tier hunters. The boss looked unimpressed. A low ranker is considered top-tier these days. Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled gently. They're still hunters regardless. Just then a voice rang out from the door. I'm so sorry. A young woman ran in, panting heavily, clearly having rushed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a bright, apologetic smile, Sorry, I'm late. Kang Cheon-soo, on the other hand, grinned widely. Oh my, I should have been out in the hall to welcome you myself. She bowed deeply. Oh no, Chief, it's my fault for being late. Kwon Hyuk-soo pointed toward her and told Do-jun, Come on, go say hello. Lee Do-jun, this is our new contract hunter. Following his gesture, Do-jun just turned his head toward her, staying silent and not saying a word. Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled, then added, I guess you don't know, do you? Come here. He continued, We've just taken on the responsibility of monitoring rift activity, so we'll be heading out into the field with hunters quite often. Looking at the girl, Kwon Hyuk-soo introduced her. This is Hunter Cha Yi-jae. He mentioned that this was the position Do-jun used to be responsible for. Do-jun said nonchalantly, Nice to meet you. She looked genuinely surprised. Wait. Both of them turned to look at Kwon Hyuk-soo. He looked a bit flustered, offering a sheepish smile. Kwon Hyuk-soo continued, But given your current state, I'll be taking over those duties. Do-jun asked, Wait, are you saying this was supposed to be my job? Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled brightly. That's right, but it's better if I handle it for you. You look fine, but we never know if you're suffering from any lingering side effects, right? Kang Cheon-soo quickly chimed in. We were already worried about whether you could handle the work, and now that you've had a head injury too. Do-jun wondered to himself, Wait, what is this? Am I being bullied? He cut him off. No, I'll do it. Kwon Hyuk-soo waved his hands dismissively. Hey, you don't need to push yourself too hard, Kong Cheon-soo shouted. Hey, I told you to take it easy and rest. Kwon Hyuk-soo hurriedly waved him off. Seriously, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Do-jun trembled. Kang Cheon-soo shouted, Hey, I already told you to go take a break. You can't even find your own workstation. Besides, we've already reported to the higher-ups that Kwon Hyuk-soo will be handling this. Standing amidst the bickering of the two, Lee Do-jun felt a bit annoyed. But he quickly replied in a cold tone, I'll handle my own business. Hearing a tone that sounded like it came from the depths of hell, Kwon Hyuk-soo quickly stood at attention. Lee Do-jun continued, That's that. Shift's over, let's meet down at the company building. Kang Cheon-soo fumed, Is he out of his mind? Who knows what kind of accident might happen next? Kwon Hyuk-soo reassured him. I understand your concerns, sir. As he sipped his soda, he offered a suggestion. But let's just give him a chance, he's still part of the team after all. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Kang Cheon-soo looked confused. Finally, he let out a sigh. Fine. Meanwhile, Lee Do-jun and Yi were heading out on their mission, the former nodding to himself while reading the documents in his hand. I think I've got the gist of this now. Lee Do-jun started calculating. Even though time is limited, I've managed to read it 5 times. Hopefully, that's enough to get through this. The main goal was to gather as much information about the rift as possible. From what Do-jun knew, this was standard equipment for hunters. However, a lot of false information spreading between headquarters had caused dozens of problems, leading the government to take action. Just as Do-jun was lost in thought, a voice chimed in his ear. I'm Cha Yi-jae, thanks for working with me. I'm 21. Lee Do-jun finally noticed her. Sorry, I was reviewing some work documents. Yi smiled brightly. It's fine. His gaze then shifted to her belongings. What's that? She hesitated, clutching her bag. Oh, this? It's my suitcase. It's got my combat gear and weapons inside. All the essentials for fighting monsters. The driver pulled over shortly after. Having arrived, both stepped out. Lee Do-jun said politely, Thank you, sir. The two quickly headed forward. Yi kept clutching her items. A moment later, she opened the bag and pulled out something strange. Do-jun was a bit curious, so he took a quick glance. Suddenly, the orb began to glow from within Yi's body, and a skin-tight combat suit appeared. She stood like a solemn warrior with a sword, leaving Lee Do-jun visibly surprised. Yi turned to Lee Do-jun. I bet you've never seen this before, right? He answered honestly. True, and they continued walking forward. Yi mentioned this was the cheapest set, but it still cost her 3 million won. Pretty expensive, huh? Lee Do-jun asked. And what about that sword? She replied it was a D-rank sword made from warrior bones. This one wasn't that expensive. Then she turned to ask him, What should I call you? Do-jun said coldly, It doesn't matter. As she handed her weapon to the security staff, Yi said, Hold this for me. Then she told Do-jun, I'll call you manager, since you manage the rifts. He replied indifferently, That works. Over there, the staff confirmed he was cleared to enter. The two continued on together. The surrounding space was strangely quiet, and a large crack was forming right in front of them. Yi looked a bit bewildered. She looked up. This is my first time doing this alone. At the same time, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, look who it is. That big, dark-skinned guy? I thought you'd quit. Guess not, huh? The moment she saw him, Yi turned pale, startled. Nahanjong glanced at Lee Do-jun and said, You joined a team too? Yi hesitated. Yeah, Nahanjong didn't stop there. He added, Oh, so there's actually a place that would hire you. You can't even use mana, can you? Yi was mocked, but she didn't dare fight back. Seeing her unhappy, the guy seemed even more amused. Getting this far is pretty impressive. I'm complimenting you. Do-jun then turned to her. You know him? Yi replied, feeling wronged. Yes, we went to the same academy to prepare to become hunters. The guy's gaze didn't stop scanning them. Nahanjong noticed something. He looked at Do-jun's name tag and laughed like a maniac. Are you working as a contract hunter again? Nahanjong pretended to wipe away tears. Makes sense. What team would actually take you? Showing up like that just proves you're only F-rank material. Do-jun then spoke up. That's enough, you're being annoying. The guy looked down at him. Nahanjong pointed at him and asked the two guys behind him, What is this guy talking about? As soon as he finished, he walked up to Lee Do-jun. You pig. Nahanjong immediately grabbed Lee Do-jun by the throat and lifted him up. Yi was startled. Manager, Nahanjong growled. What are you gonna do if I'm annoying you? A mere civil servant. As he spoke, he laughed mockingly. What can you even do? At that moment, Lee Do-jun's eyes began to change. But then, the guy was startled. Do-jun's cold voice rang out. I'll let you be if you back off in the next 3 seconds. Lee Do-jun's eyes had turned red. He looked like a god of malice right then. The guy had never felt such fear. Na Hanjong felt like he was being surrounded by a wave of dark power. Sweat poured down his face. Hanjong was shaking so hard he couldn't even breathe. As his friend, Sungtae, saw him standing still, he walked up. Na Hanjong, what's wrong? Finally, he couldn't handle the pressure. Na Hanjong just collapsed. Sungtae was worried. What happened to you? Na Hanjong. The guy kept stuttering. Sungtae mocked him. What is this, you idiot, what did you eat? He just wet his pants. Yi didn't expect this to happen. She covered her mouth to avoid crying out. Do-jun chuckled faintly, exhaled, and then Lee Do-jun pretended to look down. Are you okay? Can you stand up? But the guy knew he wasn't just some fool. Those red eyes haunted him. Na Hanjong even heard a voice. Na Hanjong, you lowlife. The guy saw Lee Do-jun as a demon. If you still value your pathetic life, you'd better not get in our way again. With tears and snot running down his face, he stammered, Understood, boss. The other three couldn't bear to watch this scene any longer. Do-jun then walked away. Let's go. Before we run into anything else pathetic. Yi quickly followed. Yes, sir. Both quickly headed toward the large rift ahead. Do-jun reached out his hand and started to probe the inside. Finally, the two made it to the other side, and under their feet, they saw lush green grass. They both looked around. From a distance, Lee Do-jun scanned the area. Oh, so this is an F-rank rift? It's pretty simple in here, isn't it? Right then, the system announced. Welcome to the Rift Management System. The operation screen has appeared. You have registered a rift in Soon City. Guangdong District, Mian 02 Ward. He felt quite interested. The sound rang out again. Please select the rift rank. You have selected F rank. If you feel this gap is harder than the selected level, feel free to refer to this. The notifications are still coming through. The pin map is now online. Lee Do-jun is satisfied too. Alright, looks like we're ready. After finishing up, he turned to ask why. Ready to go? She was cheerful. I'll lead the way. The whole time, Lee Do-jun had been silently observing her expressions. He thought to himself, maybe I used to be someone who just carried other people's burdens, but now, I'm responsible for protecting others. Also, thinking about this, she became even more determined to prove to the manager that she was more than just a contract hunter. While they were walking, they both noticed some noise and looked over. A group of people below were discussing something. Alright, let's wrap it up for today, Do-jun said calmly. A fair number of hunters already went in, huh? Did he look disappointed? Oh no, she was so disappointed that she slumped to the ground. I wanted to prove that I'm reliable, Do-jun replied coldly. This is actually good. We don't have to deal with those annoying goblins, so we can follow the map faster. That way we get to go home early, right? Wait a second. Lee Do-jun was suddenly surprised, a bit startled as he looked at the stats window. Isn't this the stat line of a normal person? Above it was clearly written, Hunter Manager, rank 4, no innate strength, 6 dexterity, 8 health, mana no, wait. Lee Do-jun's gaze paused for a moment, then he looked at his own info and sighed. Skill, Sword Scholar passive, rank S benefit. Learn the current stage of Sword Scholar, stage 1. You are unable to gather mana until you reach stage 3. Immediately he asked his question. Miss Cha-hee-jae, is your post-awakening skill Sword Training Scholar? Hearing this, she was surprised too. You saw it in my status window? Cha-hee-jae replied honestly. That's right. At first, I was incredibly happy because it's a rare rank S skill. I was even the top student when I entered the academy. As she spoke, she was trembling. I finished all the written exams with perfect scores and didn't lose a single sparring match. That was truly my peak. Do-jun cut her off. Miss Cha-hee-jae. Even though he was calling her, she just kept gritting her teeth. I'm stuck at the skill stage. What am I supposed to do when I don't even have mana? Do-jun tried to be patient one more time. Cha-hee-jae wasn't even listening. It says, I'll gather mana from stage 3, but I don't even know how to reach stage 2. What can I do besides my best? No matter how hard I try, I'll probably just fail. At that moment, Lee Do-jun walked over, swept Cha-hee-jae up and shouted, Mrs. Cha-hee-jae. Before she could even come to her senses, someone attacked the spot where Y had been standing just moments ago. Looking back, it was a weapon from the goblins, and seeing them made her shiver. Goblins? Since when? Lee Do-jun quickly boosted her morale. Don't just stand there like a statue, Cha-hee-jae. He leaned in and whispered, time to start handling these guys. She replied immediately, yes, boss. With that, Do-jun pushed her forward. Go! We stammered. Fight. Her face quickly tightened. She needed to focus and keep control. With that thought, she lunged forward. Here goes. Following her skill, she stretched her leg and delivered a long kick, causing a goblin to fall. Not stopping there, we leaped up, and the sword in her hand slashed hard at the goblin's face. Seeing the wound wasn't deep, she felt a bit regretful. Too shallow. As soon as the opening appeared, Cha Yijai flew over and stepped on it. This was it. Immediately, the goblin took a direct kick from Cha Yijai. However, it seemed too strong. The goblin wobbled back, but at that moment, fear flickered in its eyes. Cha Yijai was fast. She swiped her sword and the goblin's head left its shoulders. One down. Cha Yijai knelt, gasping for air, sweat drenching her. He then turned around and said happily, "You see? Even I can take out goblins easily." Looking at Lee Do-jun, she panicked. "Manager, there's another goblin coming." Yi was terrified. She was dazed, but she screamed, "Watch out." Despite her screaming, Do-jun remained calm. Just then the goblin swung hard at him, but for some reason it missed. Yi gaped in astonishment. She didn't think Lee Do-jun was that badass. In the blink of an eye, the goblin was sent tumbling backward. He didn't see clearly what he did, but on the second strike, the goblin fell into a pit. Looking at his nonchalant expression, he gasped in praise. "That was so cool." "Wait," Do-jun said. "We're still in the middle of the fight. Focus on the enemy." Hearing this, both Cha Yijai and the nearby goblin were stunned. Once it regained its senses, it attacked her directly again. But it seemed Cha Yijai couldn't handle this next goblin. The large wooden club in its hand hacked wildly at her. Y was incredibly flustered. For a girl like Cha Yijai, fighting so many goblins was way too hard. Do-jun saw her flustered state and asked, tired after taking out only 2, replied, "No, I'm still fine." On this side, the goblin didn't hold back and charged again. In a life-or-death situation, Cha Yijai couldn't dodge its attack. She was sent flying, her body instinctively stumbling back a few steps. Seeing Cha Yijai weakened by his blow, the goblin smiled a devilish grin. She gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her forehead. Yi didn't give up now. She gripped her sword tightly and shouted as she charged. The goblin lunged too, and the two clashed. Lee Do-jun stood there calmly, despite Yi struggling. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore. He let out a sigh. "Ms. Y, you surely know that the basic form of swordsmanship isn't about aggressive attacks." Do-jun said loudly, "You should utilize the enemy's movement flows to create strikes that use the least amount of effort." He continued to instruct, "Now, take a step back and breathe deeply. That spinning strike just now wasn't steady because your breathing isn't rhythmic." Following his advice, she immediately kept a safe distance and shouted, "Understood." Cha Yijai took a deep breath just as Lee Do-jun instructed. It seemed she really respected his words. Watching the goblin, he gave more guidance. "Pay attention to the enemy. See? It's just as tired as you are. It can't hold out much longer." Do-jun's gaze was deep and intense. "Focus on its next attack. You'll find your opening." Cha Yijai was very serious. She shouted with determination, "Yes!" Seeing the goblin running toward them, Lee Do-jun added, "A quick and powerful counterattack is perfect for this situation." Watching its attack path, he said the most important thing now was to grasp the timing of the enemy's strike. Looking over at Cha Yijai, he spoke like a mentor. "Mrs. Cha Yijai, I want you to show me the essence of a sword scholar." Now Cha Yijai's eyes began to turn colder. The goblin attacked right after. It let out some shrill, raspy noises. The goblin struck immediately, but then something strange happened. Its face suddenly turned pale, and its mouth hung wide open in sheer shock. Do-jun had already pressed his sword against its throat before the goblin could even react. Following his guidance, she had pulled it off, leaving the goblin completely stunned. The sharp blade sliced through, and the goblin's blood sprayed out like a shower. Do-jun breathed heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat. Seeing her trembling like this, he felt satisfied. Now she looked like a true disciple of sword mastery. Twilight was settling in, painting the landscape like a brilliant masterpiece. After they emerged from the rift, Lee Do-jun said with satisfaction, "Good work. Thanks to you, we cleared that rift so easily, didn't we?" She panted with exhaustion. Let me catch my breath." Do-jun glanced at the system window in his hand and said, "You hunted 17 goblins today. You could have made a fortune doing this solo. Why didn't you?" Cha Yijai quickly stood up and brushed herself off. "I'm not doing this for the money. I just wanted to join a team." She paused and glanced at him. "And hey, manager, you're hiding your skills, aren't you?" Do-jun replied. "No." "What are you rambling about?" she countered. "You know way too much about swordsmanship. It's strange." Lee Do-jun didn't answer and just walked away. "I'm heading out." She knew he didn't want to talk about it, but she fell into deep thought anyway. Night fell, and the city lights began to twinkle. The busy streets were bustling with people. In the shadows, a figure crouched against a wall. The figure seemed to be tailing Lee Do-jun, but he walked along nonchalantly. After a while, Do-jun got annoyed. He let out a sigh, turned around and shouted, "I won't be mad if you come out in the next 10 seconds. 10. He started counting down. 9, 3, 2, 1. Just like that, Cha Yi-jae scrambled out in a panic. They both fell silent. She stood there panting. And Lee Do-jun looked surprised. He asked, "Why were you following me?" She quickly replied, "Because I haven't heard your answer yet." Do-jun was confused. "What answer?" She shyly replied, "About whether or not you're hiding your true power." Do-jun turned his face away. "Since you followed me all the way home, just come inside and have something to eat first." Cha Yi-jae hesitated. "Thank you, manager." Scene shift to the apartment where Lee Do-jun lived. Cha Yi-jae followed him in silence, not saying a word. After a moment she said, "Manager, come to think of it, it's pretty late. Maybe I should head back." He looked at her and reassured her, "We're almost there. It's dinner time, so it should be ready by now." She was surprised. "Ready?" Lee Do-jun explained. "I live with my daughter." Hearing that, Cha Yi-jae jumped. "Huh?" She stammered. "You're your daughter." Before entering, Do-jun warned her, "And keep our line of work a secret. My daughter thinks I'm just an ordinary civil servant." She quickly bowed her head. "Yes, sir." She felt a bit dejected. "He got married so young. Is it okay for me to be involved like this? I feel bad. They must be a newlywed couple." Just then Sun Jun-hee rushed out from the house, cheering for her dad's return. Seeing how big she was, Cha Yi-jae was startled. "Oh my god," she thought, feeling like she'd been struck by lightning. A father and daughter? How is his daughter so grown up? She stood frozen in shock. "I thought he was only 26, superpowered kindergarten student. He goes by dad at home? That's absurd." Sun Jun-hee looked at her warily. "Who is this, dad?" Do-jun said nonchalantly. "A colleague." Hearing that, Cha Yi-jae awkwardly smiled and introduced herself. "I'm a colleague of your manager, Lee Do-jun." Sun Jun-hee remained guarded. "Is that so?" Cha Yi-jae stammered, "Yes, that's right." Sun Jun-hee suspiciously turned to him. "Really, dad?" Do-jun replied wearily. "She works at the same branch as me. Can we go in now?" Sun Jun-hee opened the door cheerfully. "Sure." As soon as she walked in, Cha Yi-jae was amazed. "Your place is so clean." Sun Jun-hee quickly tried to nudge her out. "We're about to have dinner. You should probably finish your tea and head home soon." Lee Do-jun made an announcement that thoroughly annoyed her. "She'll be eating with us. Go get the food ready." Even though she didn't want to, Sun-hee obeyed. "Okay." Seeing her reaction, Do-jun wondered, is she going through puberty? Hearing that, she snapped, "I am not." Cha Yi-jae was suddenly startled. She looked at Sun Jun-hee's pouting face and her attitude. Cha Yi-jae paled. She thought to herself, "Don't tell me." After a while, all three were sitting at the table. Cha Yi-jae said happily, "Thanks for the meal." She tried to bond. "You're a great cook. You even know how to make kimchi stew." Sun Jun-hee didn't give her any face, saying, "I just bought it." Cha Yi-jae kept trying to strike up a conversation, but the back and forth continued. Pickled radish, the supermarket, seaweed soup, instant food companies, rolled omelets, the side dish, shop. Suddenly, Sun Jun-hee looked over and asked curiously, "Is that a suitcase?" Cha Yi-jae jumped on the chance to connect with her. "That's right. Since you're a hunter, even though I'm only an F rank," she quickly blurted it out without thinking. "It's not worth much, but it's made from SWP." As she said that, Cha Yi-jae realized she'd slipped up. Seeing Do-jun's icy glare, she faltered. "I'm sorry." Sun Jun-hee grew suspicious. "A hunter? But dad is just a normal civil servant." He quickly stood up and threw the dishes into the sink. "It's just some of her gear. She'll get in trouble if people find out. Keep it a secret, okay?" At the same time, Sun Jun-hee suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Cha Yi-jae was genuinely scared and felt a chill down her spine, but the girl's expression shifted instantly. "That's amazing. I want to be a hunter too." Sun Jun-hee brought out a certificate. "I've been studying at the National Hunter Academy for 3 months now." Cha Yi-jae said shyly, "It's not really that special. I'm only an F rank." Sun Jun-hee didn't care. "What does rank matter? You're a hunter, which means you passed the test, right?" Cha Yi-jae hesitated. I guess so." Sun Jun-hee asked excitedly, "What type are you? Close combat, ranged mage, or a healer?" After they chatted happily, time flew by and it was getting late. Before leaving, Cha Yi-jae said goodbye. "Sorry for staying so long. Manager, Lee Do-jun, I'll head home on my own." Sun Jun-hee said, cheerfully, "I had so much fun today." Cha Yi-jae replied, "Me too." She seemed to really like the girl. "I'll come visit next time." But Sun Jun-hee's expression changed instantly. "No. You should probably rest." Cha Yi-jae was naive. Why?" She told her the honest truth. "Once someone stops liking you, it's hard to change their mind." Hearing that, Cha Yi-jae broke into a cold sweat. "Right." Lee Do-jun then said, "Go home, Sun Jun-hee. I'll walk her to the station." Even though Sun Jun-hee didn't like it, she forced a smile. "Okay, Dad, get home safe." Then the two of them walked to the bus stop. Cha Yi-jae asked him curiously, "Jun-hee isn't your biological daughter, is she?" Lee Do-jun hesitated. What are you talking about? Cha Yi-jae replied. Your ages don't match up at all. You're 26, and she's 17. You don't wear a wedding ring, and there aren't any wedding photos in the house. She continued her speculation. Not only that, her last name is Sun, so that means she's not your biological child, and you aren't married either, right? Manager Lee Do-jun's face darkened. She's pretty sharp about this stuff. Yi-jae asked again what the relationship between him and the girl was. She said that while pulling out her phone to dial the police. This isn't anything dangerous, is it? Do-jun looked flustered. She acted like she was really going to do it. Soon after, he came clean. She's my niece. Due to circumstances, my older brother can't take care of her right now. Hearing this, Yi-jae's expression softened with sympathy. She lowered her voice. I understand. Sorry for prying. Do-jun replied, it depends on the situation, but make sure to keep this a secret. Yi-jae of course agreed. Got it. After walking a bit, Lee Do-jun said, I'll head off here. Yi-jae said happily, thank you, get home safely. Watching him walk away, Yi-jae suddenly froze. She wondered to herself, wait, does that mean his brother's last name is Shu? Thinking about it, something felt off. Pausing for a moment, she told herself, whatever, I should just go home. The next day, at the company. Looking at the pile of paperwork, Kang Cheon-soo was surprised. You finished all of this and replied, is there a problem? He stammered. No, not at all. Kang Cheon-soo's jaw dropped in amazement. It was perfect. Did he really do this all by himself? Usually it would take months to compile all these data points. Then, Kang Cheon-soo looked over at the other employee. Hey, Kwon Hyuk-soo, did you help him with this? He quickly replied, of course not. I'm just as surprised as you are. He gave a thumbs up with a bright smile. Great work, Lee Do-jun. Looks like I'll have to step up my game. Lee Do-jun nodded calmly. Thank you. Yi-jae immediately chimed in happily. I had no idea the manager was this good at his job. He looked over, surprised. Why are you here? You didn't have to come in today, did you? Yi-jae explained, what do you mean? I was just passing by. Do-jun sat down nonchalantly. It didn't matter to him, since her salary would stay the same anyway. Right after that, a piece of paper was slid toward him. Here, Lee Do-jun. He looked at the paper. What is this? Kwon Hyuk-soo happily explained. It's the schedule for the hunter ranking evaluation. Since you're managing someone now, you need to know about this. And this was the hunter ranking evaluation. Every hunter is required to take a ranking evaluation test once a year. Depending on the score achieved, their rank can go up or down. Therefore, it's a big day for all hunters. Do-jun replied, so it's like a system that determines your value. As far as Do-jun knew, in South Korea alone, there were hundreds of teams. The teams competed with each other to recruit hunters with higher rankings. Because of that, this was also the time when countless hunters transferred from one team to another. Do-jun knew that the ranking evaluation day was essentially the start of the transfer season. Hyuk-soo whispered to him, this is what the boss is most worried about. Lee Do-jun wondered why. Because if a contracted hunter gets a higher rank, they tend to leave and join another team. Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, exactly. As he spoke, he sat down and started typing on his computer. Regardless, it would be better if Cha Yi-jae got an average score. That way we can keep working together. Let's see, she's scheduled to take the test in a week. This would be her very first test. Lee Do-jun looked over at Yi-jae. Are you planning on moving if you get a higher rank? She said no way. Actually, I want to renew my contract. He looked away while answering. I can't make that decision for you. Lee Do-jun seemed a bit pensive. Regardless, it would be good if you could improve your rank before the evaluation. That would make expeditions easier for me. Not only that, but you'll also get a raise. Yi-jae said, no matter what you say, I'll always be F rank. He didn't say anything, just turned to look at her. Do-jun contemplated a curse that prevented the use of mana. Hunter rankings are determined by skill level, statistical data, and average combat experience. The sum of all those metrics determines the hunter's rank. But according to Lee Do-jun's assessment, the most important factor was still the amount of mana a person possessed. Hunters could use mana stones to enhance their physical capabilities, and those are called mana infusions. But for Cha Yi-jae, things like that were useless. Lee Do-jun had a headache thinking about it. If she didn't have mana in her body, then leveling up to E rank really was impossible. Thinking that, he replied, still we won't know unless you try. Yi-jae pouted, I know myself better than anyone. I was born to be F rank. Lee Do-jun then said, in that case, it seems I'll only be getting F rank missions too. He stood up. Because you are the only hunter assigned to me, your rank also determines the level of the rift I work in. Yi-jae hesitated, but if you take on someone else you could do so much more. Do-jun replied, That's true, maybe I should do that? I could put out an announcement that I'm looking for a new hunter. Watching her expression, he affirmed, Yi-jae, my one and only hunter, let's go. Changing the scene to the training room, as soon as they arrived, Yi-jae was curious. Do-jun said, this used to be an office. He glanced around, explaining, we converted it into a training room. Actually, this is my first time in here too. Lee Do-jun explained while demonstrating. The materials used were provided by the Hunter Bureau, so they were virtually unaffected by attacks. Do-jun brought up the reason why she didn't have mana, and Yi-jae was surprised. Yes? Do-jun asked, have you ever tried physical enhancement? Yi-jae replied happily, I have, but you know I can't absorb mana until I reach the third stage of the Sword Scholar Arts, right? Saying this, Yi-jae's eyes welled up with tears. That's the worst part. Do-jun was curious, can you show me? Yi-jae quickly reached into her bag to search. Give me a second. I don't know if I have my notebook here. Then she handed over a thick notebook. Here it is. Lee Do-jun replied, thanks. Looking through it, he quickly praised her. You've written down a lot, haven't you? Yi-jae answered. Yes, but I don't really understand all of it. Inside, it mentions something called the Triad. The universe is created by three entities, heaven, earth, and man. Since everything in the universe starts with these three entities, and if I add more, at the back, I even drew illustrations of the movement techniques. Hearing this, Lee Do-jun went silent. He remained focused on looking through the notebook. Yi-jae felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, I'm not very good at drawing. Do-jun said. I'm not entirely sure, but this looks similar to the Triad sword technique. Yi-jae was astonished upon hearing that. The Triad sword technique? Isn't that the Sword Scholar Arts? Do-jun replied, the Sword Scholar Arts also originate from the Triad sword technique. Everyone talks about Jin Sogun, the Saint of the Sword. According to historical records, he was a scholar from the Huangjong era, who appeared suddenly like a comet streaking across the sky. After defeating the strongest warrior under heaven at the time in a battle of wits, he left without leaving a single trace behind. He was a genius among geniuses, capable of reinterpreting the contemporary understanding of the triple sword technique. And from that point on, he called it the scholar's sword technique. She recounted to Yi that legend has it, he vanished after passing that technique down to the warrior who had just been defeated. At this, Do-jun let out a quiet sigh. He finally chose to speak to her. Yi responded cheerfully, yes, sir. Seeing him suddenly place a hand on her shoulder, she let out a startled cry. Do-jun leaned in closer, saying no one else was lucky enough to receive that power like she had. Hearing this, she was still incredibly surprised. Yes. Over there, as the clock struck the hour, Kang Qiansu broke into a cunning smile. A look of malice more intense than he had ever shown before. Finally, the long hand was nearing the 12. Watching the needle hit the hour, Kang Qiansu's eyes grew even brighter. The time had finally come. Do-jun was actually faster than him. I'm heading back now. Yi hurriedly followed behind. See you all later. Kang Qiansu took a sip of water, sizing things up. What's going on, I wonder? They've only met a few days ago, yet they're always hanging out together. Is there something going on between those two? Kwan Hyuksu replied happily. I think that girl likes him. You think surprised. You think so too? Kwan Hyuksu replied nonchalantly. Only a fool wouldn't notice. The man's face grew more cunning, but it seemed like Lee Do-jun didn't notice a thing, did he? Over here, Yi was focused on her training. Her body was graceful, and the sword in her hand glided through the air with ease. In a short amount of time, Yi had managed to improve quite a bit. Finally, she finished her practice. She stared at her hands in endless wonder. Can I really feel the mana? Yi-jae, rank B title. None. Strength, 6, Dexterity, 11 Stamina, 8, Mana, 10 Skill, Scholar's Sword Technique. Below that there was more information. Skill, Knight's Sword Technique, passive S-Rank. Benefits. Increases Scholar's Sword Technique progress to current Stage 3. Do-jun clapped, satisfied. You've reached Stage 3 in just 1 week. Well done. Yi was overjoyed. Manager, I'm truly lucky to have met you. He didn't deny this, of course. We'll discuss all of this when the contract expires, all right? Yi beamed at these words. Okay. She paused for a moment, then spoke up again. Seeing her hesitate, he asked, what is it? Yi couldn't help but ask. You're hiding your true strength, aren't you? Hearing this question, Lee Do-jun let out a sigh. Do-jun didn't answer, he turned away. See you at the Hunter Bureau tomorrow. Yi was cheerful. Yes, get home safely. Scene change. The next day at the Hunter Bureau. Right after that, the two of them headed to the arena. Do-jun glanced over and asked, is this your first ranking evaluation? Yi replied happily. I did something similar when I took the Hunter exam, but this is truly the first time since then. Do-jun immediately replied. Your hard work is bound to pay off. Stay strong, Yi said happily. Yes, thank you. Right then, the crowd became restless. Look, it's Kang Min-hyuk. Looking the other way, they muttered. And there's Han Min-ji too. Two rank hunters. And just like that, all three walked inside. Kang Min-hyuk smiled brightly. Excuse me, I'll be going now. Kang Min-hyuk kept a cold face, not saying a word, looking extremely annoyed. Quickly asked, Are they that famous? She was surprised. You don't know who they are? Yi explained, they're ranked 7th and 10th in the world and come from the Icarus Guild. Those two are some of the strongest hunters globally. Lee Do-jun's gaze flickered. He seemed to be probing the people in front of him. The backs of Min and Min-ji, and Kwan Yuk-soo, were radiating intense killing intent. Things that Lee Do-jun could clearly see. He then spoke nonchalantly. What's the big deal? If you put in the effort, you could catch up to them within a year. Hearing the two of them say that, the crowd behind them laughed. Catch up to them in a year. Have those two lost their minds? Yi turned red with embarrassment. Manager, don't say such embarrassing things. Kang Min-hyuk was irritated. Han Min-ji, why do we have to be in this place? She glanced over. Watch your expression, there are cameras everywhere. Just then, a voice rang out. Nahanjong turned around, saying it was no fun just going around fighting monsters all day. She paused, smiling brightly. And, this time, a top-tier genius will appear, right? Despite his face turning red, Min-ji added, I've been tricked enough. I can't let that talent join another guild. If we're late, we'll be left with nothing. Kang Min-hyuk hurriedly said, A genius will show up eventually, right? Even with his face flushed red, he mumbled to himself. I've been fooled by this too many times. I can't let that kind of talent slip away to another guild. Seeing him about to sit on the ground, Kang Min-hyuk quickly spoke up. Wait a second. He stood there, unable to say a word. Nahanjong grinned. Did you hear that clearly? It sounds like the person they're talking about is me. At this, his eyes turned cold. I'm so looking forward to it. Two lackeys behind him mocked. Or maybe you'll wet your pants again later. Remember to bring a spare pair of pants? Nahanjong was furious. Shut it, over here, a young man shouted. Let's start with the stat measurements. The new hunter stepped forward in order. Do-jun looked at her. It's starting. Let's go. Yi responded happily. Yes. Nahanjong shouted. Get ready to welcome me. Icarus Guild. The crowd immediately swarmed over, and everyone began their assessment. The first person had barely placed their hand on the device when the crowd gasped. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 4. Stamina, mana. 2. Preliminary assessment, C rank. The man standing behind was delighted. I knew you could do it. At the same time, some people standing nearby approached. Hello, I'm the HR manager for the Ban Gojong Guild. Another stepped up. I'm Cho Huijin from the Buffalo Guild. Very quickly, that C-rank youth became the center of attention. Hunters in our guild are mostly C-rank and above, and we provide free weapons and gear. Starting at D grade for new members. We'll also double your current salary. Yi was pushed to the point where she couldn't move. Please move. Aside. Seeing Yi come out, Lee Do-jun asked, Are you done with the measurement? Yi happily raised her hand. Yes, I got a D rank. She excitedly rattled off the stats. Strength 6, Dexterity 11, Stamina 8 and Mana 10. My mana level increased significantly. Lee Do-jun said nonchalantly, Congratulations. Right after that he said to her, Shall we go? She agreed immediately. Yes, sir. Seeing the person inside, Lee Do-jun assessed. Looks pretty tough, right? Well, it's a C-rank rift after all. Then he asked her, Get ready, it's your turn next. Yi then asked, Manager, can I really challenge a C-rank rift? Do-jun nonchalantly scratched his head. Don't worry, you can handle it. Seeing his attitude, she felt a bit anxious. Why do you seem so sure? He told her, If you just believe it's so, then it will be so. Yi teared up. How can I just believe that? At that moment, the speakers announced, 3 C-rank rifts will be activated shortly. Lee Do-jun told her, Go and get ready. Yi obediently ran off. Yes, she came out very quickly, having changed her outfit. Looking at everyone, she thought, Is it because so many people are watching that I'm getting more and more nervous? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. Hey, what are you doing? Cha Yi-jae froze the moment she heard that voice. Han then added, What? Why are you here? Yi-jae stammered. What do you mean? She asked in a low voice. I'm here, Nahanjong continued. What are you doing here? As soon as he heard that, he shouted, A challenge. A challenge. Are you trying to take on a rank C dungeon crack? He kept shouting, getting louder and louder. Are you insane? Yi-jae didn't understand why she was stuttering. I'm sorry. Han rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. In my entire life, this is the first time I've seen an F-rank dare to challenge a rank C crack. The crowd started buzzing. What's going on? Is there actually an F-rank hunter here? F rank. Everyone's eyes shifted toward her. That outfit looks so cheap. Wow, so reckless. So many reckless kids out there who don't know their own limits. Na Hanjong mocked her again. She's seriously lost it. She barely has any mana, and she wants to challenge a rank C? He stopped for a second, his eyes widening, and his jaw dropping in shock. Na Hanjong looked around. Is that devil somewhere nearby? His gaze remained still. His gaze was strangely calm. Just then, a voice from outside rang out. Crack Management Department Shin Hyuk, he said to her. Cha Yijai Contract Hunter, handled by Lee Do-jun, 26 years old. Do-jun replied nonchalantly. That's right. Kang Min-hyuk, on the other hand, was surprised. You don't seem all that shocked, do you? But in response to his surprise, Lee Do-jun said nothing. Kang Min-hyuk replied, I was just giving you a brief overview of your background. Lee Do-jun asked, what is your goal in talking to me? Kang Min-hyuk said, I want to bring her into our guild. He continued, mana injection only happens once, at the first stage. Everyone gets a piece of F-rank mana stone when they receive their first hunter certification. As he spoke, he pushed some items over, and yet she managed to increase her mana by 10 points just from that F-rank mana stone injection. Kang Min-hyuk rambled on. After that, you can't perform mana injection ever again, so it's strangely illogical. Do-jun thought to himself, it wasn't even because of the mana injection. As far as he knew, the Icarus Guild would give her wings to fly. If she joined the guild, she could reach rank A or even higher. We will pass down the knowledge of our seniors, take her to high-rank dungeon cracks, and send her on raids, as well as provide her with real combat experience. When Kang Min-hyuk got to this point, he threw out a challenge. And what can you from the management department do for her? Seeing that he didn't reply, Kang Min-hyuk asked again, Tong Lung, based on what he said, she has no experience, yet you guys dared to let her challenge a rank C crack. Kang Min-hyuk's voice turned cold. I want to ask, what were you thinking? Do you think this game is easy? At the same time, inside the rank C crack, the test had been activated. According to the announcement, for this challenge, defeat the goblins within the time limit. Over there, the monsters were finally released. Han grinned with excitement. It's finally starting. On her side, Yi-jae quickly picked up her sword. Kang Min-hyuk quickly spoke up. Our guild can turn her into a true hunter. Looking at Lee Do-jun, he added, if you want her to stand tall in this cutthroat world of hunters, just hand her over to us. Kang Min-hyuk stepped even closer. If you really care about her. But Lee Do-jun didn't seem interested, and just gave a non-committal grunt. Lee Do-jun then said, first of all, whether she joins your guild or not is up to her to decide. The corners of his mouth curled up. Kang Min-hyuk seemed a bit wary. He remained silent, staring intently at Lee Do-jun. Scene shift to the rank C crack area. Na Hanjong yelled aggressively, come here, my little darlings. He commanded the person behind him. Cha Yijie, brace yourself. She answered clearly, got it. A large goblin growled at them. Na Hanjong immediately gripped his weapon tight. Are you trying to challenge a rank C hunter? The next second, the goblin swung its massive club and a flash of light suddenly appeared. Na Hanjong instinctively raised his weapon to block the strike, shouting in a panic, huh? The goblin kept aggressively smashing down with heavy blows. Na Hanjong struggled to defend himself. He was panicking inside. How is this possible? It's much stronger than me. The attacks rained down relentlessly, and Na Hanjong's knees quickly buckled. He screamed, trembling, I can't hold it anymore. The goblin brutally landed a punch on Na Hanjong's face. He staggered and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. It's so strong. Even the weapon in my hand was knocked away. Na Hanjong immediately scrambled for his hammer. The goblin moved in close, intent on finishing him off with a swing of its club. Na Hanjong screamed at the top of his lungs. Stop! His face turned pale. Wait, hold on! Just then, Yi-jae suddenly leaped behind the goblin. Take this. Off balance, it stumbled and fell to the ground. Na Hanjong froze in place. She quickly sprang back up, turning her head to reassure him. Stay there, I'll take care of this one. Na Hanjong was utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Across from her, the goblin growled at Yi-jae. It attacked frantically, swinging its heavy club. Yi-jae dodged with expertise. Time and time again, she calculated silently. She understood its attack pattern now. If that's the case, then I've made up my mind. Her figure flickered, moving around the goblin. Flashes of sword light blinked continuously. The goblin howled in pain, frantically darting its eyes around to find Yi-jae. A moment later, the goblin's eyes widened in fear. Yi-jae had spun in mid-air, preparing to strike from above. She gripped her sword tightly, and a sharp, clean cut ran along the goblin's body. Yi-jae unleashed her technique, Scholar Swordplay, first skill, Scholar's Strike. She landed firmly, smiling as she watched the two pieces of flesh separate before her eyes. Those watching were stunned with their mouths agape. The movements of the people inside the crack also came to a halt. Na Hanjong stared with round, disbelieving eyes. As if having predicted the outcome, Lee Do-jun nodded slightly in satisfaction. Kang Min-hyuk blurted out in agitation, "No way." Do-jun smiled and asked him, "Is there something so surprising about that? You should know that every hunter has 3 methods of using mana. 1 is channeling mana into a weapon to strengthen it, weapon enhancement. 2 is releasing mana through the weapon, mana emission. And the 3rd is replacing it with other elements. Strengthening mana by channeling it into a weapon isn't hard at all. However, the difficulty lies in controlling it." Kang Min-hyuk still hadn't recovered from his shock. She used weapon enhancement perfectly. At the same time, the notification sound rang out. The test had ended. Hunters who have completed the test can exit the exam room. Everyone sighed in relief. "Oh, that was hard," one person immediately agreed. "Yeah, I almost died too." Only Na Han-jong remained rooted to the spot. Why does something feel off? He looked up, searching for the results screen. Seeing the rankings there, prominently featuring Cha Yi-jai, while Na Han-jong sat at the very bottom with a big fat 0. Na Han-jong yelled out in frustration, "Damn it, it's her." On the other side, Yi-jai happily called her manager the moment she stepped out of the door. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement. I really did it," Yi said, trembling slightly. "Yeah, you've been practicing really hard, you know." Yi shook her head to the manager. She suddenly locked eyes with Kang Min-hyuk, standing right there. "Wait, what?" He offered a friendly, appreciative smile. "That was a truly amazing match." Yi scratched her cheek, feeling shy. "Oh, no, for an S-rank hunter," Kang Min-hyuk interrupted. "You used the mana reinforcement skill perfectly. It was flawless." "Did anyone teach you that?" Yi looked over at Lee Do-jun, feeling flustered. "It was him," she blurted out, "but I trained it all by skeptical." "Really?" Yi darted her eyes around before quickly admitting, "Yes." She scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. "I didn't know it was that good." Kang Min-hyuk suddenly called out to her. The hunter Yi responded reflexively. "Yes?" He looked extremely serious. "I'll get straight to the point. I want you to join the Icarus Guild." Kang Min-hyuk desperately tried to persuade her. "If there's anything you want, as long as it's within my power, I'll get it for you." Before he could finish, Yi offered an apologetic smile. "That's truly an amazing offer. But I have to decline." Kang Min-hyuk asked, bewildered. "Wait, ma'am," Lee Do-jun cut in. "Let's go." Yi turned to look at him. "Yes, manager." Seeing this, Kang Min-hyuk immediately panicked. "Wait, please reconsider. Opportunities like this don't come around often. I can offer you so much more than the Soon City Hall." Yi made an uncomfortable face. "I'm sorry. I prefer working at Soon City Hall." She said her piece and walked away, not forgetting to give a polite bow. "Goodbye." Do-jun looked back for a second. "Don't forget to stay in touch." Kang Min-hyuk looked suspicious for a moment, then he remembered something and couldn't help but laugh. Flashing back to earlier, Do-jun had proactively suggested, "Want to make a bet? I bet Yi can take down at least 5 soldier insects. If I lose, I'll convince Yi to join the Icarus Guild." He emphasized, "But if I win, you hand over an A-rank gear set to me." "Deal." Kang Min-hyuk had readily agreed back then. "Fine, you've got a bet." Scene shifts back to Soon City Hall. A joyful cheer rang out. Yi hugged the card in her hands, beaming. "I'm a C-rank hunter now." Kang Cheon-soo clapped in applause. "Wow, jumping from F-rank to C-rank in one go." Kwon Hyuk-soo gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Then he looked at his phone screen worried. "But Yi, are you really okay? A lot of people are talking about you right now." Kang Cheon-soo asked curiously, "Why, what happened?" They read the recent headlines in unison. Hunter Yi Cha Yi-jai refuses to join Icarus Guild. Even though Kang Min-hyuk wanted her badly. Hunter Yi Cha Yi-jai, what kind of personality does she have? Kwon Hyuk-soo couldn't help but marvel. Icarus is one of the best guilds in Korea, you know. Kang Cheon-soo immediately gave a fake laugh. "But our city hall isn't exactly small, is it?" The other man rubbed his chin and muttered, "Honestly, if I were her, I'd rethink it and just join Icarus." He kept talking nonchalantly. "Of course, we'll support whatever you decide, because we care about you." Kwon Hyuk-soo chimed in honestly. "Still, it's such a waste to turn down Icarus. That's a rare opportunity for a talent like you." Kang Cheon-soo started to get annoyed. "Why do you keep going on about it?" Yi just smiled and turned to Lee Do-jun. "Manager, what do you think about my decision?" He replied with a confident smile. "Of course you won't regret it." Getting that confirmation, Yi beamed. "That answer is more than enough for me." Kang Cheon-soo was satisfied with the reaction, and happily made a heart gesture. Just then, Do-jun announced, The hunter Yichiyijai and I are heading to the workshop for a bit. To introduce it briefly, the workshop is the largest equipment store for hunters in Korea, located inside the Hunter Bureau. It's where hunters buy and sell gear, weapons, and other accessories. As soon as Kwon Hyuk-soo heard the name, he waved his hands, a pained smile on his face. Do-jun, I know gear is important, but you don't have enough money to buy even one thing. I think it would be better if you saved up for a few years before you go shopping. Do-jun said calmly, don't worry, I'm not here to buy anything. I'm just here to pick something up. Scene shifts to the workshop. Lee Do-jun scanned his surroundings. Larger than I thought. Yi nodded in agreement. Yeah, because they sell so many things here. Their eyes landed on the combat gear along the path. The whole place exuded luxury. A clerk approached them warmly. Welcome, Do-jun got right to the point. I'm Lee Do-jun from the Soon Unit Breach Management Office. Hunter Kong Min-hyuk should have mentioned me. The clerk smiled and confirmed, yes, he did. She bowed deeply. Please feel free to look around, and call me if you need anything. Yi nodded slightly. Thank you. A set of golden armor caught their eyes. Yi sighed dejectedly. Looks like nothing here fits me, huh? Just as she finished, she noticed something. Yi's eyes lit up immediately. She cheered happily. Manager, look at this. A silver wing set. Yi ran over, exclaiming, I think this one suits me. People say it's made from the wings of a queen ant. Lee Do-jun asked just one thing. Do you want it? Yi teared up with regret. No, it's too expensive. Do-jun brushed it off. Let's look at something else. Before long, the sunset appeared outside. Lee Do-jun looked exhausted and muttered to himself, damn, why did we wander around here for 4 hours? His steps faltered as his gaze fell on a bin with a sign that read, Super clearance, 50% off today only. Do-jun asked bluntly, what's this? The shop manager explained quickly, these are E-rank weapons, but they still work great. He tried to sell them enthusiastically, take a few. They're super cheap, only 1,000,000 won per blade. Do-jun jumped at the price. What? 1,000,000 per blade. Yi just gave a stiff smile. Even E-rank hunter gear was expensive, after all. The manager kept trying to persuade them. These are all E-rank, that's why they're so cheap. Do-jun turned his back and walked away firmly. Forget it. A few steps later, he stopped dead in his tracks. He sensed something special in the clearance bin. Lee Do-jun rushed back and started digging through it. Seeing his reaction, Yi asked confused, Manager? Do-jun found the object, his eyes wide with shock. He wondered in disbelief. How did this end up here? Do-jun picked up the old worn-out sword and fell into deep thought. How could this item, which should be in the Mareem world, be here? The sword he had used to rule over Mareem. His gaze rested on the price tag, 50,000 won. The manager ran over, offering a fake smile. Oh no, how did that get mixed in here? I'm sorry, I must have put it in by mistake. Do-jun asked straight, Boss, is this really 50,000 won? The manager broke into a cold sweat and confirmed, Ah yes, that's right, I just put it in by mistake. Yi asked Lee Do-jun, feeling a bit confused. Manager, are you actually going to buy that? He admitted it straightforwardly. Yeah, I'm buying it. The manager looked shocked. Wait, you're serious? It's just a piece of scrap metal with nothing left but the handle. Lee Do-jun replied with a cold, indifferent tone. It didn't matter. Night had fallen, and the scene shifted to Mount Gumyeon. Lee Do-jun silently studied the object in his hand, muttering gloomily to himself, as if his precious sword was only worth 50,000 won. He gripped the hilt tightly. A jet-black energy immediately flared up, radiating an incredibly powerful force. In an instant, all that overwhelming energy was suddenly reined back in. Do-jun put the sword away, then suddenly remembered something. Oh damn, I forgot I told the kid I'd make dinner. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, needing to find the nearest subway station. In no time, Do-jun's figure vanished. Arriving home, he said softly, Sorry, Dad's home a bit late. The voice of a news anchor was echoing through the room. The usual broadcast had been interrupted for an urgent breaking news report. Around 7:20 p.m. today, a massive rift was detected around the Mount Gumyeon area, and then it disappeared. Do-jun took off his jacket and looked around. Where did she go while the TV was still on? He noticed the door behind him was slightly ajar, so Lee Do-jun went to check. Is she in here? Sun Joon-hee was anxiously staring at her tuition fee notice. I didn't even think about tuition when I moved here. Equipment rental fees, private tutoring fees, facility maintenance fees. The more she listed, the more anxious she became. Why is it so expensive? Is it because it's a National Hunter Academy? The total is over 50 million won. Sun Joon-hee hesitated, wondering if she should ask her dad. No, this wasn't part of their agreement. Thinking of that, she felt a headache coming on. It was already more than enough that he let her stay here. If she asked for more money for tuition, it would only be a burden to him. Just then, Do-jun walked in. "What are you doing?" Junhee jumped in surprise. "Dad, when did you get here?" She quickly hid the notice. "Oh, it's nothing, Dad. I was just organizing my desk." Do-jun acted like he didn't see anything and asked, "Ready for dinner? Let's eat." Junhee hesitated. "I'm not hungry right now. You go ahead and eat first." Do-jun didn't force her. "All right." Seeing he hadn't left yet, Junhee busied herself. "Gotta clear the table, clear the table." Do-jun narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A moment later, his voice drifted into the room. "Junhee, where's the sesame oil?" She called back, "It's in the compartment under the induction stove." After saying that, Junhee wondered, "Why does Dad sesame oil?" Do-jun replied, "Just adding some flavor to the food." Junhee had to come out of her room sighing helplessly. "Whatever, I guess." Once she came out, she asked, "Can you just fry me an egg?" Do-jun answered firmly, "Sure, just go watch TV." Junhee obeyed dutifully. "Okay." A while later, Lee Do-jun quietly stepped into Junhee's room. He picked up the paper on the desk to read it. Tuition fee. Seeing the number, he was completely stunned. It was late at night, and Lee Do-jun was lying in bed. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. If the entrance fee was already 50 million, how much would 3 years of tuition end up being? Thinking this, Lee Do-jun bolted out of bed. He looked at the meager balance in his account and sighed. He started calculating things carefully. "I think I should go to an A-rank rift to get some A-rank mana stones, then sell them for quick cash. But I need to ask EG about the prices first." He acted immediately. Do-jun pressed the call button, but then he regretted it. "Ah, is it too late?" Very quickly, the person on the other end picked up. "Hello? Manager, what are you doing?" Do-jun was surprised. Why is she still awake at this hour? Doesn't she have anything to do tomorrow? She had just woken up to answer the call and was momentarily speechless. Oh no, nothing. Do-jun remembered what he needed to ask. "By the way, how much is an A-rank mana stone?" The person on the other end replied, "A-rank? I don't really know, though it varies depending on the size of the stone. I've heard an A-rank mana stone usually sells for between 100 and 200 million won." Lee Do-jun's eyes lit up immediately. 100 to 200 million won, he thought. If that's the case, I should head out this Saturday. EG on the other end sat up, sounding confused. "Manager, thank you for checking on me. But I don't think I'm skilled enough to enter an A-rank rift. I just reached C-rank hunter status." Do-jun was confused. What is she talking about? On the surface, he calmly replied, "I understand. Get some rest now." She smiled faintly. "Yes, manager, thank you for the gear." With that settled, she lay back down and put on her eye mask. The next day at the crack of dawn, Lee Do-jun checked the items in his backpack. Hat, sunglasses, mask, and gloves. That should be enough. And a fake ID card. All set. Before heading out, he left a sticky note. He muttered to himself that this would be enough to travel to the top of Mount Gurion and enter a rift within 2 hours. Let's go. The note simply read, "Dad's going out for some exercise." The scene shifted to Mount Gurion. Do-jun adjusted his sunglasses, covering his face completely. Once that was done, he sprinted into the forest ahead. His movements were agile, and he covered a long distance in no time. He stopped in front of the rift area. Do-jun scanned his fake ID. The machine announced, "Identity confirmed, Hunter Kim Hyun, Woo. Warning, current rift rank is very difficult for your rating." The system reminded him, "If you still wish to enter, please swipe your card again." Do-jun didn't hesitate, and the notification sounded, "Confirmed." He quickly entered the A-rank rift. Do-jun moved while calculating, "I only have 1 to 2 hours for this trip. It's the weekend, so I need to finish this quickly and get home." He heard footsteps approaching and instinctively looked back. It was a group of 3 hunters. One of them looked surprised the moment he saw Do-jun. "Huh? Who's that?" The guy next to her was also puzzled. "What's going on?" Do-jun didn't reply, just muttering to himself, "Damn, this is bad luck." The girl across from him cheered, "Oh, so people still dress like that? And he isn't even wearing combat gear." Dong-ho just laughed awkwardly. "Mira, don't say that right in front of him. Keep your voice down." Han Jong-hyun frowned deeply. "Is he entering the rift without any weapons or protective gear?" Dong-ho asked, "Wait, does he not know this is an A rank?" and reminded his teammate to be polite. Han Jong-hyun answered dismissively. He took the initiative to introduce himself. "I'm Han Jong-hyun from the Mega Guild. Who are you?" Seeing Do-jun didn't answer, Han Jong-hyun acted like he understood. "Ah, I see. You don't want to reveal your identity. Do you even know how dangerous this place is?" Do-jun replied coldly and concisely. "I do." Han Jong-hyun criticized him irritably. "Are you even a hunter? Coming here dressed like that is no different from asking for death." Lee Do-jun's tone softened slightly. "Thanks for your concern. But you don't need to worry, because I don't need any gear or weapons. Having said that, he stated his position clearly. I'm heading out. Na-han Jong-hyun immediately snapped, "Hey, wait a minute." Just then, the ground began to shake, and he blurted out, "What's going on?" Even Lee Do-jun was skeptical. An announcement blared out. The rift's transformation had begun, and a queen ant was about to emerge. The exit would remain locked until the warriors inside managed to kill it. A string of frustrated cursing echoed through the air. Damn it. That mechanical voice kept ringing out, stating the rift would only open if every single challenger died. The group started to panic. Oh no. Na-han Jong-hyun quickly pulled himself together and began barking orders. Everyone, turn on your emergency cameras. Dong-ho followed suit immediately. Understood. Switching scenes to another location, Dong-yang Cheon, the director of the Hunter Bureau, stood with his arms crossed watching the screen intently. Min-hwan stood beside him. Pork. After checking, there were 4 hunters inside. 3 A-rank hunters from the Mei GI Guild, and 1 F-rank hunter. Dong-yang Cheon frowned slightly. F-rank? His subordinate confirmed. Yes, it's the player, Kim Hyun-woo. According to him, due to the limitations of the emergency camera, they couldn't hear any audio. It looked like they were trying to take out the smaller monsters by attacking from behind. Min-hwan assessed that the members of the Mei GI Guild were all top-tier A-rank hunters and were well-equipped, so if luck was on their side, the strategy was worth a shot. Dong-yang Cheon rubbed his chin, deep in thought, and asked which one was the boss. Min replied, "The queen, sir." Dong-yang Cheon's expression immediately turned grim. "In that case, that's impossible. Get to the control room now." Inside the A-rank rift, the sound of rapid footsteps and shouting echoed endlessly. "Don't stop, keep running. Speed is life. Drink all those energy potions you've got." Na-han Jong-hyun commanded. M continued to track the surrounding monsters using Eagle Eye. The others naturally agreed. Okay. In Na-han Jong-hyun's calculations, Mira was an excellent long-range striker capable of picking off enemies from a kilometer away. Dong-ho is the best healer I know and I'm strong in close-quarters combat, he told himself. We're strong enough, we just need to do what we always do, but with a bit more luck. Just then, Do-jun spoke up suddenly. I think I should split up and take a different route. Na-han Jong-hyun snapped back. Shut up, do you want to die and get eaten? Just listen and stay right behind us. If you keep running your mouth you're going to get us all killed. Do-jun was speechless. Dong-ho stepped in to mediate. Sorry about him, he's actually a good guy, just a bit hot-headed right now. Please understand. Mira looked a bit worried. Can we really survive this? Only an S-rank hunter could beat a queen ant. Na-han Jong-hyun immediately reassured her. Don't think about that, just focus on the mission at hand. He suddenly crouched down and raised a hand as a signal. Stop for a second, I'm assessing the situation. There's a shadow ant up ahead. Let's take that one out first. He assigned tasks to those behind him. Mira scanned the area for others and the others immediately braced themselves. Understood. In a flash, her eyes glowed with a golden light. Zahan Jong-hyun turned to look at Dong-ho. M and Dong-ho, follow me, I'll take the lead. He nodded in agreement. Got it. Zahan Jong-hyun didn't forget to warn Lee Do-jun. And you, sit tight and don't do anything on your own. With that, he charged forward. Let's go, Dong-ho. Mira suddenly blocked them. Wait. The 2 men looked back at her, suspicious. Mira muttered, her lips trembling. Something's not right. As she spoke, her whole body shook violently. They're all moving toward the same spot. Just as Mira said, the shadow ants were trailing behind each other, heading in one direction. They were gathering around the queen ant. Lee Do-jun looked at the 3 of them and let out a sigh of disappointment. These guys are going to have a hard time beating the queen. All the ant minions are swarming around the boss now. There are more of them every second. Mira suddenly pinched her nose. Did you just let one rip? Dong-ho replied in a tiny voice, sorry, I'm just really nervous. Seeing this, Do-jun was even more convinced. These kids don't have a prayer of killing the queen. He couldn't help but get a headache. So annoying, but I can't do anything else. Just as Do-jun stood up, someone grabbed his collar. Na-han Jong-hyun pulled him back down, staring at him sternly. Kid, I told you to sit still. Do-jun sighed, I know. But the other man cut him off. If you get spotted by an ant, it'll shred you to pieces. So just sit here and hide. Do-jun started to speak, but Na-han Jong-hyun glared in warning. No buts. Stay put and just watch us from behind. Do-jun slumped down helplessly. Fine, have it your way. Across from them, Na-han Jong-hyun began discussing strategy. Since they've all gathered in one spot, there's no time to hesitate. I'll draw their attention, and you guys hit them from behind. He gave the command. Everyone into position, let's start the fight. Na Han Jong-hyun stood in front of an ant. The other two circled behind it. The shadow ant growled at them. Na Han Jong-hyun gripped his weapon and charged, delivering a decisive downward slash. Take that. The next second, Na Han Jong-hyun's pupils constricted. The ant easily grabbed his greatsword, even exerting enough force to tighten its grip on the blade. At the same time, countless arrows rained down on the ant's back. It was M's attack, but it didn't end there. A barrage of bullets tore through the air. The ant turned around in a fury and let out a massive roar. Dong-ho attacked it relentlessly. He urged him on. Na Han Jong-hyun, hurry up! Na Han Jong-hyun quickly closed in behind the ant. I know. He swung his sword in a wide arc, sweeping the ant's ankles. I'm trying to finish it. The ant shrieked in pain and collapsed to its knees. Na Han Jong-hyun seized the moment to deliver the finishing blow. A precise strike downward. The smell of blood filled the air, and the ant's heavy body slumped to the ground. Na Han Jong-hyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Great. Where's the next one? Im informed them it wasn't far. Na Han Jong-hyun decided, okay, let's go. Right then, Dong-ho suddenly noticed something. Huh? Where did that guy go? Lee Do-jun's figure had vanished. Na Han Jong-hyun cursed in frustration. That lunatic. Switching scenes, countless flashes of sword light flickered instantly. In no time at all, many ants had been taken down, lying motionless on the ground. Lee Do-jun stepped on a large ant, rummaging for something. Lee Do-jun looked happily at the mana stone he had just harvested. Nice. He tucked it into his backpack, whispering to himself, I think this is enough. Combined with the previous announcement, Lee Do-jun knew he couldn't turn back. If the queen ant wasn't killed, the exit would remain locked until the warriors inside managed to destroy it. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He couldn't waste any more time here. He had to go crush that queen ant, right here, right now. He remembered Na Han Jong-hyun's anxious warning, you sit still and don't do anything on your own. He lay flat on the ground and muttered, fine, I'll do it later then. In another corner, the sounds of growling and clashing weapons continued without pause. Na Han Jong-hyun struggled to hold back an ant, urging his teammates, do it now. As soon as he finished, sharp arrows pierced straight into the ant's head. The group finally managed to take down another monster. Dong-ho slumped to the ground, exhausted. Mira was breathless, gasping. I don't think I can keep doing this. Her face was drenched in sweat as she muttered in frustration. Why do these monsters keep clustering together? Na Han Jong-hyun wasn't doing much better. He thought to himself, we've only taken out 7 of them. This is reaching our limit. If only the boss monster could be separated from the pack. Na Han Jong-hyun immediately dismissed that thought. No, even that wouldn't change things. He gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed. Damn it! Just then, Dong-ho called out in a panic. Na Han Jong-hyun, look over there! He whipped his head around, his eyes widening in horror. The sight that met them left all three in shock. The boss monster and its underlings were charging straight toward them, their voices trembled. It's the boss! Na Han Jong-hyun's eyes went wide with panic. How are they here already? He scrambled to pull himself together and gripped his weapon. Everyone prepared for battle. Na Han Jong-hyun gave his teammates serious instructions. Be careful. Avoid taking hits as much as you can. I'll hold them off. You guys provide cover from behind. He suddenly choked on his words, just repeating them over and over. Deep down, Na Han Jong-hyun knew there was no way they could win against that horde. No matter what he said, it was useless. At that exact moment, a lightning-fast attack struck. Dong-ho was sent flying, his back slamming against a tree. Na Han Jong-hyun spun around in a panic. Dong-ho! The monster bared its teeth and growled, casting a dark shadow over them. Mira's lips trembled. Is this the end for us? Na Han Jong-hyun desperately stepped in front of her. I'll keep them busy. Run while you can. Mira gave a bitter smile. I don't have the strength left to run. Na Han Jong-hyun frowned and charged forward. He shouted back, damn it, go take care of Dong-ho and cover me from the back. With those words, he didn't hesitate and threw himself into the fray. 2 massive monsters stepped out to block his path. There were more and more of them, completely surrounding Na Han Jong-hyun's attack route. In that split second of mortal danger, innumerable flashes of light suddenly burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were taken down, howling in agony. Na Han Jong-hyun stood frozen in his tracks. What just happened? Mira supported Dong-ho, her eyes wide with awe. Across from her, a figure slowly stepped out. Lee Do-jun had appeared out of nowhere, leaving only a sturdy back for Na Han Jong-hyun to see. He found it hard to believe. You were the one who just did that? Lee Do-jun casually waved his hand, kindly advising, don't come out here. Na Han Jong-hyun looked around, bewildered. This is a barrier? He couldn't help but feel stunned. But who could possibly create such a massive, incredible barrier like this? Before they could say much, a monster targeted Lee Do-jun. He simply picked up a dry branch and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled it toward the monster. The monster's body was instantly torn apart. Dong-ho struggled to lift his eyelids. "What is going on?" Mira gasped in wonder. The branch he threw. It pierced right through the monster. The monsters kept swarming toward Lee Do-jun. He quickly pulled out his sword for time to finish this. Lee Do-jun lazily tossed the hilt into the air, and a flow of dark energy instantly appeared, forming a razor-sharp blade. The next second, countless golden lightning bolts flashed. The ground shook violently, and the trio stumbled. Na Jong-hyun was suspicious. "What is this earthquake?" Mira struggled to speak. "I don't think this is just a normal tremor." Dong-ho was dizzy to the point of nausea. This time, even Na Jong-hyun collapsed. The shaking was intensifying. The camera mounted on his shoulder shattered. Lee Do-jun finally swung his arm toward the forest, and a flash of sword light sliced down. The entire pack couldn't dodge it and groaned in pain. Na Jong-hyun's eyes widened in amazement. "Is that a piece of metal?" That beam of sword light headed straight for the boss monster. In an instant, its entire body was shredded by countless slashes. It let out a horrific shriek as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Once done, Lee Do-jun calmly sheathed his blade. He hadn't even needed to move much to effortlessly wipe out the pack of massive monsters. At the same time, a notification sound echoed out. "The boss monster has been successfully eliminated. Challengers may now exit the rift." Lee Do-jun breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can go home." Na Jong-hyun was still stunned. He wiped out that entire group in the blink of an eye. Mira beside him clutched her head and groaned, "Oh my head." Na Jong-hyun excitedly approached Lee Do-jun. "Hey, what did you just do?" Lee Do-jun replied nonchalantly, "I just killed the boss monster. Also, you guys can take the remaining mana stones." Na Jong-hyun froze in surprise. Lee Do-jun added offhandedly, "Isn't that good for your careers? You can make a lot of money selling those." The other man shook his head vigorously. "No, that's not what I wanted." Lee Do-jun smirked and continued, "You want to repay me for saving your lives? Don't worry about it. I'm a good guy." Before Na Jong-hyun could say another word, Lee Do-jun vanished. "Well, I'm heading out." Mira stood frozen for a few seconds. "Huh? Did he just leave?" Na Jong-hyun sighed in frustration. "I should have given him my business card." Mira burst into laughter upon hearing that. "But wait, wasn't he supposed to protect you from the monsters?" The other man snapped back furiously. "Shut up." At the same time, in a room at the Hunter Bureau, everyone was intently watching the screen. Manhwa suddenly grew tense. Dong Yang-cheon suddenly spoke up. "Rewind it for me to the moment the boss monster appeared." The video was quickly reversed. In the footage, a voice echoed, "It's the boss." A voice reminded them in the video, "Everyone get ready to fight, be careful. Avoid taking hits as much as you can." Dong Yang-cheon watched intently as the audio from the video played on. "Don't come out here." Following that, he said urgently, "Stop." Dong Yang-cheon looked at the image frozen on the screen. There was a young man wearing a hooded cloak, holding something in his hand. He exclaimed, "Is that a sword?" A voice replied, "No, that sword only has the hilt left." He ordered it to be played again. The audio from the video played, "What is this tremor? I don't think this is just a normal earthquake." Dong Yang-cheon closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. A roar emanated from the video. Manhwa said quickly, "The other cameras only recorded up to this point, sir." Dong Yang-cheon asked, "What is his name?" "Kim Hyun-woo, sir," he replied. He asked if there was any other information about him. Manhwa looked embarrassed. Dong Yang-cheon shouted, "Speak quickly." He hurriedly replied, "We couldn't find any information, sir." Hearing this, he blurted out full of tension, "What?" Manhwa explained. All the information regarding his social security number and address turned out to be fake. He added, "And the registration date for his card was only last year." Immediately, Dong Yang-cheon asked decisively, "Are there any witnesses? Someone must have seen him when he came out of the rift, right? Didn't you send Kang Min, Kwon Hyuk-soo and Han Min-ji there? They must have seen him." Manhwa answered hurriedly, "No, they said they didn't see the man." At this moment he spoke while lost in thought. "No one saw him? Not a soul?" A few minutes later, Dong Yang-cheon muttered to himself, "Needless to say, it must be he's an S-rank hunter, or maybe even higher. I've never seen anyone use gear enchantment so masterfully, and that's not even mentioning that massive barrier he conjured. In my professional opinion, there isn't a single S-ranker I know with skills like his," Yan said firmly. "Regardless, if he's that talented, he'll reveal himself sooner or later. And you're ordering us to just wait until then?" Manhwa replied. "Yes." Meanwhile, the sound of a door opening caught Do-jun's attention. He asked, "Where have you been?" Sun Jun-hee beamed. "I'm home, Dad," she explained. "I just ran to the market." Lee Do-jun replied immediately, "That looks heavy. Great job." Then she asked softly, "Have you eaten yet?" "No, if you haven't, I'll go prepare something right now." But Do-jun declined. "Don't bother, it's late already." "Besides," he said, "I'm going to tidy up the room." She said, "Yes, sir." Jun walked into the room and let out a sigh. He lay down on the bed and wondered what there was even to clean. A minute later, he told himself he'd been working since dawn and didn't feel like doing anything. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright. "That's right." Do-jun pulled open his drawer, revealing several mana stones inside. He pulled out a notebook and flipped through the pages quickly. Do-jun muttered, "I made so much money from the hunter workshop just from selling one mana stone." He remembered when he sold it, the clerk had said, "This mana stone is worth 250 million won." Lee Do-jun blurted out, "And that was just for one. Its value is way higher than I thought." He stared into the drawer, wondering, what should I do with the other 9? Do-jun took them out and tossed them into the air, finally deciding to just keep them for any future emergencies. He lay back down as the night deepened, with the stones scattered around him. The lights from the windows shone like glowing eyes in the night. Sun Jun-hee said, "By the way, if you feel like the portions are too small, just let me know. I'll cook more right away." Lee Do-jun pulled out a stack of papers. "Take this." Seeing it, she looked worried. "I've already read it, Dad," he exclaimed. "Why didn't you tell me?" After a few seconds of silence, Jun-hee explained, "Because you letting me stay here is already more than enough. If I asked you to pay for tuition on top of that, it's 50 million won. I didn't want to add any more pressure to you." She bowed her head slightly. Lee Do-jun quickly said, "Don't worry about it. Besides, if it wasn't included in the contract," he added, "then I'll just add it in." She was stunned. "Really?" Seeing him scribbling away, Sun Jun-hee cried out, "Since when did you have the contract out?" In a split second, the new clause was written into the agreement. He said, "You sign it too." Sun Jun-hee was flustered, but before she could finish, Lee Do-jun said, "I'll wait for you to sign, but I'm in a rush, so make it quick." Sun Jun-hee held the contract, her eyes welling up with tears. Lee Do-jun let out a breath of relief, urging her to sign as soon as possible. With tears streaming down her face, Sun Jun-hee sobbed, "Thank you, Dad." He quickly handed her a tissue box. "Here, wipe your tears." His voice echoed outside the building. "Stop crying, go eat." Lee Do-jun the next day arrived. He called out, "I'm heading out." Sun Jun-hee shouted, "Oh, wait a second, Dad." She walked over. "Your tie is crooked." Do-jun muttered, "Ah, thanks." Then Sun Jun-hee handed him a bag. She said, "Take this too, I made it." Do-jun grabbed it quickly, saying softly, "Thanks, kid, see you later." Sun Jun-hee beamed, her smile bright as a flower. "Yes, and please be careful." "Oh." He stepped outside. Do-jun gripped the bag strap tightly. He paused, looking bewildered. He wondered, is this the power of 50 million won? At the Rift Management Office, Kwon Hyuk-soo spoke up. "The ME's Guild is doing pretty well lately, right?" Do-jun arrived and said. He replied. Kwon Hyuk-soo continued, "Hey, did you see the news? 3 A-rank hunters from the MEZ Guild took down a monster in an A-rank rift." Do-jun looked surprised. "Oh really? I didn't know that." He mused, "If it's an A-rank rift, the boss must be around S-rank, right? And those 3 A-rank hunters managed to clear it?" Kwon Hyuk-soo sighed. "I don't get it at all. There was an F-rank guy with them too, but having him there or not wouldn't have made a difference." Lee Do-jun stood by, feeling awkward. Then he turned and asked, "Lee Do-jun, what do you think?" He replied vaguely, "Well, it's the MZ Guild, so it's not entirely impossible." Kwon Hyuk-soo didn't seem satisfied with the answer. He thought to himself, well, the MZ Guild is huge after all. They must equip their hunters with top-tier gear and tools. Kwon Hyuk-soo turned back to Lee Do-jun. "I think you should look into rifts from C rank and up. If you pay attention to how fast Yijai is progressing, you'll see that. Her reaching B rank is just a matter of time." He added, "Besides, our team has never had a B rank hunter before, so I'm not even sure what we need to prepare." Suddenly, Kwon Hyuk-soo pulled out a notebook. "Ah, that's right, I almost forgot to give you this." Do-jun asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Information on the new rift in the Janggu district." There, he paused. "I went on a business trip there recently and had a chance to go inside for a bit. I saw some monsters." He explained. "The estimated rank is C, and since Cha Yijai has reached C rank anyway, the two of you should go check it out together." Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled lightly. "It's the boss's order, so you can't run from it." Hearing that, Do-jun bowed his head slightly and said, "Not at all. I should be thanking everyone for trusting me." Immediately, Kwon Hyuk-soo said with a worried look, I'm glad you think that way, but aren't you taking on too much work? He quickly replied, don't worry, just a little bit. He stood up, looking cheerful, Thal. If there's anything you don't know, just ask me. I'll answer whatever I can. He replied, okay, thanks. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out. I'm sorry, I'm late. Kwon Hyuk-soo said with a flustered expression, Hunter Cha Yi-jai, you don't need to come here every day. We'll call you when we need you. Kang Shin Cheon-soo interrupted, she can come whenever she wants. He wondered, how long has he been standing there? Then the boss said loudly, and you two should welcome our hunters when they visit. Hearing this, Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately said, of course, you're welcome here anytime you want. Yi-jae smiled brightly. Yes, thank you. A few minutes later, Do-jun spoke up. Senior, can I leave early today? Kwon Hyuk-soo asked why. He replied, EJ and I are going to check out that C-rank rift we talked about. He answered, ask the boss first. Kang Cheon-soo opened the door and said, of course I agree, you can go right now. Yi-jae jumped with joy thinking, thank you, director. Suddenly the director added, wait. Kang Cheon-soo held out a stack of cash. Take this. You have to make sure your hunter is well fed and gets to eat what she likes. Outside the sky was clear with a few drifting clouds. Yi-jae said, this tastes so good. Do-jun quickly replied, it's all thanks to the director. Then he added happily, it seems like the director has gotten easier on us, hasn't he? She replied, really? Then Yi-jae shared her thoughts, looking confused. I don't know, he probably just wanted to encourage me a bit. Lee Do-jun looked suspicious for a moment, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. Even for a team leader, 150,000 is a significant amount of money. Then he told himself, it doesn't matter anyway, I've got 200 million to burn. A minute later, Lee Do-jun said, let's go. The rift is right in the middle of that area over there. She replied politely, yes sir. She suddenly looked surprised. Observed intently and said, there's an employee from the Hunter Bureau, and a few famous B-rank hunters as well. Lee Do-jun asked B-rank? As soon as he finished the sentence, Edge explained, oh, usually people hunt in rifts one rank lower than their own to ensure their safety. She then pondered something and he asked, are you worried? She was genuinely flustered. She replied, yes, it's my first time entering a C-rank rift after all. Deep down she thought, plus, I still have to protect someone. She recalled the image of the goblin that attacked Lee Do-jun in the past, and she reminded herself that this time she wouldn't make any stupid mistakes. He suddenly spoke up. If you're worried about me, don't be, please, I can take care of myself, she said firmly. Manager, if you're in danger, you must remember to run away. Do-jun replied, not a chance with your current skills. He bowed his head slightly and said confidently, I'm sure you can take down a goblin easily. If you're careful, how could you be in danger? He encouraged to believe in herself. She replied softly, okay. Then Lee Do-jun pointed forward. Looks like the teams are recruiting new members, right? Can we get in there? She responded immediately. Of course, just wait a moment. He suddenly thought of Nahan Jonghyun M and Dong-ho. He told himself, come to think of it, they do coordinate really well, but then added except for their personalities. At this moment, after E.G. changed her outfit, she spoke up. What are you thinking about that has you so deep in thought? He replied, oh, you're back. He looked at her with an intense gaze, and she felt shy. She immediately asked, why are you looking at me like that? Does it not suit me? He called out, itch. She replied, yes, manager. Then Lee Do-jun asked, suppose you wanted to recruit members for our team, what kind of composition would you want? He explained, like having artillery to distract the monsters, and snipers to support you from afar. Eej was listening, but she had a sulky expression on her face. She repeated, did you forget what you once told me? He was very surprised and blurted out, huh? She confided, I thought I was going to be your only hunter. Was that a lie? He froze. She asked with a displeased look, or are you planning to find someone else? Hearing this, Do-jun said immediately, wait, signing with another hunter doesn't mean the contract between you and me is cancelled. She lowered her voice, manager. He replied, yeah. She looked away and sighed. I don't need that. Then she turned her back and walked away, simply saying, let's go. Then she turned back to urge him. What are you standing there for? Didn't you say we came here to work? Nearby Taj, an intern at the Hunter Bureau's Rift management team, was nearby. Then he flicked his nose and shouted, that's strange. Taj thought to himself, the hunters who entered the Rift expedition on the second day still haven't returned. He was checking the first team that went in on the first day, who came out after 8 hours. Taj calculated that 32 hunters had entered right after, and 8 hours had passed without any sign of them coming out. At this point, he analyzed that usually, hunters return after 8 hours of hunting, not to mention there's no place to eat or rest inside this rift. And he wondered, are they still continuing the hunt without resting at all? Then Taj muttered, should I report this back to the bureau? But he fell silent, thinking about something. Then he burst out laughing and said, oh, no need. It'll be my shift soon anyway, and who would believe an intern's word? At that moment, Lee Do-jun spoke up. Hello, I'm Lee Do-jun from the Soon unit of the Rift Management Bureau. He introduced her. This is E.G., my contracted hunter. Taj exclaimed, ah, hello. He scratched his head and said, I suppose the two of you are here to participate in the Rift expedition, right? He replied. A voice rang out. Lee Do-jun, Soon unit Rift Management Bureau, confirmed. Taj turned around and opened the conversation. Ah, you're the one who declined the invitation from the Icarus Guild. She scratched her cheek lightly and replied, yes. At this point, Do-jun chimed in. Can I go in now? He replied, certainly. Then Lee Do-jun turned to ask, you're like a celebrity, aren't you? She replied. Stop it, that's embarrassing. Suddenly Taj shouted, ah wait, I forgot to mention something important to you two. But it was too late, Taj exclaimed. They went in. Will they be okay? Lee Do-jun looked back and asked, did you say something? She asked back. Yes. Then Lee Do-jun replied, ah, it's nothing. A notification sound came from his phone. Lee Do-jun, welcome to the Rift Management System. He pressed select, and the notification sounded again, Rift registered. After that, Lee Do-jun looked forward and said, let's start mapping. Suddenly she spoke up. Wait, look at those people over there. The two saw everyone in the distance looking very exhausted. A male hunter with messy hair was lying unconscious. Nearby, two other hunters had their heads down, their bodies devoid of any strength. She exclaimed, what happened to them? He calmly replied, let's go out there first. Seeing the two approach from afar, a hunter spoke up. Another victim. That's Tae Yang, he said slowly. There are people here who aren't even hunters. What are you doing here? He introduced himself. I'm Lee Do-jun from the Soon unit of the Rift Management Bureau. Tae Yang exclaimed, oh, you're the Rift Management official? Then I guess she's your contracted hunter? Do-jun replied, yes, if you don't mind. Could you tell me what's happening in here? He looked around and asked, I see many people in pretty bad condition. Why haven't they left here? He pointed to another side. Ah, even if we wanted to, we couldn't get out. Look over there. She and Lee Do-jun looked in that direction simultaneously. He stopped, his eyes wide open. Lee Do-jun wondered, the rift, it's closed. Then he thought to himself, is this a variant? No, if it were, we wouldn't have been able to enter, she exclaimed. It might be a rift trap, sir. He was surprised. Huh? I don't think it's a variant. Because if it were, it would have to be B rank or higher, so it's probably a rift trap since it can appear at any rank. At this point, he reasoned. A rift trap, a phenomenon that occurs when a rift meets special conditions. Now she turned to ask Tae Yang, can you tell us the mission? He replied, sure. He then opened a screen. The screen displayed the mission. Current number of challengers, 25. Eliminate all remaining normal monsters in the rift. Kill the boss monster and its supporting monsters. The second piece of information appeared quickly. Do not leave the area until the mission is complete. Reward. Increase 5 stats in strength, agility, and stamina. Sub-reward. Random B rank or higher weapon for those who slay the boss and supporting monsters. The final information regarding the status. Remaining normal monsters, 2 to 80. Remaining support monsters, 3. Remaining boss monsters, 1. Exclaimed, 280 of them? Tae Yang let out a few soft coughs and whispered, if I can just hold out until the rescue team arrives, that'd be great. He then confided, we've been trapped here for days, so sooner or later, the Hunter Bureau is bound to send someone. Lee Do-jun looked surprised. Wait, you mean you all teamed up and still couldn't take down 280 of them? Hearing that, Tae Yang said seriously, you'd be right if they were just rank C monsters, but do you have any idea what kind of things those are? A voice piped up. Grrr. He nodded. Yeah, exactly. Grrr, but that's only near the exit. Lee Do-jun and Yi were both shocked. Tae Yang continued, his voice echoing, if you go any deeper, you'll run into a Fru rank B Cho. Immediately, Yi shouted, I'm pretty confident taking on those grrr things. But Cho, Tae Yang quickly added, yeah, Cho is many times stronger. Now you see why we're just sitting here. Yi thought to herself, you can't kill a Cho with small repeated wounds because its regeneration is just too fast. You have to finish it in one single blow. Suddenly she paused, and the biggest problem hit her as she looked at Lee Do-jun. Yi reminded herself that she wasn't sure if she could guarantee the manager's safety. Now she agreed. Yeah, you're right, it's too dangerous. Do-jun was calculating too. Sitting here is just a waste of time. This is a perfect chance for her to get some new weapons. He suddenly remembered the information he'd been given. Side rewards like rank B weapons, or higher, would be randomly distributed to those who killed the boss monster and its supporting minions. He glanced over at Yi. Lee Do-jun's voice rang out. Yi, if I'm guaranteed to be safe, would you go hunt the Cho? She replied. Of course, I don't have any objections to that. Suddenly, a noise echoed, and Lee Do-jun spun around. It was a group of 3 hunters, Han Si-sun-min, Ho-run and Kang Tae-sung. One of them spoke up. Hello there. Han Si-sun-min said excitedly, do you two want to join us for a Cho hunt? Ho-run chimed in, if you're in, just follow my lead. I guarantee no one's going to die. The sky was stained a fiery red, with clouds that looked like they were smeared with blood. Ho-run asked, by the way, what are you doing here? You've got guts, huh? He tilted his head, eyes wide as Ho-run hesitated. Do you know if anyone? Lee Do-jun wasn't really paying attention. He said, there are 30 Cho ahead, get ready for a fight. The man asked back, huh? What are you talking about? I don't see any Cho here. Suddenly, 3 Cho appeared right behind them. Oh, what the? It's real. Lee Do-jun was busy activating his phone, as the setup continued with less than 5% complete. Ho-run quickly raised his shield, shouting, bring it on, you ugly Cho. The Cho looked toward the voice and lunged at Ho-run. Yi exclaimed, a provocation move. The Cho swarmed and attacked Ho-run relentlessly. He shouted, damn it, these things are a huge pain in the ass. Then, Ho-run used his shield to slam into a Cho, launching it high into the air. He shouted, Han Si-sun-min, focus on the one on the right. The guy quickly raised his bow. Han Si-sun-min replied sharply, got it. A mark was launched toward the Cho. It was the Striker's Mark, a skill that significantly weakens the enemy's defense and increases damage by 50%. Following that, Han Si-sun-min fired another shot. The arrow streaked through the air with incredible speed and pierced right through the Cho. It groaned, then roared and snapped the arrow. More marks were launched at the Cho. Now, Han Si-min said firmly, by the way, this is gonna hurt, because you're about to eat 20 shots in a row. As soon as he finished, a barrage of arrows flew forward and pierced the Cho one after another. Yet it didn't seem to care, just pulling out each arrow. Han Si-sun-min was shocked. He exclaimed, what? How is it still alive? Was my attack that weak? Just then, the Cho lunged to chase him. He yelled, damn it, run. At that moment, a pair of feet launched forward. It was Yi, gliding past a Cho and delivering a strike to it. A series of explosions went off, with dust and debris flying everywhere. In the chaos, Yi rushed up to a Cho and sent it flying away. Then she let out a sigh of relief. Han Si-sun-min cheered. We make a good team, don't we? Tae-sung scoffed. You didn't do anything, Ho-run shouted. Thanks for that. Hearing this, Han Si-sun-min snapped. Didn't you see me attack that Cho? Kang Tae-sung replied. Yeah, but it was a super weak attack. Han Si-sun-min screamed. You, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Kang Tae-sung teased. Don't be ashamed. At this moment, Yi asked worriedly, Manager, are you okay? Do-jun said coldly, how could I be hurt? I'm not brawling with the Cho like you guys. Yi said sadly, oh, I was just worried about you, he muttered. Yi, she responded immediately. Yes? Yi gripped her sword tightly. She dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. With a look of determination, she stared straight ahead. Yi drew her sword, looking overwhelmed. Then she slashed at its chest multiple times and she quickly stepped back. It clutched its chest, groaning as its eyes went dull, and it opened its mouth wide to let out a painful roar. Do-jun observed the situation closely. Ho-run was surprised. Why is it suddenly screaming like that? Then he reasoned, don't tell me, it's not what I think it is, right? Then he sensed something in the distance. A minute later, a whole swarm of Cho came walking toward them. Yep, that's exactly what I thought. The ferocious Cho monsters charged forward. Kang Tae-sung shouted. There are too many of them. Ho-run yelled while running away. Run, we can't block them. Yi was watching closely, and she muttered, it's only 9 of them. Then she declared, once they're in my hands, none of you expect to survive. Hearing that, Han Si-sun-min looked back over his shoulder. Han Si-sun-min shouted, wait, Kang Tae-sung asked. He said anxiously, she's not running. Kang Tae-sung yelled, is she crazy? Then Kang Tae-sung asked, what do we do? Ho-run replied, I think we should just keep running. If we go back, we might just die together. Han Si-sun-min was drenched in sweat. He suddenly exclaimed, look at her sword. A few seconds later, Han Si-sun-min shouted, it's releasing so much mana. At that moment, Lee Do-jun was hiding behind a large rock, thinking her weapon enhancement has improved quite a bit, hasn't it? Even if she's still a bit of a rookie. Just then, Ho-run urged, you want to die here? Look at how many Cho there are. Han Si-sun-min barked. Shut up, just follow me. He was annoyed. What? On this side, Yi was preparing for the confrontation. The Cho were rushing forward at high speed. They were growling as they ran. Yi narrowed her eyes. She waited in silence, and the Cho were now face to face with Yi. The Cho lunged with their savage teeth. Yi also charged forward, she shouted. And then there was a massive explosion, with dust and smoke filling the air. Witnessing the situation, someone shouted, "She's gone crazy," Taesung gasped. "This is the first time I've seen someone so insane." Then he yelled, "Come on you guys, let's go." The pale blue sky stretched out. A few clouds drifted lazily up high. The apartment building stood tall. Just then, Sun Junhee was busy in the kitchen. She looked into the cupboard and exclaimed, "I cooked quite a few side dishes. Dad will definitely be happy." Then, Sun Junhee said happily, "Now, time to mop the floor." She vacuumed the whole house and folded the dry laundry. Then, Lee opened a room door and exclaimed, "I need to vacuum Dad's room too." She diligently began vacuuming his room. Suddenly, Lee trembled. She had discovered something. She looked at a book and exclaimed, "This book looks so strange." She picked it up and muttered, "It seems like Dad is trying to remember things he's forgotten. Dementia is truly terrifying." Sun Junhee hurriedly picked up the book and silently read through it. She was surprised by how much information she found inside. She said Dad even underlined so many words. Then she remembered, it wasn't time for reading. She was supposed to be cleaning. "Hurry up," she said to herself out loud. "I have to graduate quickly and become a hunter to repay Dad, if not 10 times, then 20 times. But first, I have to finish cleaning." Just then, Sun Junhee spotted a trash bag on the floor. Grabbed it quickly. But she seemed to notice something. Note: this line seems to be a continuation of the previous action in the source text, combined with the next step. Now what Sun Junhee held in her hand made her gasp. It was a mana stone. A minute later, Sun Junhee exclaimed that no matter how long she looked at it, it was definitely a mana stone. Then she said to herself, "This looks pretty expensive. Did it fall out of the drawer?" Sun Junhee immediately pulled the drawer open. She was stunned by what she saw. She cried out, "What is this?" Now Sun Junhee was lying on the bed in astonishment. She held a mana stone and, she said, "There are 9 of them. How much money would I get if I sold this whole pile?" Then she discovered a long handle and exclaimed, "Why is this handle mixed in here? Should I throw it away?" Next, what Lee found was a card. She wondered, is this a Hunter ID card? It's a temporary access card for Kim Hyunwoo. Meanwhile, in another space, Eji was launching an all-out attack, slashing repeatedly at a troll. Suddenly 2 trolls appeared behind her, attacking her. Where their hands touched, the ground shattered. Fortunately, Edge dodged in time, exclaiming, "That was close." She then charged back at the troll. She slashed at it repeatedly. At this moment, Han Seon-min was being pinned to the ground by a troll. He shouted, "Ho-run, save me." Ho-run replied, "I'm coming." Han Seon-min urged, "Hurry up." Right now, Ho-run was struggling to hold down the troll attacking Han Seon-min, yelling, "Damn it, how are you this strong?" He shouted, "Do something, hurry up." Han Seon-min yelled, "You're stepping on my foot." At this moment, Edge was exhausted, thinking to herself that she had reached her limit. Facing 2 trolls, she wondered if she was going to die here. Edge thought of Lee Do-jun and murmured, "Manager." Then she gripped her sword tightly. Ho-run warned her, "No, not yet." And then she lunged forward, shouting, "I can't die here," leaped from midair, screaming, "Take this." She swung her sword with all her might. A loud explosion echoed and dust filled the air. The attack struck one troll's arm, making it stumble. Eej widened her eyes, her gaze seeming to pierce through everything. The troll roared and charged forward. Suddenly, its eyes rolled back, and its whole body trembled. It stopped, staggered, and collapsed to the ground. That was a long-range attack from Lee Do-jun. He quickly ducked behind a rock, whispering, "Time to keep hiding." Meanwhile, Eej quickly attacked the remaining troll. Over here, Kang Taesung and Ho-run were still struggling with a troll. Suddenly, Edge collapsed, breathing heavily as she thought, "Thank goodness, if not for that move earlier, I might have died." Just then, Lee Do-jun walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" Edge replied eagerly, "Yes, I'm not hurt." Then he said, "It's a good thing it's over. You should take a break." The others seemed to be resting too, right? Finally, all 3 of them had defeated the trolls. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, everyone was still fighting the remaining trolls. Ho-run looked at the trap portal information board. Currently, there were 171 common monsters left, 3 support monsters, and 1 boss monster. Then he muttered, "Progressing really fast." He thought to himself, "It's all thanks to that girl." Ho-run glanced at EG and thought, same rank yet so strong. He analyzed that if his intuition was right, she had the potential to skyrocket to S rank in the future. And he noticed that Han Seon-min seemed to have realized it too. He started pestering her again. Han. San Min asked, "Do you have any plans after work? If you're free, let's go get dinner." Hearing that, politely refused, "Sorry, but I have business at City Hall." Immediately, Ho runted in, "Hunter Cha, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I'll treat you to dinner to thank you for saving my life." Han Seon-min shouted, "What you?" Just then, he was busy checking his phone. A voice rang out from the device. "Portal map completion at 60%. Ho Run remarked, "At this rate we'll finish today." He then thought to himself that EG had really improved. Her mana levels had doubled compared to last time. He looked at EG, thoughts flashing through his mind. I wonder how strong she'll become in the future. Then he reminded himself, just wait until then. Ho Run shouted, "Everyone, get ready to fight." Ho Run quickly replied, "Let's rest a bit to recover our strength." Lee Do-jun warned immediately, "We can't rest. There's an enemy 200 meters ahead, and there's a very strong monster in that group." As soon as Lee Do-jun finished his sentence, everyone felt a tremor. Both Ho Run and Kang Tae-sung felt it. Their expressions turned to terror. It turned out that before them stood a three-headed troll lord. Kang Tae-sung couldn't believe his eyes. A troll lord? Ho Run wasn't sure either. Could be. Seemed a bit fearful. In front of Lee Do-jun's group was a ferocious three-headed troll lord. From those three heads, the troll lord fired 3 beams of light, aiming straight at EG, was a bit surprised. Lee Do-jun turned serious, thinking, "That's a powerful blow. If it hits EG, she's dead." Do-jun moved incredibly fast toward EG, shielding her. A massive wave of power surrounded EG. It seemed even EG found it hard to endure this surge of power. Suddenly, EG looked ahead and discovered something unexpected. EG called out loudly, "Manager," looking around frantically for Lee Do-jun. "Manager." Han Seon-min and Kang Tae-sung were hiding far away. Hearing the loud noise, they spoke up, "Hey, what's going on? Who got hit?" Seeing that, Ho Run pushed Han Seon-min down. "Keep your head down. If one of us gets spotted, we're all dead." EG was still searching for Lee Do-jun. "Manager, where are you?" EG seemed to have discovered something. EG found Do-jun. The manager used all his strength to shake Lee Do-jun. "Wake up, sir." Han Eun-smin seemed worried about EG. He shouted to Cha Yi-jae, "That place is dangerous. Run." EG stood there, frozen, because she had discovered a horrifying truth. He wasn't breathing anymore. EG gently laid Do-jun down. Yej cried as she spoke to Do-jun, "Manager, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you to the end." Then she hugged Do-jun tightly. She didn't realize she was being attacked. "I'm so sorry." Indeed, an attack was headed straight for EG and Lee Do-jun. Han Seon-min saw this and worried. "Cha Yi-jae." Han Seon-min couldn't take it anymore. He ran out to save EG. "Damn it." Ho Run saw this and asked, Han Seon-min, what are you doing? But Han Seon-min was determined. "Just follow my lead." Han Seon-min mapped out the plan. There's definitely a cooldown period before it strikes again. In the meantime, May you go for close-range combat, and I'll flank it from the side. Ho Run had no other choice. He called for Kang Tae-sung to join in. "I'll take the front, you two take the sides," Ho Run yelled. Ho Run raised his mace, aiming for a direct hit on the boss's head. Whoa! The boss unleashed a burst of light energy. Ho Run froze, thinking, "Oh, I'm done for. I thought it would take longer before it attacked again." Ho Run took a direct hit from the boss and went flying. He landed hard and was in agony. His armor was completely trashed. Suddenly, the boss raised its arms to shield itself. It seemed like it was under attack. Turns out, Han Seon-min had fired an arrow into the boss's head from afar. Han Seon-min laughed, "I'm your real opponent here. Remember to protect your eyes, or you might lose them before you know it." She recalled memories of Do-jun from back then. When Lee Do-jun and she first met, "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Do-jun." Even in the middle of a dangerous battle, Lee Do-jun still protected her, staying focused on the enemy. And in everyday life, Lee Do-jun was so kind to her, it was so sweet. She remembered his smile and his sighs. Do-jun once told her, "You're my only hunter, so I'm counting on you." Thinking of that, she finally let go. She really felt like she had found a place where she could belong. Suddenly, a system window popped up, and she was confused. The system announced that she had met the requirements to unlock a new skill, Oath of Allegiance. On the other side, the battle between Han Seon-min and the boss was getting intense. Han Seon-min aimed his arrow straight at the boss's head and fired. The boss let out a ferocious roar. Han Seon-min shouted, "Is that all you've got?" As if in response, the boss launched a strike toward him. Han Seon-min had no choice but to run. Luckily, he dodged it. But Han Seon-min was still shocked by the power of that attack. The destructive force was insane. It had grazed him, dealing real damage. Han Seon-min collapsed after taking the hit. He screamed in pain. Ho Run wasn't doing much better himself. "Just die already, man," Ho Run shouted back. Don't ask me to save you when you got yourself into this. You got what was coming to you. Stop whining. Kang Taesung saw this and asked, Han Seon-min, you okay? Han Seon-min lay there crying, damn it, I'm useless. The system notified him of the new skill, Oath of Allegiance, passive. She heard the system requirements. Designate a league and swear loyalty to them. If your liege is within a 500-meter radius, the blessing of the oath effect activates. The system chimed again. However, if your liege dies during an enemy attack, you will face a terrible penalty. The system continued. The blessing of the oath increases all stats by 100%, reduces damage from enemies by 50%, grants immunity to all negative effects, and, if you die it's back to square one. No master selected yet. The system asked, are you sure you want to select Lee Do-jun as your liege? This choice cannot be changed. Hearing that, she seemed overjoyed. Manager, you're still alive? She seemed to have a realization. She grabbed Lee Do-jun's hand, and suddenly, a glowing ring appeared on both their hands. The system confirmed, master confirmed. If the master is within 500 meters and you hold hands, the blessing of the oath takes effect. Meanwhile, Ho-run was running for his life. Realizing he couldn't outrun it, he just lay down. Hey, wake up and save me, you idiots. Seon-min, are we really going to die here? Behind a boulder, Seon-min was still catching his breath. Slow down, I'm still exhausted, relax. Kang Taesung added, lightning will be watching you. Suddenly she jumped out and shouted, Hunter Kang Taesung, please protect my manager. He's still alive. Han Seon-min, despite his injuries, jumped up to follow. Hey, going alone is dangerous, wait for me. Ho-run froze, pointing at Han Seon-min and muttering, that jerk, abandoning his brothers for a girl. While distracted, Ho-run took a direct hit from the boss. Ho-run was dragged behind the boulder for Kang Taesung to heal him. Kang Taesung looked him over and said, you actually look fine, huh? When Kang Taesung prepared to join the others, Ho-run grabbed his hand. Just sit here and wait for them to finish it off. Don't leave me alone. Heal me first. Kang Taesung retorted, I've got goosebumps, man. Get your hands off me. Just then, Lee Do-jun woke up. He was confused. What just happened? He saw a system window. Chai-jai has designated you as their master. Do-jun thought to himself, she got even stronger, and it looks like her stats doubled. Then, Do-jun played with some stones, thinking, if I stay this strong, is that considered abnormal? In the distance, she and the boss were clashing. She prepared to attack, dodging all of the boss's moves. The boss seemed to realize how strong she was, and unleashed an even more powerful fire attack. She dodged to the side, but she couldn't avoid getting hurt. Suddenly she sensed something. The boss was about to crush her, but someone intervened. It was an arrow from Han Seon-min. You can do it! I'm always rooting for you. The boss attacked Han Seon-min, but he dodged it. Missed. Right then she grabbed her sword and circled behind the boss, aiming for a sneak attack. This was her chance. She struck the boss's arm with all her might. The boss roared in pain, turning to glare at her. It launched a counterattack, sending her flying far away. She was stunned by the sight. That was an incredibly powerful blow. She braced her sword to resist the next one, stepping forward. Die! She drove her blade into the boss's weak point, dashing behind it and unleashing a flurry of slashes on its head. She gave it everything she had. The boss was forced into a defensive stance. Suddenly, it raised its hand to do something. It tried to knock her away, but she dodged. She took the initiative, striking the boss's head. It was wounded so badly that its teeth shattered. The boss collapsed. She landed one final blow to its skull. This time, the boss was down for good. She gasped for air. She spoke between breaths. It's over. She held her sword up. Finished. A flash of light tore through the sky. She had defeated the boss. Han Seon-min had watched the whole thing. He calmly walked back to the boulder to update Ho-run. Phew, we're alive. Ho-run blamed him. Han Seon-min, you almost got me killed because of you. Lee Do-jun had also been watching her fight. Lee Do-jun stroked his chin. Her swordsmanship is getting better and better. Then he checked his own clothes. I'd better change before heading home, or I'll definitely get noticed. Ho-run imagined Sun Jun-hee clutching his jacket and complaining, Dad, are you being pushed around at work? Should I go take a few shots at those guys for you? Lee Do-jun picked up his shoes. They were full of sand. That's when Kang Taesung finally noticed him. Is he awake? Hearing that, Yi quickly turned around. She ran toward Lee Do-jun crying. She hugged him tight. Han Seon, after taking a hit, too happy. He's still alive. After taking asked thoughtfully, are you really okay? Lee Do-jun replied, I'm not sure. Ho-run was still shaken. I thought you were a goner. Kang Taesung suggested, let me use Holy Spirit on you. Then Kang Taesung suddenly stopped. Han Seon-min, who was behind him, asked what was wrong. Kong Tae-sung looked completely baffled. He couldn't use his skill on him. Yi asked anxiously, "Manager, are you in pain anywhere?" Lee Do-jun wasn't sure. "I don't think so." Han Seon-min still didn't seem satisfied. "He's still alive, it's fine." Ho-run spoke up seriously. "Let's stop here, okay?" Lee Do-jun agreed that would be better. Then Ho-run's team discussed how to split the loot. "So how should we split the mana stones and the monster carcasses?" "There are 4 of us, so let's just do an even 4-way split." Seeing that Lee Do-jun wasn't really paying attention, Ho-run asked, "What about you?" Lee Do-jun replied, "If I take money from this, it'll be considered illegal." Ho-run chuckled, "Those kinds of laws are fine, right?" Ho-run laughed even harder, "Only for civil servants, right?" Lee Do-jun confirmed, "Yeah." Then, Lee Do-jun had a request. "Also, instead of giving a share to Cha Yi-jae, can we make an exchange?" Ho-run asked in surprise. "Sure, what do you have in mind?" Lee Do-jun pointed in one direction. "That sword over there. The bonus reward for killing the boss. Give that to Hunter Cha." The 3 members of Ho-run's team looked at each other. Ho-run smiled and said, "Just take it. Besides, if it weren't for Cha Yi-jae, we couldn't have handled it anyway." Yi took the sword in her hands, feeling grateful. "Thank you, everyone." Han Seon-min chimed in, "We aren't as skilled with a sword as you are, so it's only right you take it." Suddenly, Lee Do-jun noticed someone approaching. Sure enough, 2 people appeared. It was Kang Min-hyuk and Kwon Hyuk-soo. "Hello, everyone." Kang Min-hyuk said, "I didn't expect to find Hunter Cha Yi-jae and Lee Do-jun here." Then, Kang Min-hyuk looked toward the boss's remains and praised Yi. "You've gotten stronger, haven't you?" That's a Yi felt shy. "Thank you, sir." Lee Do-jun also chimed in. "Also, thanks for the gear you gave me, Hunter Kang Min-hyuk." At that moment, Kang Min-hyuk looked a bit bitter. "Well, I lost the bet, so I had to." Seeing that, Han Min-ji intervened. "Senior, let's go. You have a lot of work to do." Kang Min-hyuk turned away. "I'm busy today." Han Min-ji politely offered a business card. "If you change your mind, feel free to contact us." Do-jun didn't seem to understand what she meant. Han Min-ji clarified, "About recruiting Hunter Cha Yi-jae into our guild." Do-jun said calmly, "Oh, is that so? Let me tell you something." Do-jun tore up the business card. "I'm just like everyone else." Seeing this, Min looked a bit surprised. "I don't really pay attention to other people. It doesn't matter who gets moved or sold off where." Ho-run's team stared with their mouths open as Lee Do-jun tossed the shredded business card to the ground. "But if that person belongs to me, it's a different story." Min went pale. "Why am I suddenly feeling scared?" Then Lee Do-jun gritted his teeth and said, "I'm warning you one last time. Stop crossing the line." Lee Do-jun warned, looking very annoyed. On a city street, Lee Do-jun was turning down an invitation over the phone. "Sorry about tonight, everyone. I have to head home early." Kang Cheon-soo seemed to understand. "It's all right, you must be tired today." Yi had a little to drink and was telling stories with such excitement that the manager was. Kang Cheon-soo told Lee Do-jun over the phone, "If you throw a bomb at us and run away, it wouldn't even matter." The more Yi drank, the more excited she got. "But if that person belongs to me, it's a different story." Hyuk-soo heard Yi's story and responded enthusiastically, even offering praise. "With such an amazing hunter on your side, even if you left her at the police station, it would be fine, totally fine." Then Kwon Hyuk-soo snatched the phone from Kang Cheon-soo. "Do-jun," Hyuk-soo reminded him, "you shouldn't tear up someone else's business card like that, you know." Lee Do-jun replied, "I feel a bit guilty now." Kwon Hyuk-soo was honest, "But you looked happy doing it." Lee Do-jun couldn't believe his ears. Kwon Hyuk-soo explained, "Lee Do-jun, I just want to tell you that when you need to bow, you bow. But when you're angry, you don't need to try and hold it in." Kwon Hyuk-soo continued, "Icarus is a big guild, sure, but that doesn't mean we have to bow down to them, right?" It seemed Kwon Hyuk-soo was also a bit drunk and in high spirits. "Who are they to demand we hand over Hunter Cha Yi-jae to them?" Yi completely agreed. Seeing that it matched his own thoughts, Hyuk-soo praised her. "That's the spirit." Kwon Hyuk-soo shouted into the phone, "I don't know if you want to leave, but I trust that you won't let things end up like that." Yi got even more excited. "Never." Kang Cheon-soo joined in. "That's right, brother. What are those S-rank hunters anyway?" Kwon Hyuk-soo agreed. "Exactly." Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly changed his tone to be gentle. "Lee Do-jun?" Lee Do-jun responded curiously. "Yes?" Then, Hyuk-soo raised his head proudly. "Am I on the list of your people?" This left Lee Do-jun speechless, and Kwon Hyuk-soo changed the subject. "Anyway, forget that jerk who ran away earlier. Let's drink, boys. 1, 2, 3, bottoms up." Seeing everyone having fun, Lee Do-jun spoke up. "See you all tomorrow." Lee Do-jun hung up the phone, let out a sigh, and headed home. Soon, Lee Do-jun reached his familiar neighborhood. Sunjun-hee greeted him politely. "Welcome home, Dad." Hearing that, Lee Do-jun asked warmly, "Have you eaten yet?" Seemingly surprised, Sun Jun-hee's eyes went wide. "Yes." Sun Jun-hee asked. Lee Do-jun just stammered in response. "It was on sale, and I was a bit cold. Plus, the old lady selling the clothes looked like she wasn't getting any customers, so..." Sun Jun-hee found it a bit absurd. An old lady selling suits? This left Lee Do knowing how to explain. Lee Do-jun quickly changed the subject. "Make me a cup of tea, would you?" Sun Jun-hee obediently followed his lead. Yes. Once he left, Sun Jun-hee thought anxiously about wanting to ask him something. As she prepared the tea, she pondered. Does Dad go to the office during the day and work as a hunter at night? In her mind, Sun Jun-hee imagined a strange scenario where an assistant was reminding Lee Do-jun, "Master, it's time. Lee Do-jun, it's time to take action." Suddenly, Sun Jun-hee remembered something else. Right, let me think. Sister Yi is also a hunter. Now in her mind, Sun Jun-hee pictured Lee Do-jun and Yi fighting together in perfect sync. Yi shouted, "Can I wipe these guys out, comrade?" And Lee Do-jun's teamwork with Yi was just too amazing. Sun Jun-hee even imagined a more ridiculous scene where Yi was aiming her weapon. "We really are the perfect pair, comrade." Lee Do-jun also seemed very satisfied with his partner. "I know, comrade, but you can just call me Appa." Do-jun didn't refuse that term of endearment. "Okay, Appa." Thinking of this, Sun Jun-hee was extremely angry. In Sun Jun-hee's mind, there was only one thought. Nonce. Lee Do-jun clenches his fist in frustration, a pot of boiling water right beside him. Lee Do-jun notices and warns. "Lee Do-jun, the water is boiling over." Lee Do-jun snaps back to reality. "Oh crap." Just as Lee Do-jun reaches to turn off the stove, he accidentally knocks the pot over. Lee Do-jun catches it instantly with his bare hands, then tells Sun Jun-hee, "Watch yourself, you nearly got hurt." Worried, Sun Jun-hee asks, "Dad, what are you holding in your hand?" Lee Do-jun doesn't seem to even feel the heat of the water. He says, "It's fine." Lee Do-jun looks down at the pot in his hands. Lee Do-jun sets it on the table and adds, "It's not even that hot anymore. The water has cooled down a bit." Sun Jun-hee isn't convinced. It was scalding. It was about to explode. She urges Lee Do-jun, "Put your hand under cold water. Just do it." Lee Do-jun remains calm. "I'm telling you, I'm fine." Sun Jun-hee does look okay. She hangs her head and says, "I'm sorry, I was being so careless." Lee Do-jun wipes his hand with a towel and asks, "It's all right. Is something worrying you?" Sun Jun-hee rubs her hands together and lies, "No, not at all." Then, as if remembering something, she says, "Oh, right," and runs into her room. She comes back out holding an envelope. Politely, she hands it to Lee Do-jun. "Here you go." Lee Do-jun reads it and looks absolutely stunned. An acceptance letter. Sun Jun-hee explains, "I just wanted you to know. Make sure to remember the date." She waves her hand. "I'm not forcing you to come. I know you're busy. Plus, it's a weekday." Lee Do-jun props his chin up thinking, "Next Monday, huh?" Lee Do-jun makes a decision. "I think I can make it." Sun Jun-hee lights up. "Really? Thank you so much." Oh, and Han Seon-min is currently recounting what happened earlier to Kong Min-hyuk. He actually tore up the business card right in front of Hunter Han-min. Kong Min-hyuk doesn't seem to care. "Do you even know what Lee Do-jun is like?" Han Seon-min protests, "But everyone knows her." Kong Min-hyuk asks, "So why are you complaining about him?" Han Min-ji didn't even say anything, did she? Han Seon-min stays silent, but a moment later, tears start streaming down his face. "You can't just let that guy, Lee Do-jun, get away with it. He's such a pain." Back at headquarters, Lee Do-jun is at his desk, but he looks like he's planning something. Lee Do-jun walks over to team leader Kang Cheon-soo. Lee Do-jun asks for a favor. "Could you handle writing the welcome speech for next Monday yourself?" Kang Cheon-soo asks curiously, "Is something up?" Lee Do-jun keeps it brief. "It's just a personal matter." "Can't you be more specific?" Do-jun nods. "Sorry, I can't." Kang Cheon-soo rubs his chin thinking, this is going to be trouble. Both I and the deputy chief have business trips scheduled for next Monday. Do-jun asks, "A business trip?" Kang Cheon-soo confirms there's an event happening that day. Kang Cheon-soo explains, "We received an official request to cooperate with an affiliated agency. You're telling me no one can go?" Then he continues, "So Kwon Yuk-soo will be attending the Hunter Academy entrance ceremony instead." Kang Cheon-soo adds, "I'm sending Kwon Yuk-soo so we can keep focusing on Cha Yi-jae." Do-jun suggests, "I see. Could you send someone else?" Kang Cheon-soo crosses his arms and says, "If it's that urgent, just take the day off. The department won't collapse just because you two take a day off." Kang Cheon-soo thinks to himself, he's really panicking, isn't he? Lee Do-jun's face turns pale. No, that's fine." Cheon-soo finishes, "Then just get back to work." At a cafe, Kwon Hyuk-soo isn't holding back since he's getting a free meal. "I'm going to drink until I'm full." Lee Do-jun starts the conversation. So, you're attending the Hunter Academy entrance ceremony next Monday? Kwon Hyuk-soo asks. How did you know? He adds, it's from 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. I'll be back after lunch. Lee Do-jun asks, can I come with you? Kwon Hyuk-soo, having no idea why Lee Do-jun is in such a hurry, asks, why the sudden change? Lee Do-jun is at a loss for words. That morning, Lee Do-jun spills everything to Kwon Hyuk-soo. Kwon Hyuk-soo is in complete shock. A daughter? Lee Do-jun looks deeply troubled. It's a long story, but the circumstances just forced my hand. Please don't tell anyone else. Kwon Hyuk-soo asks Lee Do-jun, wanting to clarify. Wait, how old are you again? Lee Do-jun replies 26. Kwon Hyuk-soo continues, looking stunned. And your daughter is 17, are you married? Lee Do-jun shakes his head. No, and she's not even my biological daughter. Kwon Hyuk-soo suddenly doesn't know what to say. After they finish their drinks, Kwon Hyuk-soo asks as they walk, does Cha Yi-jae know about this? Do-jun confirms, yeah, why? Do-jun adds, she's already been to my place, so they know each other. Kwon Hyuk-soo sighs in relief. Did she say anything? Lee Do-jun asks, like what? Kwon Hyuk-soo becomes very generous and supportive. In that case, you definitely have to go. Leave it to me. I'll talk to the boss for you. Kwon Hyuk-soo promises to keep it a secret. Lee Do-jun is truly grateful. Thank you, senior. Monday arrives. A warm welcome to the freshmen of the National Academy. Lee Do-jun has arrived at the school. Lee Do-jun thinks to himself, it's a prestigious school, no wonder so many people are here. Hearing the commotion, Lee Do-jun looks back. In the distance, a crowd is shouting. It's Han Min. A mother with paper and pen ready excitedly approaches her. Could you please sign this for my kid? Han Min-ji waves her hand. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Lee Do-jun thinks to himself, why is she here too? He turns his head away. I don't want to be seen with her. Han Min-ji notices him. She calls out, Mr. Lee Do-jun. Lee Do-jun doesn't like this at all. Han Min-ji greets him. The manager is here too? Lee Do-jun replies politely. Hello, Han Min-ji bows. I'm sorry about the other day. I was a bit worked up and acted without thinking. The surrounding crowd starts gossiping. What's going on? Is he better than Han? Is he an S-rank? Han Min-ji keeps going. The manager was right. Han Min-ji continues to apologize. I'm honestly sorry for what I said. Seeing this, Lee Do-jun can only try to stop her. Hey, stop bowing, everyone is looking. Lee Do-jun takes the blame himself. I think I went a bit too far as well, I'm sorry. Han Min-ji stands up straight. Fair enough. Lee Do-jun freezes. He thinks something feels off. Why does it feel like I just got played? She holds out her business card again. Here. Lee Do-jun asks, what is this? Han Min-ji says consider it a souvenir to celebrate us burying the hatchet. She adds, Hunter Han Min is recruiting for the guild, and this has nothing to do with Cha Yi-jae. Lee Do-jun calmly asks, is this important? Han Min-ji says generously, just take it. If you ever have any trouble, we're more than happy to help. Han Min-ji adds, I told you, it's just to celebrate us making up. Hearing her sincerity, he smiles, thank you. She says goodbye. Shall we head in? It's almost time. Lee Do-jun says goodbye as well. All right, see you later. The speakers in the hall echo. The ceremony is about to begin. Will everyone please gather in the main hall? The speakers remind the students. Freshmen, please line up and head to your assigned seats. Sun Jun-hee was also standing in line with her peers. In the auditorium seats, Han Min-ji rested one hand on the railing, her eyes intently tracking the people below. Her lips were pressed tight, her gaze lowered as if deep in thought. Was she lost in memories and reflections? Images of Sun Jun-hee flashed through her mind, and she whispered to herself about the power she had felt from her that day. Something no ordinary person could possess. She spotted Lee Do-jun among the crowd below, silently confirming that he was definitely hiding his identity. But afraid Do-jun might see her, Min quickly turned away, shut her eyes tight and whispered, just have to wait. Sooner or later he'll be exposed. Meanwhile, Lee Do-jun was still standing in the auditorium, glancing around, looking for Sun Jun-hee, thinking, where is she standing? As he searched, Do-jun suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he looked in one direction. He saw the familiar figure of Sun Jun-hee just a few steps ahead. In his heart he exclaimed, there she is. But he didn't run over to greet her. Instead, his face darkened. He covered his mouth with his hand, sighing in frustration. I'm acting like a real overprotective dad, aren't I? On the auditorium stage, an old man was bowing in greeting, and the announcer's voice echoed. First, I would like to respectfully introduce a special guest, who despite a very busy schedule, took the time to attend today's ceremony. Please welcome Mr. Dong Yang-cheon, director of the Hunter Bureau, along with Ms. Han Min-ji from the Icarus Guild. Do-jun checked his phone, perhaps a message from Sun Jun-hee. As he read it, he thought, Sun Jun-hee wants to eat pork ribs? Let me see if there's a clean place around here. A voice rang out, cutting through Lee Do-jun's thoughts and making him look up. I promise. It was a girl with long blue hair raising one hand in a pledge. We are the students of the Hunter Academy. Next to where Do-jun was standing, two girls were whispering to each other. Is that the sister of the swordsman? The one at the top of the S class? The other replied, I heard she's already reached A rank. Guess she's a hunter now. Do-jun heard this and looked dumbfounded at the girl still rambling on the podium. Yes, we will uphold this honor, along with honesty and friendship among peers. He thought. Damn, she's that good? Then he sighed, closing his eyes as he remembered what Sun Jun-hee had once told him. So Dad, you have to treat me well because I've planned to become super famous. The sun was high above the academy building, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. The Hunter Academy entrance ceremony concluded. A dense crowd poured out of the auditorium doors. Some looked relieved, as if escaping a torture session, while others fretted over their old, aching bodies from standing and sitting for so long. On the left, Lee Do-jun was checking his phone when a voice from behind made him turn around. Dad! Sun Jun-hee beamed, her hands clenched in excitement as she looked at Lee Do-jun and said happily, So glad you're still here. Lee Do-jun looked at Sun Jun-hee and asked, Seriously, why was the entrance ceremony 2 hours long? Then he pulled out a bouquet of fresh flowers wrapped in pink to congratulate her. Congrats, kiddo. Looking at the vibrant red flowers, Sun Jun-hee involuntarily frowned, her eyes widening, glistening with tears. She stammered, Oh! Clutching the bouquet, her face fell and she muttered sulkily, Thanks, I guess. Thinking about the flowers, she choked up in front of Do-jun, leaving Lee Do-jun wide-eyed and stunned. He heard her say emotionally, Dad, you're so thoughtful, but you can't exactly eat these, can you? Lee Do-jun asked, So do you like them? She replied, I do. Lee Do-jun and Sun Jun-hee walked away. As they walked, he turned to her and asked, So when do you start classes? She looked at Lee Do-jun beaming, Starting right now, Dad. My class placement is all sorted out. Hearing about the placement, Lee Do-jun asked Sun Jun-hee, Which class did you get into this year? Sun Jun-hee puffed out her cheeks, sweat beading on her forehead as she stammered. Well, she shyly touched her fingers together, lifting the bouquet to cover her face, and whispered weakly, There are 5 color-coded classes from A to F. I'll try my best to get into Class A. Seeing her expression, Lee Do-jun understood. He reached out and ruffled Sun Jun-hee's hair, not forgetting to encourage her spirit, which made her eyes widen in surprise. Just study hard. If you study hard, you'll reach Class A in no time. Touched by her father's encouragement, Sun Jun-hee seemed to regain her energy. She smiled so wide her eyes disappeared and asked, Are you hungry, Dad? Let's go eat. Do-jun suggested, pointing in one direction, How about some beef ribs? Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Jun-hee shouted excitedly and prepared to run in another direction. I heard the Bakaji restaurant nearby is amazing. Do-jun could only stand there in silence. Suddenly, Sun Jun-hee noticed something and exclaimed. She and her father stood at a distance, looking at the crowd ahead, and she asked, What's that? A pair of black trousers appeared. The person cleared a path through the crowd, saying, Let me through. Sun Jun-hee stared at the crowd and shouted. Over there, she saw the old man and the young girl in the crowd. They were being protected by men in black suits. She yelled, It's the director of the Hunter Bureau. Sun Jun-hee looked at the girl wearing a scarf behind the old man, who was waving to the people. She continued, And that's Ms. Han Min from the Icarus Guild. To the side, Sun Jun-hee also noticed someone else. A tall, cold guy with blue hair. The guy looked up, his sharp facial features becoming clear. After seeing his face, she opened her eyes wide in amazement and exclaimed, And the swordsman, Lee Kang-hyun. In the moving group, Min suddenly looked to one side. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes widening in surprise. It turned out she had spotted Lee Do-jun and a young girl hiding behind him. She walked toward him and politely asked, Have you eaten yet? He replied, I was just about to go now. Hearing their conversation, Sun Jun-hee went pale. Feeling as if struck by lightning, she screamed in her heart, Dad knows Han Min. Realizing Lee Do-jun hadn't eaten, Min offered, That's good, why don't we go together? Then she smiled sweetly at Sun Jun-hee, who was standing beside him, and asked, Is that okay with you, little one? Sun Jun-hee froze, acting flustered. Yes, of course. Seeing Min talking to someone, Director Dong Yang-cheon stepped closer, looked at the father and daughter, and asked Min who they were. Han Min-ji introduced Do-jun to Dong. This is a staff member from the Seun branch of the Hunter Management Office. This is Lee Do-jun. I thought I mentioned him before, Dong Yang-cheon said, surprised. Oh goodness. He looked at Lee Do-jun and added casually, So you're the manager for this hunter. Then he reached out to shake his hand. Hello, I'm Dong Yangxian, director of the Hunter Bureau. Lee Do-jun politely bowed and shook his hand, responding, It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Lee Do-jun, a staff member from the Soon branch of the Hunter Management Office. Min, meanwhile, smiled warmly and started chatting with Sun Jun-hee, who was still pale and stiff as a board. Your younger sister? Lee Do-jun broke into a cold sweat. He pointed at himself, stammering, No, this is my daughter. Hearing that, Minji giggled, glancing at a visibly awkward Sun Jun-hee. After a moment of silence, Han Minji grinned, leaning in to get a closer look at Sun Jun-hee. She asked in a hushed tone, Are you joking? Sun Jun-hee quickly shook her head, correcting her. No, I'm really Sun Jun-hee. Han Minji could only offer an awkward laugh. She didn't know what else to say. Lee Do-jun looked completely resigned, explaining that it was just a circumstance he had to go along with. After hearing his explanation, both Sun Jun-hee and Minji lowered their heads, feeling a bit speechless. Director Dong Yangxian was no exception. He looked like he had heard something so unbelievable he couldn't find the words. Oh, is that so? A voice called out from behind him. It turned out to be Lee Kang-hyun, who was turning to speak with Lee Yoon-ju. Hurry up, everyone has been waiting for a long time, Lee Yoon-ju retorted sharply. Why do I have to come? Lee Kang-hyun was approaching them. Dong Yangxian took the opportunity to introduce him to Lee Do-jun. Let me introduce you. This is the master swordsman, Lee Kang-hyun. Seeing who was approaching, Lee Do-jun's eyes widened. Lee Do-jun was stunned, and Lee Kang-hyun was equally surprised. He stared at Lee Do-jun, mouth agape. Then Lee Kang-hyun offered a gentle smile, locking eyes with him as if deep in thought. His eyes flashed for a moment. Lee Do-jun shook off his surprise, and along with Sun Jun-hee bowed in greeting. Hello, I am Lee Do-jun from the Seun unit. Lee Kang-hyun bowed carefully in return. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dong Yangxian ruffled Lee Yoon-ju's hair, causing her to squirm and protest. And this is his younger sister, Lee Yoon-ju, he added. She snapped, Uncle, you're messing up my hair. Sun Jun-hee looked shocked, covering her mouth with both hands in disbelief, her face going blank. She thought to herself, Is that really the top-tier hunter, Lee Kang-hyun? A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she recalled. The man who created the first form of swordsmanship and aura. Sun Jun-hee felt frozen, wondering if she was dreaming. Wow, the legendary swordmaster Lee Kang-hyun is standing right in front of me. Lee Kang-hyun rested his chin on his hand, looking at Lee Do-jun with interest. You're a hunter, right? You look pretty formidable. Lee Do-jun replied calmly. No, I'm not. Lee Kang-hyun closed his eyes and sighed with regret. Oh, what a shame. If you were a hunter, you'd surely be a powerhouse. Lee Do-jun just tightened his face and replied slowly. Thank you. But I'm quite happy with my life as it is. He thought to himself, he's sharp. Lee Kang-hyun turned his head back to look at Lee Yoon-ju, who was standing with her arms crossed, looking grumpy. He called out, Lee Yoon-ju, come over and greet everyone. With a cold face and an indifferent expression, she replied, I'm not interested in people weaker than me. Lee Kang-hyun quickly turned back, looked straight at his sister, and said in a low, stern voice, Lee Yoon-ju. She shuddered. A cold sweat broke out on her, and she immediately followed her brother's order. She stepped forward and bowed repeatedly. Nice to meet you. Hello? Then she turned away, biting her lip in frustration. She whispered, Don't think this means you've been accepted into the family. Lee Do-jun and Sun Jun-hee just laughed it off. Lee Do-jun replied stiffly, Right, it's nice to meet you too. Dong Yangxian stood by, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh of relief. That's enough introductions, right? Let's go eat, everyone. In a skyscraper, a voice echoed, Please, everyone, the food at this VIP restaurant is delicious. In a beautifully decorated room, exquisite dishes were neatly laid out on the table. Han Minji sat next to Lee Kang-hyun and said, This place is quite famous among hunters. I've only been here to dine a few times myself. Dong Yangxian chimed in, I just had breakfast here this morning. Lee Do-jun smiled diplomatically, while Lee Yoon-ju pouted, whispering to herself, Who asked you? Minji looked at Lee Do-jun and chatted, I just remembered. The first time I met Mr. Lee Do-jun was also in this building, right? Lee Do-jun looked blank. He didn't remember. Minji laughed happily, reminding him of when he was talking to her senior before the ranking assessment. A memory sparked, and Lee Do-jun replied, Oh, right. Hearing this, Sun Jun-hee stared intently at thinking, Dad says he's a rift manager. Does that mean he's been inside them too? Suddenly, Sun Jun-hee looked up, astonished, clutching her spoon as she exclaimed loudly, comfortably. She kept stirring the food with her spoon, her expression one of pure enjoyment, praising how delicious it was. Dong Yangju-chun, sitting to the side, folded his hands and smiled. Go ahead and eat as much as you like. He thought to himself, I eat here all the time, so there's no doubt about the quality. Lee Yunju glanced over and sighed with contempt. Oh my god, spare me. Seeing how rude she was, Minji just smiled dismissively. Lee Kangyun's face stiffened, and he gave his sister a warning look. Only when her brother spoke up did Lee Yunju show fear. She quickly said, "Sorry, my bad." Lee Yunju sat in her chair with her arms crossed, looking away. She pouted, complaining, "You're never gentle with me." Being an older brother is hard, it's no joke, so Lee Kangyun had to apologize for his sister. "I'm sorry. If only Lee Yunju was half as well behaved as Sun Junhee, that would be great." Sun Junhee, sitting across from them, felt shy. She waved her hands and said with a bright smile, No, I should be the one thanking everyone for such a delicious meal." She smiled with her eyes, then turned to Lee Do-jun, who was busy eating. "Right, Dad?" Lee Do-jun, immersed in his food, replied, "Yeah, it's really good." To Sun Junhee's surprise, Lee Do-jun neatly stacked the empty bowls into a high tower. Watching her father eat with such gusto, Sun Junhee said gently with a smile, "Dad, I'll learn to cook more delicious dishes for you later." Lee Do-jun chewed and replied, That would be amazing." Suddenly, Minji looked at Sun Junhee thoughtfully. She said seriously, "Sun Junhee, since you're here, would you like to do a preliminary evaluation?" She added carefully, "Have you ever done one before?" Lee Do-jun, sitting next to Sun Junhee, who was smiling awkwardly like a doll, looked blankly at her, repeating the words preliminary evaluation. Lee Yunju chimed in, explaining to Lee Do-jun, "She's talking about measuring potential skills and stuff like that, using a special machine." She narrowed her eyes and smiled sarcastically, resting her chin on her hand, saying something not very friendly. "It's fine if you aren't a hunter, but it's pretty expensive, so not everyone can do it." Her brother glared at her, warning her to be quiet, which made her throw her hands up in frustration. "What now? I'm just explaining it to them." Understanding the situation, Sun Junhee smiled, touched her face, and said, "Oh, thank you for the offer." But Dong Yangxian, who had been listening the whole time, suddenly spoke up, "We will take care of the fees." He thought to himself, this will definitely boost Sun Junhee's confidence. She clenched her fist and said enthusiastically, "I'll do it." Sun Junhee smiled, as if she had found a treasure, adding, "I've never measured them before." Lee Yunju sat to the side, resting her chin on her hand, secretly marveling at Sun Junhee's incredible luck. Wow, talk about a lucky break, she thought. Seizing the momentum, Lee Kang-hyun chimed in, encouraging Lee Do-jun, "Just go for it, too. Might as well, right? Come on," let out a weary sigh, squeezed his eyes shut, and lowered his head to decline. "I'll pass," he said. Min was shocked by his refusal, and immediately tried to change his mind. "What? Why? If you get a good rating, you could become an official hunter." But Do-jun remained firm. "I'm just not interested," he replied. Dong Yangxian stepped in with a gentle, persuasive tone. "Give it a try, it's not every day you get an opportunity like this." Lee Kang-hyun nodded along, adding, "Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see your results." With everyone ganging up on him, Do-jun couldn't keep saying no. He closed his eyes in defeat and muttered, "Fine, whatever." A device cast a soft pink light over Sun Junhee's head. It started humming with a mechanical sound. As Sun Junhee stood steady on the platform, the machine beeped, "Ding. Results will be ready shortly." Do-jun glanced at Min, who looked incredibly restless. Unable to hide her nervous anticipation, she rushed over to the display and said, "Let's see." Clutching the results in her hand, Min read them aloud in astonishment. Potential. Rank predicted awakening skill. Rank A as well. Hearing the news, Sun Junhee hopped off the machine, beaming with joy. Rank A? Kang-hyun fell into deep thought for a second, then spoke with a mysterious glint in his eye, intentionally hinting at the hidden power she might possess. "Oh, this is a rare one. You must be hiding some incredible power deep down." Han Minji glanced over at Lee Do-jun with a knowing look and offered her congratulations. "Lee Do-jun, looks like you're set for a life of luxury and endless wealth later on." Do-jun just let them ramble, listening to their chatter with a blank expression. Trying to move past the moment, Lee Yunju saw Sun Junhee approaching. The arrogant look on her face faltered for a split second, and she instinctively looked away. Realizing she had underestimated the girl, she still tried to maintain a cold tone. "Not bad, I guess." Sun Junhee, completely oblivious and still riding the high of her own potential, just laughed happily and said, "Thanks." Seeing Sun Junhee's wide, innocent grin, Lee Yunju turned her head away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She puffed out her lips thinking, why is she smiling like such a dork? Back at Do-jun, Min turned to him and reminded him, "It's your turn now, Lee Do-jun." Sun Junhee was still floating on cloud 9, staring intently at her results. Standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, Lee Yoonju pouted and complained. What a waste of time. Can't we just go get coffee or something? As soon as she said it, she felt the piercing glares of Dongyang Cheon and her brother shooting at her in total silence, which startled her so much she shrieked. Oh my god, how did I do? Do-jun quickly stepped onto the measuring device, and a stream of light washed over his body. A humming sound echoed in his ears. His eyes drifted open, thinking everything was going to be fine. But the machine's noise grew more intense by the second. Do-jun grumbled to himself, why did I agree to do this nonsense? If they see the actual results, it's just going to be a headache. Looking at the three of them, all waiting with such serious, expectant faces, Lee Do-jun felt a twinge of suspicion. Wait, it seems like they might be catching on to something. Suddenly, Do-jun felt something strange. Tiny streams of light were floating and seemed to be seeping into his hands. He held up his hand to get a better look, guessing, are they trying to scan me with mana? Realizing the danger, he pressed his lips together, his eyes darkening as he thought, not a chance. He stood firmly on the device, using a surge of his own power to suppress the machine's intrusion, making it impossible for the device to extract any data from his body. A signal beeped from the machine almost instantly, leaving Min in complete shock. Test complete. Han Minji wondered if something unusual had happened. She didn't think it would be that simple. A huge question mark formed in her mind. Is that it? Do-jun slowly stepped off the device and walked toward Min, asking, got the results? Han Minji held the paper, her face pale, and replied, yes, here they are. But a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek, and she stammered, the readings are strange. Dongyang Cheon broke into a cold sweat, closing his eyes tightly and staying silent behind Kang Yoon. Seeing this, Kang Yoon asked, has there ever been a case like this? Then he suggested to Dongyang Cheon, should we do it again? Dongyang Cheon let out a long sigh, scratching his forehead as he spoke his mind. No, I don't think that's necessary. Lee Yoonju, standing on the side with her hands behind her head, teased. I told you, what a waste of time. Han Minji kept staring at the paper, her eyes wide, refusing to believe it. This is absurd, she thought. She bit her fingernail, deep in thought. Even if he truly had no power, he should at least be rank E or F. This is impossible. Cases like this basically never happened. Relying on her own instincts and theories, Min became almost desperate. She had to prove her hypothesis was right. She begged Lee Do-jun, please try one more time. The machine must be malfunctioning. Dongyang Cheon, still resting with his eyes closed, gently shook his head, advising, no, repeated testing isn't good for the subject. Hearing that, Han Minji covered her face in despair, while Lee Kang-yoon added his own thoughts. I don't believe it either. He turned to Lee Do-jun with a bright smile and added, if you have time later, let's try again. Maybe the results will be different then. Dongyang Cheon stood by, deep in thought, and replied, there have been a few cases like that, yes. Lee Kang-yoon chimed in, trying to be encouraging, don't get discouraged. Han Minji stood nearby, still in shock, lost in her own thoughts. The surge of power I felt from him that day, he's a hunter. It can't be wrong. But she quickly snapped out of it and calmly said to Lee Do-jun, I'm sorry about that, everyone keeps jumping in. Do-jun stood there with a deadpan expression and said, hey guys, can we go now? Under a starlit sky a few days later, the clock on the wall of the Rift office ticked to 9:25 p.m. The haggard face of the Rift office manager, Kang Cheon-soo, looked completely drained. He frowned, sighed, and tapped his fingers incessantly on his desk. Staring blankly at the computer screen, he muttered, I'm doomed. In another corner, Kwon Hyuk-soo was facing away, reading a stack of reports with intense focus. Suddenly hearing his boss's lament, he turned around and suggested, Boss, do you want to go to the sauna? Kang Cheon-soo lifted his trembling hands and gasped, I don't have the energy for that anymore. All I want to do is rest. Hyuk-soo, still holding the report, closed his eyes behind his glasses and said softly, maybe I should just take a break too. Manager Kang Cheon-soo replied, that works. Let's keep each other warm in this freezing room. Back at home, Sun Jun-hee was on the phone with her father. She asked gently, Dad, are you not coming home today? Do-jun answered, yeah. His eyes drifted toward the massive pile of unprocessed documents on his desk. He said into the phone, yeah, I'm not sure yet. Sun Jun-hee frowned on the other end of the line, sounding worried. Dad, should I bring you some late-night snacks? Do-jun replied from the other side, don't bother, if I'm hungry I can just grab something myself. Her eyes glistened with concern as she continued, do you need me to bring you some fresh clothes? Do-jun shook his head and refused again. Sun Jun-hee wouldn't give up. She tried to come up with more options, asking, well, what about other stuff then? She didn't get an answer. All she heard on the other end was a series of beeps. She fell into a deep silence, phone still in hand, closing her eyes. Seeing Lee Do-jun hang up, Kang Cheon-soo, who was sitting across from him, asked, "Who is that? My daughter, right?" Do-jun quickly retorted, "No, boss." But Kang Cheon-soo wasn't listening. He continued, "What's there to hide? We already know everything." Suddenly, Kwon Hyuk-soo turned to Kang Cheon-soo and asked, "Boss, about that loophole in Gwangshan, are you sure about it?" The boss glanced at him and said, "Yeah, why?" Then, turning away with a sullen expression, he muttered to himself, "This is so annoying." He pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and stretched. Ugh, why did I take on these jobs from the Hunter Academy? Kwon Hyuk-soo stood up straight with his hands in his pockets. He asked politely, "Boss, what should we do now?" Cheon-soo looked up at the ceiling, pouting, "How should I know? Just tell someone else to do it." Listening to their conversation, Lee Do-jun couldn't help but think, is Jun-hee going? Should I tell her not to? His brow unfurled as he murmured to himself. She already knew he was working for the Bureau of Loophole Management. Late at night, with only a few lights shining from the high-rises, Sun Jun-hee's voice echoed. Her dad closed his eyes, his lips curling into a strained smile. "So I was just worrying for nothing? Next time you're coming home late, tell me beforehand." Jun-hee clutched her phone in one hand and a pillow in the other. Her eyes narrowed as she emphasized, "Promise?" Do-jun broke into a cold sweat and replied awkwardly, "Yeah, sorry." Suddenly, Sun Jun-hee remembered something. Her eyes widened, glowing with excitement. "Oh, right. Next Wednesday I get to go on a field trip." Lee Do-jun looked at her. "Really?" she replied enthusiastically. "Even if it's just a low-rank one, it's my first time inside a loophole." "I'm so excited." Then something dawned on her. She turned to him and asked, "Wait, you work at the Bureau of Loophole Management, right? What was it you told me you did again?" Hearing his daughter ask that, Lee Do-jun turned pale. Sweat rolled down his cheeks as he weakly replied, "I just manage the rules and some minor stuff." Jun-hee's eyes lit up, and she pressed him, "So that means you've already been inside, right?" Do-jun stood there under his daughter's intense gaze. She pondered, "Does that mean you've actually been in a loophole?" She kept pushing, making Lee Do-jun break into a cold sweat. "So, what do you actually do in there?" Do-jun waved his hands, rambling, "I just walk around. To check the situation, count the monsters, identify the loophole's rank, and write reports to send to the teams. It's not that I'm forbidden from entering. It's practically the law. You're only allowed in if there's a hunter who has a contract with the city hall, and if you're in danger, you have to run immediately and call for backup." The more she listened, the more Jun-hee's expression stiffened, her brows furrowing in worry. Seeing this, Lee Do-jun tried to reassure her. "You don't need to worry. I shouldn't have mentioned it." Once the topic was brought up, Jun-hee blew a fuse and shouted, "How can I not worry? You're so thin and weak, yet you have to go into those loopholes." Her voice didn't quiet down, it got louder. "Do you know how many hunters have lost their lives in there?" Do-jun pleaded. "It's too loud. Calm down." She just kept shouting, leaving Lee Do-jun stunned. With glazed eyes, he wondered how he could stay calm. Then, she solemnly held up a finger and proposed, "Dad, you need some special training." Lee Do-jun didn't understand, staring blankly at Sun Jun-hee. He looked at her, then pointed at her, and with his other hand, he pointed at himself in disbelief. "Teach? Me?" Sun Jun-hee clenched her fists, full of spirit. With a determined face, she shouted at her dad, "I might look like this now, but who knows what the future holds." She thought to herself, "The machine even predicted I'd be A-rank the other day." Do-jun pursed his lips as he watched her keep talking. She gripped her hands, decisively setting his schedule. "From now on, you're training with me every weekend. I'm going to teach you everything from A to Z." She squinted, sternly raising a finger to set the terms. "And next Monday, you have to go to the Hunter Bureau to register for a physical enhancement to boost your mana." Hearing this, Lee Do-jun's face went taut. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he didn't dare speak. He worried, if Kwon Hyuk-soo finds out about this, I'm in big trouble. Not waiting for an answer, Sun Jun-hee put on her coat, grabbed her bag, and rushed toward the door. "Let's go, Dad," Do-jun helplessly asked. "Where are we going at this hour? Can't we go to sleep?" Under the large trees, the streetlights shone brightly as Jun-hee's voice rang out. "First, I'm going to check your stats. Open your status window." Sun Jun-hee stood to the side, quietly observing Lee Do-jun. He shouted, "Open sesame." The status window appeared, with all stats reaching 999. His skills were also at a high level. Jun-hee's voice echoed again, "Read them out to me." Looking at the status board, Lee Do-jun fell silent. He didn't know what to say. Cold sweat broke out on his face. He stammered, well." He turned his back to Sun Jun-hee and decided to make up a lie. Level 1 trait, Strength 10, Agility S. Stamina 9, Mana 0, no skills. Sun Jun-hee gasped. Huh? She looked stunned, stepped closer to Lee Do-jun, and exclaimed, What? They all add up to 25? Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? That's equal to an E-rank hunter. Seeing Sun Jun-hee's reaction, Lee Do-jun thought helplessly. Is that considered high? Sun Jun-hee's head felt like it was spinning. Sweating, she touched her face and muttered sadly to herself. Dad's strength and stamina stats are even higher than mine. She thought to herself, can a normal person really be like that? Then she convinced herself, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But she didn't miss the small detail. Sun Jun-hee put her hand to her mouth and asked, Dad, what is mana? I didn't know that stat existed. Do-jun turned pale, his brain racing, waving his hands to give her a diversionary answer. Oh, I misspoke. I meant mana is at 0. She didn't let him off the hook. Sun Jun-hee smiled innocently, saying things that made Do-jun want to cry inside. That's normal for a civilian, but the other stats are a bit strange. Under the streetlights, amidst the bushes, Sun Jun-hee's voice sounded steady. Magic is the easiest to use, but you need a skill to use it, so Dad, you probably can't. She held up a finger, excitedly revealing a secret, and this one is also easy to use and the safest. You can use it to attack from a long distance. Then she pulled out a gun. Lee Do-jun stared at the gun in her hand, lips pursed, eyes wide. Jun-hee said enthusiastically, You don't have mana yet, so you can't use it, but watch how I do it. She gripped the gun tight with both hands, aimed straight ahead, and shouted. A blue glow slowly began to form in the barrel. Sun Jun-hee proudly pressed the gun against her cheek. Under Do-jun's pensive gaze, she pouted and said, This trick requires focusing the mana in your body and channeling it into your weapon. It's called weapon enhancement. Finished? She quickly turned to look at Do-jun, excitedly adding, If you can do this, you're already halfway there. Want to try? Sun Jun-hee held out her hand, which was gripping the gun, and encouraged him. Your status window might show 0, but actually everyone has a little bit of that energy. Taking the gun, Do-jun stared at it intensely, silent. Do-jun's voice sounded steady. First, close your eyes. Try to feel if there's any faint energy within your body. Following Sun Jun-hee's instructions, Lee Do-jun's body was gradually surrounded by a source of blue light energy. He softly replied, Sun Jun-hee also squeezed her eyes shut, stretched her arms out in front and circled around, continuing the guidance. Now imagine that energy flowing into the mana gun. Inside, Lee Do-jun was panicking. He hesitated, wondering if it was really okay to do this. Lee Do-jun held the gun straight out, eyes squeezed shut, and a tiny stream of blue light quietly crept out from the muzzle, causing Sun Jun-hee, who was watching from the side, to jump back in shock. She widened her eyes in amazement, shouting in disbelief, How did you manage to do it on your first try? Sun Jun-hee's reaction was so intense that Lee Do-jun, still holding the gun, went pale and fell backward, his mind in a state of internal turmoil. Damn it. What was that? That was too unexpected. Sun Jun-hee raised her hand to touch her face, thinking it must be a dream. She whispered, Dad, it seems like you really have potential. Folding her arms against her chest, she seemed to be trying to calm herself down. Lee Do-jun shook the gun back and forth, as if to brush off the compliment. He said, Yeah, just luck. I tried it again just now, and it didn't work. Hearing her father say that, Sun Jun-hee sighed miserably, squeezed her eyes shut, and placed her hands on her stomach, weakly saying, It took me a whole month of practice to do that. But she remained firm in not wanting her father to become a hunter. Worried for his safety, she said, But I still oppose you becoming a hunter. It's too dangerous. Do-jun agreed to put her mind at ease. I don't have any intention of doing that anyway. On the road, late at night, only the two of them remained. Do-jun said gently, I'm tired, let's head back, thinking to himself, practicing like this is kind of boring. Sun Jun-hee obediently replied, Oh, okay. The sun rose high over the office, and the clock struck 9 a.m. Kwon Hyuk-soo, hands in his pockets, walked toward Lee Do-jun's desk. At that moment, Do-jun was typing away on his computer, unaware of what was happening behind him. Passing by, Kwon Hyuk-soo looked curiously at the computer screen. He was stunned, his eyes widened, and he froze in his tracks. Looking at the text on the screen about physical enhancement results, Kwon Hyuk-soo jumped. He yelled, What the heck are you doing? Continuing, Do-jun clicked to apply the seal of the Hunter office. Kwon Hyuk-soo panicked and shouted, Are you trying to go to prison? Do-jun kept staring at the screen, ignoring Kwon Hyuk-soo's loud yelling. He replied, Not a chance. Kwon Hyuk-soo didn't think so. He frantically said, Not a chance? You're definitely going in. Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat, opened his mouth wide, and asked Lee Do-jun why he did that. Wait, why are you doing this? Do-jun fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Standing outside the building, Lee Do-jun stood next to Kwon Hyuk-soo, who was crossing his arms, lamenting how ironic life could be. Suddenly he turned around, eyes wide, and asked Do-jun, "By the way, your daughter is joining the field trip, right?" Do-jun thoughtfully replied, "Yes." Kwon Hyuk-soo asked earnestly, "Aren't you going to hide it from her? The department head and both of us have to go, you know." Do-jun's face fell, looking helpless. He felt he couldn't do anything and said, "I didn't intend to hide it, and I've been silently wondering. It seems she already knows." Kwon Hyuk-soo breathed a sigh of relief, eyes crinkling as he laughed. "Oh, I see. Then what's there to worry about?" Then he added something that made Lee Do-jun turn in curiosity. "Oh, forgot. There's something important next week." Kang Cheon-soo continued, "During the Hunter Bureau's comprehensive inspection, we'll have a chance to be assigned to manage a B-rank rift." Having said that, he squeezed his eyes shut, looked down at the street, and said sluggishly, "Hope we get a good review." Inside, he was thinking about how worried he was. Then he remembered Kang Cheon-soo, his boss, who was very determined. He revealed that the boss was putting in a lot of effort for this. If it succeeded, he would get a promotion. Lee Do-jun stood by, listening, holding a soda can, his face puffed up. He was silent. He thought, "I think that's a bit tough," then said, "What if it doesn't work out?" Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, "Then we'll have to go into hiding for a while." Above the green trees and clear white clouds, the teacher's voice rang out. "Students, gather around here." A young man clapped his hands together, shouting, "Focus! Focus!" After seeing that all the students had gathered, and while everyone was wondering curiously, the young man turned to the side to introduce them, saying these were the representatives from the Soon City Hall. Today they would lead the group. The team leaders were him, along with Kwon Hyuk-soo and Lee Do-jun. He stood up to greet everyone. "Greetings, I'm Kang Cheon-soo." Standing before the group of students, each with their own personality, he kept rambling on as he introduced the site to them. "This is an F-rank rift. Goblins mainly live in here, and these guys won't be too hard for you. But I want you to know that you can never predict what might happen inside a rift." He continued incessantly. "First is safety. Second is caution. We must ensure everyone's safety." This made a student standing next to Sun Jun-hee whisper, "Ugh, why did City Hall send a department head?" After finishing his presentation, Kang Cheon-soo stood before the crowd of students, raised his hand, and asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" The students were silent, so he delivered his closing statement. "All right then, shall we go in?" Lee Yoon-ju stood to the side, arms crossed, pouting irritably. She looked at Lee Do-jun and thought, "Why is this loser allowed to enter the rift too?" While Kang Cheon-soo smiled triumphantly. "Kwon Hyuk-soo, did you see how their eyes popped out when I finished talking?" Kwon Hyuk-soo replied tiredly, "I don't think so, boss." On a bright sunny day, everyone was happily laughing and joking. The goblins were being teased and tormented like toys. Everyone laughed, huddled around, kicking and punching, causing the goblins to tremble in fear. The smiles on their faces gradually lost their humanity. Seeing that scene, Kang Cheon-soo exclaimed, "There's an old saying, newbie hunters are truly the scariest creatures on earth." Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, "That's true." He looked bored and added, "Do you think any of them will join us after they graduate?" Kwon Hyuk-soo just gently replied, "I don't know, I hope so." Beside them, Do-jun asked Lee Yoon-ju, "Aren't you going to join them?" Upon hearing that, she just coldly replied, "Hunting goblins doesn't teach you anything new. They're just a bunch of weak losers." Then, Lee Yoon-ju coolly asked back, "Are you the one in charge of us?" Do-jun calmly replied, "No, I'm just an assistant." Lee Yoon-ju turned away and said sarcastically, Is that all you're good for?" Hearing their conversation, Mr. Kang Cheon-soo curiously glanced at Lee Do-jun and responded to Lee Yoon-ju, "Ask yourself that." Kang Cheon-soo smiled kindly. Secretly thinking she was cute, he said, "Are you scared? Is this your first field test?" A gentle and benevolent look appeared on Kang Cheon-soo's face. He comforted her. There, don't be afraid. We'll be here to support you. Just go give it a try," she replied to Mr. Kang Cheon-soo's kind gesture. But Lee Yoon-ju just said coldly, her words tinged with disdain, "WTF? Who knows who's going to be protecting who? I doubt you'd even have the strength to run." Hearing her words, Kang Cheon-soo's blood boiled. He shouted angrily, "You brat! Go play with the other kids and stop bothering the adults while we're working." Kwon Hyuk-soo, standing behind, panicked, and kept trying to calm Kang Cheon-soo down. Boss, he whispered fearfully into Kang Cheon-soo's ear. "That girl is Lee Yoon-ju, the younger sister of the Sword Emperor, Lee Kang-hyun." A look of pure panic washed over his face. Hearing that, Kang Cheon-soo immediately chased after and started buttering her up. "Lee Yoon-ju, so you're actually Lee Yoon-ju. Here, have some jujube tea." Looking toward Cheon-soo, Kwon Hyuk-soo smiled awkwardly in distress. He said, "Boss, you're going to have a rough day." Seeing that, Do-jun spoke up, kissing up to her again. Suddenly, Kwon Hyuk-soo turned to ask Do-jun, "Which one is your daughter anyway?" Do-jun pointed in one direction and said, "Right there." Seeing Sun Jun-hee, Kwon Hyuk-soo praised her. "So pretty. She seems pretty popular with her friends, huh?" From afar, Sun Jun-hee suddenly spotted Lee Do-jun. She turned and waved happily. Do-jun waved back at Sun Jun-hee. Suddenly, the instructor announced, "You can hunt freely now, but remember to return to the gathering point in 1 hour. You can work in groups." Hearing that, Kwon Hyuk-soo turned and said, Go with your daughter." Do-jun was surprised. "Oh right." Do-jun hurried off, he said. "All right, I'll go for a bit and be right back." Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, "Okay." Watching Lee Do-jun disappear, Kwon Hyuk-soo muttered to himself, "Heh, it's been a while since I've seen Do-jun run like that." Deep in the woods, a massive explosion echoed. Jun-hee had taken action, swiftly taking down a goblin. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun praised her. "I didn't know you were so good at shooting." Sun Jun-hee turned, smiled modestly, and replied, "No way, these goblins are simple." Do-jun couldn't help but clap in applause. He said proudly, "But you've been practicing on your own too. Very good." Suddenly, Lee Do-jun jumped, his eyes turning cold as he looked up at the clear sky, which had abruptly turned pitch black. Sun Jun-hee asked curiously, "Why did the weather?" The goblin she had just taken down suddenly stood up, its face twisted in a feral expression, eyes filled with malevolent energy. Sun Jun-hee said in shock, "It's a goblin, but..." She continued, stunned, "That's strange. It looks different from..." Then Sun Jun-hee gripped her gun tightly, her gaze becoming determined. Sun Jun-hee stepped in front of Lee Do-jun. She said, "Dad, back up fast." She aimed her gun at the goblin. Sun Jun-hee pulled the trigger decisively, and a magic bullet whistled out like an arrow. The bullet struck the goblin right in the head. She asked confusedly, "Wait, that's it?" Looking at the goblin, which didn't budge at all, Sun Jun-hee said happily, "It's over, Dad. We're good." Suddenly, a blood-red light erupted from behind her. Seeing that, Lee Do-jun screamed in terror, "Sun Jun-hee!" A rift appeared behind Sun Jun-hee, and from within it, a voice said, "You have defeated the Rift Guardian." The voice continued, "Conditions met to begin the event." The rift was slowly sucking Sun Jun-hee inside. It added, "The rift's difficulty level will be selected at random." Do-jun shouted in panic, "Get back here, Sun Jun-hee." The wind around them was so loud she couldn't hear clearly. Sun Jun-hee asked, confused, "Huh, what was that, Dad?" She screamed in fear, "Dad!" Sun Jun-hee was sucked into the rift. She reached her hand out toward Lee Do-jun. Lee Do-jun was stunned. He ran toward Sun Jun-hee while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Sun Jun-hee!" Do-jun didn't hesitate and dived straight into the rift. The rift slowly closed, flashed, and disappeared completely. Looking at the pitch-black sky, everyone was confused about what had just happened and started whispering, "What's up with this weather? The hell is going on?" At that moment, Kang Cheon-soo lay on the ground, jujube tea spilled all over his face and clothes. Kang Cheon-soo screamed, "Kwon Hyuk-soo, let's go." In a strange land, the surrounding space was stained a blood-red color. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Sun Jun-hee knelt on the ground. Lee Do-jun stood calmly beside her. Sun Jun-hee's eyes reflected shock and she knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Do-jun looked into the distance and wondered to himself, "A rift trap?" A voice rang out, "You are in the Yongyong dungeon." Do-jun looked up toward the source of the voice. The voice continued, "Objective, survive for 30 minutes. Defeat the monster Yongyong if possible." Suddenly, the massive dragon Yongyong appeared out of nowhere in front of Lee Do-jun. Sun Jun-hee closed her eyes tightly, trembling with fear. Looking at her, he thought to himself, she must be caught off guard. Then Do-jun sighed and said, "I guess hiding my skills for this long is enough, right?" Picking up the gun from the ground, Lee Do-jun spoke. "Sun Jun-hee, I'm borrowing your gun." He turned back and reminded her softly, "Just sit tight, I'll be back in a bit." Sun Jun-hee was still terrified. Seeing Lee Do-jun advance toward Yongyong, she reached out to pull him back. "Dad, wait!" Yongyong looked at him with contempt and roared, "Where did this little brat crawl out from?" Fire burned hot in its mouth. Yongyong sprayed a torrent of flames at Lee Do-jun. It shouted, "Get lost right now." Seeing that, Sun Jun-hee screamed in horror, "Dad!" Facing the swirling, scorching flames, Lee Do-jun's face didn't change a bit. He huffed coldly, and Do-jun casually waved his hand, splitting the flames in two. Witnessing that miraculous sight, Sun Jun-hee sat behind him in awe, her jaw dropped, unable to say a word. She thought to herself, the fire just parted, how? Sun Jun-hee looked toward the dragon Yongyong thinking, could it be thanks to that dragon? Little did she know. The dragon was even more shocked and terrified than she was. Seeing that, Sun Jun-hee wondered if it could really be her dad. She looked at Lee Do-jun, who was standing silently. Sun Jun-hee thought, but Dad doesn't know how to use a gun. Lee Do-jun said coldly to the dragon, you shot at me earlier, so it's only fair if I shoot back at you. Okay. Hearing that, Yang froze in fear. Do-jun began to move. A massive dazzling blue energy orb appeared in front of the gun barrel. Seeing that, Yang panicked, its eyes wide. It trembled and pleaded, don't do anything rash. Time's up, time's up. With that same cold tone, Lee Do-jun replied, if you have something to say it fast. Don't make me use force. Hearing that, Yang stuttered, Can I ask you one question? Just one? It asked tremblingly. You're letting me live for a reason, aren't you? Do-jun replied indifferently. Are you stupid? Your life belongs to me now. Then Do-jun aimed directly at the dragon. He fired the energy orb decisively. The orb flew forward, cutting through the wind like a blade. Yang screamed in frantic terror. Oh, sweet mother of mercy! It scrambled to crawl away to save its life as the energy orb collided with the ground, creating a massive earthquake. A giant pillar of smoke erupted at the impact site, and the ground cracked wide open. Yang stood there, frozen solid in shock. Shaking, he wondered, what in the world is that terrifying thing? Panicked, Yang turned to Lee Do-jun and asked, are you even human? How could you do something like that? All he could think about was, doesn't he break? Do-jun looked down at Yang and asked back, hey, you want to know why I let you live? Yang replied fearfully. Yes, sir. Lee Do-jun's face darkened. Is that all you've got to say? Suddenly, Lee Do-jun leaped off the ground and spoke up. All right, let's warm up a bit. Do-jun clenched his fist and lunged at Yang. Yang was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Yang stood stunned, looking like his soul had left his body. He only managed to stammer, yes. Do-jun unleashed a powerful strike onto Yang's head, slamming his face straight into the ground. His attack felt like it carried a massive source of magical power, as if tearing everything apart. After that hit, Yang's head started smoking. He clutched his head in pain, crying, my head. A bump the size of an apple rose from the spot where he was hit. Do-jun said without a hint of pity, now I need to teach you how to behave. Yang, still holding his head, asked, what are you trying to do? Do-jun replied coldly, if you're a good boy you won't get hurt, if you're bad you'll be punished. Looking up at the sky, Sun Jun-hee quietly recalled that 3 years ago, when the dragon Masalis appeared, groups of warriors set off toward the giant beast. She wondered how many people had headed out to destroy it. Among them, 3 S-rank hunters had been lost. Sun Jun-hee said in shock, that's what I heard for sure. She knelt on the ground, looking at Do-jun and said, it couldn't be wrong. Seeing a giant, fierce dragon from before now obediently listening to Do-jun, he started lecturing it. What is this? Pull your hands in against your chest a little more. Do-jun stomped on Yang. He added, don't be stubborn again. The dragon replied in a panic, ah no sir. Lee Do-jun kept lecturing Yang. One spirit, 2 bodies. Unified. Seeing that, Sun Jun-hee was stunned, wondering, who exactly is Dad? You seem stronger than that. Are you in the top rankings too? You seem stronger. Yochli pridey countered. I'm actually pretty useful. Do-jun replied coldly. Is that so? But deep down he was calculating, at this level he'd make a decent security guard. He looked at Yang and thought, this guy might have some scobedient loose, but he seems obedient enough. Letting him stay at home with Sun Jun-hee, I can rest easy. Sun Jun-hee called out, Dad, can we go home now? Do-jun jumped down and answered, yeah, let's go. He walked over to Sun Jun-hee and said, I have to tell you something. Sun Jun-hee looked at him with worry. Do-jun spoke up. Sun Jun-hee, this matter. Sun Jun-hee cut him off. It's a secret. As if she already guessed Lee Do-jun's intention, Sun Jun-hee happily said, that's what you mean, right? I promise I won't tell anyone about this. Do-jun stammered, yeah. He pointed at Sun Jun-hee and said, you're quick to understand, aren't you? She replied shyly. There must be a reason why you're hiding it. We're family and I support you. Looking at Sun Jun-hee, he said thank you. All right, let's head back. Do-jun turned to look at Yang standing there. He asked, are you planning on coming? Yang replied obediently, yes, as he stood in his giant form. Do-jun said, do you know how to shapeshift? This appearance is way too eye-catching. He warned with a serious face, if you act out when we're out there, I'll rip your head off. Yang said politely, yes, I understand. I'll shapeshift now. He began to transform, going from a giant dragon to someone tiny right in front of Do-jun and Sun Jun-hee, appearing as small as a stuffed animal. Sun Jun-hee couldn't help but exclaim, oh my goodness, you're so cute. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun said confusedly, WTF cute? Yang put on an annoyed expression. Seeing that, Sun Jun-hee quickly said, sorry, little guy. Do-jun raised his fist and reminded him, "What kind of attitude is that?" Young said in a panic, I'm sorry. Do-jun continued, Sun Jun-hee likes cute things, so you have to act cute all the time. Got it? Hearing that, he began to roll on the ground acting spoiled. Yes, I understand. Looking at Sun Jun-hee's sparkling eyes, Do-jun said gently, do you want to try touching him? He's softer than you'd think. Sun Jun-hee, looking excited, immediately ran over to pet Yang. Even though Yang was frustrated, because of Lee Do-jun's threat, he had to endure it. The sky had returned to a clear blue. Kang Cheon-soo said, the weather is back to normal. Looking at the kids still playing, he continued, there aren't any problems with the class either. Kang Cheon-soo asked coldly, where has Do-jun been this whole time? I haven't seen him. Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, I don't know. I just saw him lurking around here a moment ago. Then Lee Do-jun stepped out from a rift. Kang Cheon-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo looked over in confusion. Seeing Lee Do-jun, Kang Cheon-soo shouted angrily, where have you been? He replied calmly, sorry boss, I had some business to take care of. Kang Cheon-soo grumbled. He continued, get ready to go back. Seeing Lee Do-jun walking with Sun Jun-hee, he asked curiously, wait, Do-jun answered, she's my daughter. Kang Cheon-soo replied, oh, so she's your daughter? Kang Cheon-soo was startled and said, what? Lee Do-jun spoke up, for a few reasons I can't explain in detail. I hope you understand, boss. Hearing that, Kang Cheon-soo patted his shoulder comfortingly, smiling as he said, oh, it's alright, that's normal. Everyone has their wilder days when they're young. Sun Jun-hee bowed politely. Hello, sir. I'm Sun Jun-hee. Kang Cheon-soo thought warmly. Very nice to meet you. I'm Department Head Kang Cheon-soo from the Rift Management Bureau at City Hall. He started, Sun, when suddenly Lee Do-jun cut him off. Hearing that, Kang Cheon-soo pretended to cry and turned away. Kwon Hyuk-soo introduced himself. I'm Kwon Hyuk-soo, Do-jun's senior. Sun Jun-hee replied cheerfully. I've heard a lot about you. Dad said you're always helping him out. Kang Cheon-soo turned over to eavesdrop. Sun Jun-hee said appreciatively, my dad and I are very grateful to you. Kwon Hyuk-soo waved his hand replying, not at all, it's actually Lee Do-jun who helps me out. Kang Cheon-soo saw Yang and wondered, where did you get this dog? He continued. Hey, why did you dye his fur? Now we don't even know what breed he is. Are you abusing your pet? Yang looked fearfully toward Lee Do-jun, who was giving him a threatening look. Kang Cheon-soo curiously pinched Yang's cheek and said, wait, why does he look so weird? You should take this dog to the vet. He picked him up. Yang panicked, trying to sound like a dog, and struggled violently. Kang Cheon-soo said, confused, hey, is he trying to bite me? Why is he so fierce? Kwon Hyuk-soo replied hesitantly, I don't think that's a dog, boss. From now on, this pet will be my right-hand man. I awakened and just finished taming him. Everyone looked at him. In shock, Mr. Kang Cheon-soo stepped forward asking loudly, really? You awakened? So now, Kwon Hyuk-soo continued, hey Lee Do-jun, are you planning to become a hunter? Do-jun scratched his head and said, not really, but he might be useful when scouting out rifts. Hearing that, Kang Cheon-soo breathed a sigh of relief. I was just worried you'd leave our team. We're already short-staffed as it is. Kang Cheon-soo said this won't do. After work today, let's all go grab a few drinks. We need to grease Lee Do-jun up a bit, or he'll leave us for sure. He dropped Yang to the ground and said, go graze on some grass then. Kang Cheon-soo turned to invite Sun Jun-hee. Sun Jun-hee, would you like to join us? It's a good chance to get some career guidance too. Do you know what the Rift Management Department actually does? She asked, hesitating. Oh, and he said there's beef. There's definitely beef. Hearing that, Sun Jun-hee didn't hesitate for a second. Okay, count me in. Suddenly a voice rang out, wait a minute. Lee Eun-ju pointed at Yang and asked curiously, what in the world is that? Seeing how cute Yang looked, she was completely stunned. Inside, Yang started to panic. Eun-ju picked him up and couldn't help but exclaim, is this your pet? Man, that's hurriedly to stop her. Lee Eun-ju, don't pick him up like that. Lee Do-jun stepped forward and said, he's my pet. Lee Eun-ju replied, a pet? Wait, she continued. You just awakened, right? Lee Eun-ju was shocked. She asked loudly, awakened? Are you planning to become a hunter? This is super rare, Lee Do-jun replied. Even though my preliminary evaluation isn't out yet, who knows what might happen? She looked bored hearing that. She asked again, are you planning to be a hunter? No, he replied. I don't have any interest in that. Eun-ju asked, puzzled, why not? If you were a hunter, any guild would treat you like a prized treasure. Do-jun replied nonchalantly, I'm only using this when I enter rifts, she said with a sigh. Just that? You have no ambition at all. Then the instructor interrupted. You have to be a hunter, don't you? You're passing up an easy payday. Kang Cheon-soo stepped in to block everyone. He patted Lee Do-jun on the shoulder and said in a flattering tone, all right. Why do you guys keep bothering him when he's already said he doesn't want to? Let's go, Do-jun. Everyone has their own path in life, right? Lee Do-jun said coldly, I'm not quitting my job. Why do you care so much? Should I have said that? Hearing him, Kang Cheon-soo was overwhelmed with emotion. He hugged Do-jun tight. Do-jun, I love you, man. Do-jun, terrified, tried to pull away while saying, let go, man. This is seriously uncomfortable. Kang Cheon-soo wouldn't let go. I don't want to. Don't be so cold. Seeing the scene, Lee Yoon-ju exclaimed in horror and covered her face, thinking to herself, I knew it. Being outside the rift is so dangerous. On the way home, everyone was chatting excitedly. Let's wrap it up and go back to the office for dinner. We have to buy Sun Jun-hee some good food. Yoon-ju asked, hey, will you give me this pet? Do-jun immediately refused. No, I still need him to guard the house. The next day, at Do-jun's office, Kang Cheon-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo were working hard. Do-jun said coldly, why should I apologize? Yi was sitting next to Do-jun, slumping over her desk in boredom. She grumbled, you jerk. She jumped up feeling hurt and shouted, how could you all leave without inviting me? You didn't even call me. She angrily continued, I've been at work for a while now, and I've been waiting forever. Lee Do-jun said, you really didn't need to. Hearing Lee Do-jun, we got even more furious. She shouted, why couldn't I come? I'm a part of this team too, you know. Do-jun turned pale and casually covered his ears. She vented all her frustration. I heard you guys even went out for pork barbecue and soju. Pork! Yelled so loud it echoed through the office. BBQ and drinks. I wanted that too. I've been stuck here all day cleaning the whole office. Hearing that, Kang Cheon-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo felt guilty. Lee Do-jun tried to explain. That's not true, we ate beef. Hearing that, V looked like she'd been struck by lightning. She was terrified. Kang Cheon-soo and Kwon Hyuk-soo stepped up, patted Lee Do-jun on the shoulder, and hinted, what are you saying, Lee Do-jun? We just said the pig was fed grain, so it tasted like beef, right? Kwon Hyuk-soo added, yeah, we ate pork, remember? Do-jun didn't seem to get what they were implying. He calmly replied, no, it was top-tier Hanwoo beef. You even cried when you paid the bill. Remember the chef? Do-jun asked, were you two drunk yesterday? Kang Cheon-soo panicked. He laughed awkwardly. I think I gave you too much to drink yesterday, so you're acting stupid now, right? A murderous aura filled the room. She gritted her teeth. Lies. Everyone said we were eating pork. Kang Cheon-soo broke into a cold sweat out of fear. He tried to calm her down. Ms. Wee, calm down, let's have pork barbecue at the office tonight. He turned around in a huff. Whatever, I'll just go eat some special Hanwoo by myself. Kang Cheon-soo tried to pull her back. Yi was about to leave when Hyuk-soo pulled a piece of candy from his pocket. He said seriously, I think this will do. Kwon Hyuk-soo chased after Y in front of Do-jun and Kang Cheon-soo. He shouted, Ms. Y, we didn't mean to leave you behind, it's just that yesterday at the office. Yi said, frustrated. In short, she chewed her candy and continued, don't forget I'm also a part of the Rift management team, you idiots. Hyuk-soo smiled and buttered her up. Of course. He kept sweet-talking her. I really hope to have your help for the inspection next week, she replied. I'll do my best. Suddenly, Kang Cheon-soo screamed, what? Don't tell me I lost everything. After all that blood, sweat, and tears, Kwon Hyuk-soo and Y turned around in surprise to look at him. Kang Cheon-soo yelled into his phone, furious that someone mentioned a certain class of hunter again. What do you mean by that class of hunter? Everything was finished, wasn't it? He frantically questioned. What? It doesn't meet the requirements. The person on the other end hung up. He shouted, hey! Kang Cheon-soo angrily and cursed. Those bastards! He rushed outside. Kang Cheon-soo told everyone, sorry, you guys go back to work, I have to go out for a moment. The three of them stood there in silence. Do-jun asked, aren't we supposed to be seeking a special partnership for this project? Kwon Hyuk-soo thought for a moment and replied, well, this isn't the first time. You mean they can't even handle that? Kwon Hyuk-soo sighed. When do they ever not act like they're the boss? At that moment, Yong was angrily questioning someone. Do you think you're the boss or something? Why do you always decide everything by yourself? Sun Jun-hee explained in a panic. That's not it, Yong. I'm just saying I'm busy cleaning the house, so we can't go out. Sun Jun-hee tried to reassure him. Besides, who knows what might happen if we go out? Hearing that, Yong said dejectedly, what are you worried about if you're with me? She said gently, I'm worried because it's you. I can't keep you under control on my own. He sighed in frustration. Bro, you make it sound like if I go out, I'll bring home a mountain of trouble. Sun Jun-hee comforted him. When Dad gets home, we'll go out, okay? Yang refused to listen. He rolled on the floor, throwing a tantrum. I don't want to. I want to go out now. Sun Junhee happily welcomed her father home. Hearing that, Yang snapped back to reality. Do-jun grabbed Yang by the head, warning him. I told you Sun Junhee likes cute things. He trembled in fear and said, Prince, please forgive this cursed dragon. Suddenly, Lee Do-jun squeezed Yang's head harder, his voice dropping. I've spoiled you too much, haven't I? Do-jun scolded him strictly. Raise your hands and face the wall. Yang obeyed. Yes, sir. He faced the wall in terror. Then Lee Do-jun called out. Let's eat, Sun Junhee, she replied. Yes, sir. Sun Junhee asked. What about Yang? Hearing this, Yang sneaked a glance. Lee Do-jun replied coldly. I already bought him stuff. And just like that, Yang obediently pressed his face against the wall. Sun Junhee recalled what happened in the world inside the rift. She wondered if she could just pretend nothing happened, when suddenly, a flash of memory rushed back. Previously, Sun Junhee had told Do-jun that once she became a hunter, she spoke up, loudly. This can't go on. From now on, you have to go train with me on weekends. Thinking back, Sun Junhee felt panicked. Oh man, she covered her face. I'm going to teach you from A to Z. Sun Junhee lamented in embarrassment. Oh my god. Seeing her confused and pulling her hair, Lee Do-jun wondered to himself, is she okay? A voice coming from the TV caught his attention. How could you be like that? Even though he was being punished facing the wall, Yang couldn't help but eavesdrop. Let's break up, I'm so tired of this. The voice on the TV kept echoing. I was the one by your side, supporting you while you studied for your exams. But now that you've passed, you're dumping me for someone else? Yang said with contempt. Wow, what a total jerk. Then Do-jun called out to Yang. Hey. Hearing that, he felt a jolt. Lee Do-jun asked angrily. Did I tell you to face the wall or glue your eyes to the TV? Yang said fearfully. I'm sorry. He asked with a stern face. Sorry for what? Yang lowered his head and stammered. I won't do it again. Lee Do-jun still questioned him in a cold tone. What do you mean do it again? He replied. I promise I'll be a good boy and listen. Yang's stomach growled and he shakily held on. I'm starving. Lee Do-jun coldly ordered him to stand up. Sun Junhee stepped forward and said gently, Dad, Yang hasn't eaten since this afternoon. She continued at the door. Yang looked longingly at the black plastic bag left in front of the door. Sun Junhee picked up the bag to check and said, Dad, what about this? Sun Junhee took a bowl out of the bag and said it was a dog bowl. Hearing that, Yang was startled. Huh? Seeing Yang's reaction, Lee Do-jun said sternly. What's with the attitude? What's the problem? Planning on sitting at the dinner table. At this, he shut his mouth and tucked his tail in fear. Yang couldn't hold back his resentment and spoke up. I have human rights. I mean dragon rights too. Lee Do-jun replied coldly. In your dreams. Eat with that. He poured the food into the bowl for Yang and said, I bought dog food, so eat as much as you want. Then Lee Do-jun took off his jacket and turned to go take a shower. He said, Sun Junhee, I'm going to take a shower. Don't let him get near the fridge. Yes. Yang stared gloomily at the bowl of dog food. He picked up a piece to bite into, but suddenly Sun Junhee snatched the bowl away, and she said, stopping him, Don't eat that. Yang teared up and said indignantly, Are you trying to take this away from me too? Lee Do-jun signaled him. Shh, quiet. Yang cheered happily. Short ribs. Yang grabbed the piece of rib and started devouring it. Lee Do-jun reminded him gently, Eat quickly before your dad finishes his shower. Yang ate too fast and started choking. Yang kept patting his chest. Sun Junhee handed him a glass of water, smiling. Here, drink some water. Yang held the glass in his hands, feeling moved. He looked up at Sun Junhee, emotionally saying. Sun Junhee Lee Do-jun was busy showering while outside, Yang said, I will protect you. Sun Junhee was surprised. What? All of a sudden? Yeah, thank you. At the Rift Management Bureau, people were chatting noisily. Wow, a B-rank hunter is actually signing a contract with us. Everyone surrounded Kwon Hyuk-soo, showering him with praise. Oh my god, you accepted a salary of 300 million a year. Kwon Hyuk-soo's friend is really something, he said modestly. He was my high school classmate. We're pretty close. Kwon Hyuk-soo continued. He said he'd made enough money, so he wanted to sign a contract to help me out. A female colleague said happily. The boss has been smiling all morning. A male employee replied, That's right, now we've secured the rights to manage a B-rank rift. Mr. Kang Cheon-soo ran up excitedly toward Kwon Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo, you're the best. He leaned on his shoulder and asked, The two of you went to high school together, right? Kwon Hyuk-soo replied, Yes, we lost touch after he became a hunter. Never thought we'd meet again like this. Lee Do-jun walked over, and Kwon Hyuk-soo continued, We're meeting to talk today. Kang Qiansu exclaimed. That's wonderful, Quan Hyuk-soo added. He said he plans to buy something expensive, boss. Why don't you come with me? Suddenly, Lee Do-jun quickly interrupted them, saying, I'll go instead. Lee Do-jun, I think meeting a junior will be less awkward than meeting a department head. Boss, don't go. Kang Qiansu replied, feeling disappointed. Understood, I was planning on that anyway. Inside the elevator, Quan Hyuk-soo said, It's really high up. Lee Do-jun replied flatly. It's only morning and we're already out. Quan Hyuk-soo smiled and replied, It's not bad, who knows when we'll get to come here again. He continued, We're just friends sitting down for a drink. It's not like it's a bribe. Lee Do-jun replied coldly. Yeah, he thought to himself, friends huh? A beautiful girl greeted the two warmly. She asked, Are you here with someone? Quan Hyuk-soo replied, Oh, may I ask if Mr. Choi Young-hoon has arrived yet? Hearing that, she happily pointed the way for them. So you're friends with Mr. Choi Young-hoon. She enthusiastically gave them directions. Follow me, I'll show you the way. Lee Do-jun hesitated. Then they walked through a noisy hallway. Lee Do-jun stared thoughtfully at Quan Hyuk-soo, wondering, What are those guys in there doing? The girl opened the door and said, This way please, have a good time. Quan Hyuk-soo replied, Thank you. People in the room saw them and spoke up. They're here, they said. Are you that busy, Quan Hyuk-soo, that you're late? Choi Young-hoon said with a sour face. Long time no see, huh? The atmosphere in the room was extremely awkward. A guy named Park Hee-un smiled slyly. Lee Do-jun watched them without saying a word. Suddenly Quan Hyuk-soo spoke up to break the tension. Sorry, if I had known, I would have taken a taxi. Choi Young-hoon asked curiously, Who's that? Is that your junior? Quan Hyuk-soo turned to introduce him. Yeah, this is Lee Do-jun. He's been working with me for a year. He laughed, patted the seat and said, Just sit down first, sit, come over here. Choi Young-hoon pointed at Woo-in and said, Make way for the government officials. Quan Hyuk-soo thanked him. He replied, It's nothing. Choi Young-hoon quickly poured wine into the glass. Let's drink. Looking at Lee Do-jun, he said, That guy should have a drink too, right? He replied coldly, Thank you. Everyone raised their glasses. Come on, drink up, drink up. Choi Young-hoon wiped his mouth rudely with his hand. He said, How long has it been? Probably 11 years. Choi Young-hoon asked Quan Hyuk-soo. Quan Hyuk-soo, we lost touch after you moved to Seoul. Are you doing well these days? He forced a smile and replied, Yeah, my colleagues are great, and the work is really good too. Quan Hyuk-soo asked happily, What about you, Choi Young-hoon? You're a B-rank hunter, right? You're doing so well, being able to reach places like this. He replied with a sarcastic tone. It's nothing. It's just average, really. Yeah, you're a salaryman, so these things must feel like a big deal, right? Hyuk-soo said shyly, What kind of civil servant's salary are you talking about? He let out a puff of air and continued, Yeah, stop bragging, and you even take the subway because you're afraid to spend money on a taxi. Hearing that, Quan Hyuk-soo could only smile awkwardly. Then Choi Young-hoon started introducing. He pointed at Park Hee-uns of our group. Kwon, these are the B-rank hunters of Happily. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kwon Hyuk-soo. Park Hee-un said indifferently, Hey, nice to meet you. Woo-in, sitting nearby, sounded uninterested. Skip the introductions. Choi Young-hoon laughed with a sneer. Don't get cocky with a civil servant. Lee Do-jun's expression darkened as he glared at them. Woo-in, sitting across from him, also started paying attention. Then Kwon Hyuk-soo hesitated and said, About that contract, when can you come to City Hall? The guy replied coldly, Huh? Kwon Hyuk-soo continued enthusiastically, Boss, I want you to meet him. He wants to put a face to the name and exchange greetings. Suddenly they laughed mockingly and said, Yeah, whatever. Lee Do-jun looked at them with a cold expression. Do-jun frowned, thinking to himself, As expected, just a bunch of lowlifes. He couldn't stop thinking, the average income for a B-rank hunter is already 4.7 billion. Why on earth would they be looking for me? Suddenly Choi Young-hoon cut off his train of thought. Kwon Hyuk-soo, I'll come to City Hall tomorrow to sign the contract. Kwon Hyuk-soo asked surprised, Really? The guy looked at him with a sinister expression and replied, Yeah, but first. Choi Young-hoon dropped his half-smoked cigarette into the drink. He said brazenly, Drink this whole glass. Park Hee-un and Woo-in, sitting next to him, couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Choi Young-hoon, that's a bit much, man. Woo-in chimed in, You've got to have some human decency. He added with a mocking smile, Aren't you guys high school classmates? Take it easy, or our dear director might just cry. Hearing that, Kwon Hyuk-soo trembled with rage. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his emotions. Seeing the situation going south, Lee Do-jun hid his phone inside his coat. He secretly called Min, Get over here. They didn't stop their antics. Choi Young-hoon continued to provoke them. What's the matter, Kwon Hyuk-soo? Finish the drink and I'll sign the papers. Lee Do-jun stood up and spoke. Senior, let's go. He continued. We're changing the meeting location. Kwon Hyuk-soo asked, stunned. Huh? Lee Do-jun held his head high and said. So, with trash like this, why bother wasting your breath? Hearing that, Choi Young-hoon gritted his teeth in anger. What did you just say? Kwon Hyuk-soo looked at Lee Do-jun and spoke hesitantly. Do-jun, Lee Do-jun replied. Senior, Han Min, whom you met last time, has agreed to sign the contract. He exclaimed in surprise. What? She's nearby. So she's on her way. Hearing that, Choi Young-hoon held his head and laughed mockingly. WTF, an S-rank hunter is signing with you guys? He replied calmly. Yeah, that's what they say. Woo-in spoke up loudly. Like hell she is. Kwon Hyuk-soo said, flustered. Lee Do-jun, about that. Lee Do-jun spoke up. Senior, didn't you say you were still in the middle of negotiations with Han Min last time? Suddenly, there was a noise from outside the door. Han Min-ji stood at the entrance, breathless, and spoke. What are you doing, Director Kwon Hyuk-soo? Are you going to continue or should I leave? Looking toward the group, she said. What is this, Min? You told me to wait, so you could entertain these scumbags? She continued. Shouldn't I be a higher priority than them? Everyone was stunned. Woo-in stuttered. It really is Han Min. Lee Do-jun turned and praised him incessantly. You're worthy of being a respected senior. How did you get Hunter Han Min to agree to the contract? Kwon Hyuk-soo stood by, stunned with his jaw dropped. She said happily to Kwon Hyuk-soo. Let's go there, he replied strangely. She turned around and said in a reproachful tone, Are you planning on planting roots here because I'm not? Hearing that, Kwon Hyuk-soo hurriedly ran after her. I'm sorry. Lee Do-jun spoke calmly. Order me an Americano. I'll be right behind you. Kwon Hyuk-soo exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Han Min-ji nodded happily and replied. Okay. The door slammed shut like a warning bell. Lee Do-jun supplant for a moment. He looked at the glass of alcohol on the table and said, That guy, Choi Young-hoon, drink this whole thing. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lee Do-jun looked at them angrily and threatened them with a sharp tone. Then I'll spare you. At the small cafe, Kwon Hyuk-soo and Min sat at a table by the window. He was nervous, tapping his feet incessantly. Kwon Hyuk-soo thought in fear. Is he planning to retaliate? Just a moment ago, Lee Do-jun tore up his business card, and they got into an argument. Min-ji looked at Kwon Hyuk-soo and thought, looking this gloomy, his pride must have taken a huge hit. She looked at Kwon Hyuk-soo, filled with speculation, wondering if she should comfort him. Or would it be better to just pretend I don't know? But what is there to even say right now? She lowered her head. Oh my God. Both of them were silently screaming inside. I want to leave this place. The bell rang, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Kwon Hyuk-soo stood up and said, Let me get it. But Min was faster. She rushed off, leaving him stunned. The clerk said cheerfully, Here are 3 Americanos for you. Han Min-ji replied, Thank you. In her heart she was screaming, This is so awkward. Kwon Hyuk-soo looked at Min and thought, Are we flying? Lee Do-jun, get out of there, she said, reassuring Kwon Hyuk-soo. Mr. Lee Do-jun will be fine, don't worry so much, he replied, flustered. Thank you for forgiving me. Min asked, confused. Pardon? Kwon Hyuk-soo exclaimed. Huh? She wondered. What does that mean? Kwon Hyuk-soo rubbed his head, looking worried, and those guys are all B-rank hunters if something happens. Han Min-ji smiled bitterly and said, You're worried about Mr. Lee Do-jun and those B-rank guys. It's the other way around, they're the ones to be pitied. Kwon Hyuk-soo asked, stunned. Huh? Min's gaze turned icy as she said, Never. Lee Do-jun stood in front of them without a trace of fear. Choi Young-hoon challenged. What did you just say? Looking into his eyes, Lee Do-jun slowly repeated, Drink this whole glass, and I'll consider it like nothing happened. Choi Young-hoon stepped closer, provoking him. And what if I don't drink it? What are you going to do to me? He gritted his teeth. Huh? What are you going to do? Lee Do-jun coldly unleashed his technique. He moved so fast that the guy couldn't react. Choi Young-hoon trembled, his mouth wide open, his eyes rolling back. He tried to move but couldn't. Choi Young-hoon thought to himself, What's happening? Why can't I move? Lee Do-jun stepped up, leaned close to his ear and whispered, Choi Young-hoon, you really should have drank it. A brilliant red electric current surged from his hand. That electricity made the guy scream in agonizing pain. Seeing that, Woo-in shouted angrily, What the hell are you doing? He rushed forward aggressively, intending to attack from behind. With just one glance, he knocked Woo-in back a full meter. He slammed hard into the wall, writhing in pain. Park Hyun stood frozen in fear. Lee Do-jun turned and glared at him. Anyone who gets in my way is going to die. He was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He silently watched Choi Young-hoon. Lee Do-jun grabbed his face and warned, "Everything has a limit, Choi Young-hoon." Then he unleashed his technique, holding nothing back, aiming straight for the guy's gut. Choi Young-hoon's eyes bulged in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the end, Choi Young-hoon collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back. Looking at him, he said in a stern voice, "I've destroyed your energy core. You should look for another line of work." Looking toward Woo-in, who had also been taken down, Lee Do-jun continued, "If you're smart, keep your mouth shut." He continued his warning, "Remember, if there's any more trouble in the future, I'll cut your tongues out." Park Hyun replied in fear, "Yes, yes." Lee Do-jun slammed the door shut, leaving them behind in that room. He walked away boldly without looking back. Park Hyun shouted from inside the room, Choi Young-hoon." Kwon Hyuk-soo asked, "So are you really going to sign a contract with us?" Han Min-ji replied shyly, "Actually, Lee Do-jun asked me to help him out because he got caught up with those jerks." Seeing this, Kwon Hyuk-soo immediately stood up to apologize. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Han Min-ji waved her hands in confusion. "It's fine, it's not your fault at all." Do-jun was standing outside the door, silently listening to their conversation. Kwon Hyuk-soo spoke up. Han Min-ji replied in confusion, "It's okay." Do-jun turned his head to look. Han Min-ji comforted him, "That's really not your fault." Kwon Hyuk-soo answered sadly, "But I was so thoughtless, I've caused trouble for so many people." She offered a forced smile and said, "No, it's really okay." Do-jun stood outside and made a phone call. Sun Joon-hee's clear voice rang out. "Yes, Dad?" he asked softly. "Sun Joon-hee, does eating something good make you feel better when you're sad?" She happily replied, "Well, if it's delicious, I think that would definitely help." Do-jun mentioned that the food she cooks is delicious, leaving Sun Joon-hee speechless. She asked back, "Did something happen, Dad?" He replied, "No, not me, it's Mr. Kwon Hyuk-soo." Hearing this, Sun Joon-hee jumped up and asked, "Really, do you know what kind of food he likes?" Do-jun calmly replied, "No, just make whatever you're best at." Hearing that, Sun Joon-hee was left speechless. He continued, "Oh, Hunter Han Min-ji is coming over too." Sun Jun-hee asked in surprise, "Is she coming here?" Sun Jun-hee hurried out. She said, "Dad, just give me 2 hours, I'll do my absolute best." Do-jun replied, "Okay, thanks sweetie, see you in a bit." A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Sun Jun-hee called out, "Coming, just a second," she greeted them politely. "Hello, Mr. Kwon." "Hi, Dad." "Hello, Ms. Han." Han Min-ji replied happily, "Hello to you too, it's nice to see you again." Suddenly, Yong appeared in the middle of the room. Seeing this, Han Min-ji asked in confusion, "What is that, manager?" Yong looked at them, bored. Do-jun replied, "Oh, well, he's not a puppy, he's more of a new partner." Kwon Hyuk-soo began to explain about Min-ji during the previous school field trip to the dungeon rift. "Do-jun has awakened. I'm not sure if it's a taming or summoning skill," she exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Oh my god." Min-ji thought to herself, "Only those who possess a unique skill or a specific lifestyle can awaken on their own. Usually, you need to have your physical stats enhanced to get a summoning skill." The image of a man taming a giant panda appeared in her mind, and taming skills are usually for people who keep pets at home or work at a zoo. Looking at Lee Do-jun, Min-ji thought she knew a little bit about him, but she never imagined he would be this special. She turned her head toward Isaac. Han Min-ji suddenly noticed the number on his forehead. That mark, the dragon in Busan 3 years ago, also had a number 10 on its forehead. She looked at Isaac, who was scratching his belly, thinking about how it had brutally killed 3 S-rank hunters. Han Min-ji shook it off, reassuring herself, how could that thing be a dragon? Kwon Hyuk-soo stepped into a corner to talk on the phone. "I'm so ashamed, boss." A voice came from the phone. "It's all right, don't get discouraged because of those scumbags," he continued. "It's the weekend, just rest and recover. See you Monday." He replied, "Yes sir, good night." Do-jun spoke up, "Come in, and eat." Kwon Hyuk-soo replied shyly, "Ah, right, excuse me." Kwon Hyuk-soo was completely stunned. Looking at the lavish feast before him, he exclaimed, "Do-jun, do you always eat like this?" Do-jun looked at Sun Jun-hee, who was shyly scratching his head. "Yeah, there's nothing Sun Jun-hee can't cook." At the table, Kwon Hyuk-soo expressed his gratitude. "Anyway, thank you all so much for today." He was so moved he began to tear up. "Thank you all so much." Do-jun said gently, "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my job at the guild." Han Min-ji smiled and said, "Director, you have such a great subordinate." Kwon Hyuk-soo beamed. He replied, "Yeah, what could be better than that?" Do-jun said, "Everyone, let's eat before the food gets cold." Sun Joon-hee put a lot of work into this. Yong just watched from the side. It was a joyful evening. "Thank you for the meal." Everyone come back again next time. Lee Do-jun was sitting in deep thought. He was browsing his computer and saw a notification looking for a tanker for a new B-rank rift. This Sunday. Lee Do-jun clicked on it to take a look. Hello, I am Hunter Choi Gushik from the Solomon Guild. The Hunter administration is looking for a tanker for a B-rank rift expedition. He said, since it hasn't been announced widely yet, this is still a secret location. We have 2 healers and 1 tanker waiting. He continued browsing. New recruits were highly welcomed. Contact 123456778. Do-jun asked, puzzled. They welcome new recruits? He wondered, does that mean a C-rank hunter can join too? Do-jun mused, but it's a water monster rift. As far as I know, hunters usually try to avoid those. Do-jun picked up his phone to call. He thought, but you can get a decent amount of experience from those too. C-rank rift expedition. Lee Do-jun spoke. Hello, yes, I'm sorry for calling so late. I just saw your notification. Can I ask if you accept C-rank hunters? The voice on the other end replied, of course, all new hunters are welcome. The tanker is already A-rank, so the attack will be easy. The person continued, besides, there are 2 healers including myself, so it's very safe. You don't need to worry at all. Lee Do-jun looked at his phone, confused. He thought that in the hunter world there were plenty of tankers. The phone screen showed the text, new recruits are very welcome. Contact 012345678. Do-jun pondered, but healers and tankers are extremely rare. He calculated to himself. And yet, they accept C-rank hunters even with an A-rank tanker and 2 healers. After thinking for a moment, Lee Do-jun said, I'll join. What time should we meet? And where? The person on the other end replied, can you be at S Bingo Station before 10 in the morning? Do-jun's answered, sure, see you there. He tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. It's too easy. They didn't even have an interview like other parties. Lee Do-jun thought to himself, hunting in a rift is life-threatening. Soon, the ground will be stained red. He thought that it didn't really matter where or when he died. Images of 2 comrades working together in battle appeared in Lee Do-jun's mind. He thought, understanding your teammates' abilities is always the top priority, and you need interviews to assess them. Do-jun sat and reflected, but why aren't they asking anything? Yong-yong was sleeping, but his stomach was still growling. Lee Do-jun stared intently at the computer, thinking, Solomon Guild, only 3 members? He pondered, is there something unusual going on here? Then Do-jun started making calls again. A voice answered on the other end. Manager? Lee Do-jun said, Ms. Y. I'm sorry for calling on a Friday night, but are you free to talk? We replied happily, yes, go ahead, I'm free. He said, can you come to the station at 4:30 tomorrow? Upon hearing this, we beamed and she happily accepted. Yes, I'll be there, rain or shine, morning or night, I'll be there. He hung up. Yeah, thanks. See you tomorrow. He replied excitedly. Okay, manager. Do-jun thought for a long time, then got dressed. He said, just to be safe, I'll head in early. Yi was excited, throwing her clothes around. I'm going to heaven, I'm going to heaven, going on a date! In the quiet of the night, with the warm yellow streetlights illuminating the corner of the street, Lee Do-jun nimbly leaped over the fence. Off to heaven, I'm heading to heaven, time for a date. In the quiet of the late night, with warm yellow streetlights illuminating a corner of the street, Lee Do-jun nimbly hopped over the fence. You say, it's best to get in and out quickly before we get caught. Do-jun suddenly freezes. He seems to have noticed something, the shifting currents of air drawing his attention. A deep, pitch-black cave looms before him. He keeps walking while muttering to himself, a cave? This is probably going to take a while. Suddenly, Lee Do-jun's phone chimes with a notification. You have successfully registered a rift in Shun City, Jungsan's district. Jungsan Sector 6001. He glances down at his feet. A strange, viscous fluid is oozing out from deep within the cave. Do-jun wonders, slime? He reaches down to touch a bit of it, lifting his fingers to examine it. Probably not lethal, but getting this in a wound would definitely be dangerous. Do-jun racks his brain. If I remember correctly, there's a merman tribe that secretes this kind of venomous mucus. From a distance, a figure appears. A merman slowly approaches, spotting Lee Do-jun. It opens its mouth and lets out a croaking sound. He looks at it, thinking, first time I've seen one outside of a textbook. Suddenly, Lee Do-jun notices something. He looks toward the merman's tail. He speaks up. So you're the culprit behind all this slime? The merman bares its teeth and hisses aggressively. Lee Do-jun's gaze turns ice cold, and seeing that, the creature trembles in fear. He says, hey buddy, one more step, and you'll be heading to heaven to reunite with your ancestors. Do-jun stares intently at the merman, causing it to let out weak, frightened whimpers. Suddenly he grabs its face, and Lee Do-jun starts examining it. He tells it to open its mouth to inspect the drool inside, thinking, is this paralytic poison? Doesn't seem to be the same fluid as before. Do-jun ponders, the problem is figuring out how to get this slime off my skin, but if you're not at least a B-rank hunter, that's going to be tough. He starts examining it thoroughly. There's gotta be a specific gland that secretes this goop, right? The merman keeps wailing, and Lee Do-jun snaps, are you gonna sit still, or do I have to knock some sense into you? He looks at its hand and thinks, oh, so it's here. Do-jun calculates, in that case, I just need to chop off its hand. Easy game. He decisively delivers a painful kick to the merman and says, done with you. As the creature runs away in terror, Lee Do-jun calls after it, if you want to live, you'd better hide in the back of the cave and stay there. He turns around and mutters, now time to find the final point on the map. Suddenly his phone notifies him. You have become a target of the merman tribe. Do-jun is puzzled. Huh? Sniffed me out already. The phone displays, if detected by merman within a 50-meter radius, your stats will decrease by 30%. Do-jun steps deeper into the cave. A voice comes from his phone. 99% of the rift has been set. He looks up and says, guess this is the only spot left then. Standing before Lee Do-jun is a massive stone gate. It slowly creaks open and he walks inside. Lee Do-jun looks up, and a giant Skiptus appears before him. A blood-red glint flashes in its pitch-black eyes. Lee Do-jun watches it with an emotionless face. The Skeptus's teeth are razor-sharp. Do-jun lets out a breath. On the screen, a special quest. The offering appears. A red line manifests under his feet. The phone notifies him. The Skeptus will begin its attack if you cross the red line. The phone chimes again. 5 minutes after you cross the red line, the offering stat will be calculated. Once the target stat is reached, the Skeptus will be sealed for 1 hour. The notification adds, simultaneously, you will receive the Skeptus's treasure chest. The screen displays the target, 910. Do-jun thinks to himself, who the hell could survive 5 minutes against that thing? 9 people have already sacrificed themselves. He looks at the chest and thinks, so that's why they didn't even ask for my skill rank or my name. They just needed someone to show up. Do-jun marches in boldly. Where did those trash mobs go? The Skeptus lunges at him suddenly. Do-jun glares at it and shouts, I'm not in the mood. Sit. The Skeptus is startled and stops in its tracks. It panics and scurries away, and Lee Do-jun sits on the chest to rest. He pulls out his phone, tapping away, and says, since I've got time, I might as well collect some data. The phone notifies him that he has completed the special quest, the offering. The chest pops open, and the Skeptus sighs, beginning to fade away. The phone continues to display notifications. The Skeptus will be sealed for 1 hour, and the boundary line will disappear forever. You may now claim your loot. Lee Do-jun receives a sword. The phone identifies it as an A-rank Skeptus bone sword. He swings the sword and says, I bet Y will love this. Lee Do-jun swings the sword around while saying, let's head home first. Back home. Seeing a lying there sleeping soundly, he says annoyed, wait, I sent her home to watch the house, not sleep. Do-jun nudges her awake with his foot. Hey, wake up. Go sleep in a corner. Looking at her sleeping face, Yong starts muttering in her dreams. Miss Sun Jun-hee, use some other food to cover the meat. If they find out, I'm dead meat. Do-jun stares at Yong for a long while before heading back to his room, muttering, good grief, what's the point of living and wasting oxygen? Lee Do-jun's voice echoes out, should I just throw her out? Yong wakes up groggily. So cold. Why is it suddenly so cold? She starts fumbling around. Missed Sun Jun-hee? Yong crawls right onto Sun Jun-hee's bed. Did you turn off the heater in the living room? Is it winter? She buries her face, her sleepy voice slurring. Are you abusing animals? Then Yong dives under the covers and falls fast asleep. At a busy street, Y walks along, beaming. She catches her reflection in a shop window. You can't help but exclaim, who in the world is this beautiful? A child sitting inside sees her and starts crying in fear. Mommy, look. Do-jun calls out, Missy, here this early. She replies shyly. Manager, why are you here so early? He says he still has to organize the data on the rifts. She answers happily, oh, what's that? Lee Do-jun looks at her, confused, thinking, is this all because of work? Then, Lee Do-jun holds the sword out in front of Y. He says, here, this one is much better than your old one. Y is stunned as she takes it. She asks a rank? Manager, where on earth did you get this? He replies, it's a secret. Either way, it'll help you get stronger. Do-jun points in a direction and says, can we find somewhere to sit? While we wait for the other hunters, I'll go over the details of this rift. Y freezes for 5 seconds. She says sadly, I knew it. I didn't come here today to go play. Do-jun starts observing Y. He notices every little detail about her. First time I've seen her wearing designer earrings. Lee Do-jun looks from her ears to her neck. She's even wearing a necklace. He looks at her outfit. Do-jun thinks, doesn't look like she's dressed to fight at all. He looks at the woven basket in her hand and thinks to himself, who brings something like this into a rift? Then, as if realizing everything, she calls out. Do-jun jumps. Yes? He is burning with rage, but she still forces a smile. She says, this is entirely the manager's fault, isn't it? He says angrily, as a contract hunter, I have the right to be notified about overtime like this. But you didn't say a word. This leaves Lee Do-jun standing there, breaking into a cold sweat. I smiles brightly and emphasizes, isn't this a breach of contract? I looks at Lee Do-jun, annoyed, and says, you have to take responsibility for this. Lee Do-jun replies, flustered, I'm sorry, I should have told you in advance. He assures her, I guarantee you'll still get your overtime pay. She tightened her grip on the picnic basket and muttered, no, I don't need a salary. She said it with a trembling voice. All right then. She let out a long breath and added, then you'll have to take me out to dinner next time. He replied in surprise, wait, that? She reminded him shyly, just the two of us, okay? Lee Do-jun said, got it. Hearing that, she beamed with joy. It's a promise then. She turned and started walking, urging him, let's go. Under the clear blue sky, Lee Do-jun and she sat under the eaves eating sandwiches. He said while eating, it'd be such a waste to toss all this out, especially since you went through all the trouble to make it. She smiled weakly. But if we don't, you'll be late for your appointment. Lee Do-jun said calmly, I already messaged them, it's fine. We'll meet them in front of the crack at the chicken shop. He looked at her and said, I wanted to tell you a few things about the mermaid tribe. The mermaid's signature trait is the toxic slime they secrete. He bit into his sandwich and continued. They use their teeth to inject a paralyzing toxin into hunters, rendering them unable to move. He asked, are you even listening to me? She replied excitedly, yes, of course I am. But what do you think of this sandwich? He answered, it's delicious. Lee Do-jun continued, anyway, regarding the type of mermaid that paralyzes hunters. She cut him off. Have another one. Go on. Looking at the sandwich in his hand, Lee Do-jun said, I'm full. Her eyes darkened. How can you be? I didn't even know I'd be working this weekend, so I worked so hard to prepare all these. I don't want to throw away what's left. Hearing that, Lee Do-jun replied, right. And she urged him, eat it quickly. Let's go when you're done. Under the clear blue sky, Lee Do-jun and she approached the crack. He called out, hello everyone. He presented his business card and introduced himself, I'm Lee Do-jun, the one who contacted you. Jiawoo looked at him and replied, wait, two people? He asked skeptically, I thought only one was coming. Judging by your clothes, are you a regular civilian? He explained. She is Hunter Cha Yi-jae, and I am the hunter manager. Hearing that, Gayan and Yu looked at each other suspiciously. Jiawoo looked at the card and said, the crack management office of Shun City Hall. Since when do government officials do this kind of work? Lee Do-jun replied, our office has been established for 5 years now, and we currently manage cracks below C rank. The guy replied with a suspicious look, is that so? But we're headed a B rank crack. He said calmly, don't worry, our hunter here has reached B rank as well. He added, besides, I will be entering the crack with you all. Hearing this, all three were stunned. Jiawoo gasped in disbelief. What? He tried to stop them, but normal people can't enter a crack. Lee Do-jun just checked his watch and said, personnel from the management bureau are authorized to enter. You don't need to worry about that. Jiawoo muttered, sorry, but we've already decided. Gayan interrupted, well then, we'll be counting on you today, manager. He threw an arm around his shoulder and said, all right, let's go. The guy replied, feeling annoyed. Wait a second, Gayan whispered. Don't complicate things, we can just kill them both. Jiawoo replied, frustrated, but I'm just so annoyed. They walked through the crack into a cave. Suddenly, the bracelet flashed a notification that a boss had appeared within a 500-meter radius. The blessing effect of the pledge was activated. She smiled gently. She turned to look at Lee Do-jun. He asked, startled, what's wrong? She hurriedly waved her hand and laughed. Oh, it's nothing. Lee Do-jun called out, hey, she replied, flustered, yes? What is it? He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, the mermaid tribe I mentioned earlier. When I was talking about the mermaids, it seemed like you weren't focused at all. She hurriedly explained. How could that be? The wrist, right? She swung her sword and continued, don't worry, I'm very confident. Lee Do-jun looked at her with a suspicious gaze and replied, right. After looking around for a while, he asked, how's it looking? Jiawoo replied, I don't see any mermaids. Everyone said, we've been in this crack for a while now. It would be normal for 20 mermaids to have appeared by now. Suddenly, Lee Do-jun interrupted, there are 5 mermaids 10 meters ahead. Gin turned confused. What is that guy saying? Suddenly, several mermaids appeared and charged ferociously toward them. Gin shouted, "Prepare for battle." She darted toward the mermaids in a flash, catching Jiawu by surprise. He said, "Wait, hold on." She swung her sword powerfully at the mermaids, her strike tearing through the air. Jiawu panicked, thinking, if they die before we even meet the boss, we're in big trouble. He shouted, "Everyone follow me." Guyan and you got into fighting stance. He yelled, "Let's go." They rushed into the group of mermaids, delivering precise strikes. Jiawu swung his sword with determination, while Li Do-jun stood back, observing everything. He thought to himself, the way they handle their weapons doesn't look like they're helping at all. Li Do-jun called out, reminding them, "There are 7 mermaids 15 meters ahead." Jiawu turned, bewildered. "What?" Hearing that, she immediately dashed off. She said, "Got it." Jiawu tried to stop her. "Hey wait, Cha Yijai, there are 7 of them, it's too dangerous." She looked like a warrior queen charging into the crowd of mermaids. Every stroke of her sword was incredibly sharp and decisive. All the mermaids collapsed under her blade. Guy-in witnessed the scene. He gasped, How is this possible?" Li Do-jun said, "Cha Yijai, there aren't any more nearby. Catch your breath and let's keep moving." She replied happily, "Okay." Guyan looked at the two of them deeply, worried. Who exactly are they? He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, everything is a mess now. After that, she gathered all her strength and shouted loudly, lifting her sword high. Tense, she struck the water mermaid. She then leaped forcefully from the ground. Now hovering above the water mermaid, she screamed with all her might, "Die!" Immediately, a barrage of slashes was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, she had dealt with all the water mermaids. Their carcasses lay scattered across the ground. They writhed in agony. After the grueling battle, she raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She was panting. Jiwoo was overwhelmed and speechless. Yu, standing nearby, had to exclaim, "Her swordsmanship is top tier." Gian gaped, staring in confusion, wondering, what rank hunter is she? Then, he furrowed his brows, his face turning bitter as he realized, no, she's at least a B-rank hunter. Maybe her ability is even on par with an A-rank hunter. He watched her back and judged, it's really rare to find a B-rank hunter who can consistently deliver such clean, crisp attacks like her. Gayan glared, his eyes burning, his heart bitter as he had to accept that she was just too strong. Damn it. Li Do-jun walked over to her and gently encouraged her. You've worked hard. Looking shoveled, she smiled happily and said, I think I've grown a little bit, he said. Yes, I think so too. Jia Wu and Yu approached as well. The guy still hadn't recovered from his shock and said timidly, You were amazing. She turned and replied, Thank you. Then she modestly told him, but I don't think it was anything special. Once you know their weak point, they're easy to take down. Jia Wu asked, looking confused. Weak point? A sunny smile lit up Chai Yijai's face. She explained to him that if you sever the wrists of the mermaids, they lose all their strength. That's what the manager told me. Hearing that, the two men stared at her, their jaws hitting the floor. They thought to themselves, is there really such a method? Then, Li Do-jun spoke up, let's get moving. Yijai followed him happily, skipping along. The cave went silent. Jie-woo cautiously approached the water mermaid to scout it out. Gayan surveyed the scene, and remarked that there were clearly fewer mermaids than usual, only a few strong ones at key locations. Yu's eyes showed signs of boredom. He said, let's just take it easy, it'll be fine. Then he suddenly glanced to his left. Yijai was still standing there. Yu asked, are you wearing high heels? She waved her hand dismissively, and said, oh, it's fine. Yijai then eagerly turned to the manager. You guys protect the manager, okay? He needs to be taken care of. Li Do-jun stood behind her and glared. Yu wondered, are you injured somewhere? Do-jun replied, no way, I'm just standing in the back observing. Gayan crossed his arms, leaning against the cave wall, watching them talk. He thought with boredom, inspected things keep happening. This is definitely going to be a headache later. Then, he looked at Yijai chitting happily, and calculated in his head. First, that hunter girl, the 3 of us can handle her. A scheming look appeared on Gayan's face. He thought to himself, in this situation I might be at a disadvantage. If so then. A sinister smile crept across his face. Suddenly, Li Do-jun caught his attention. He glanced at Gayan and asked, are you not coming? He replied, my apologies. The vast gloomy cave echoed with their voices. They walked together until they reached a deep dark fork in the path. Someone's voice echoed, pointing out 2 paths. Jiawu pointed to the right and said, this way. Do-jun turned to look at the left and spoke, the left path is better. Hearing that, Jiawu blurted out, manager, I know this place very well. Before he could finish, Yijai agreed with Li Do-jun. She said yes. Jiawu still tried to insist. Hunter-cha, you have to go right. She turned back and replied nonchalantly. If the manager says turn left, I'm going left. Hearing that, Jiawu froze, speechless. Ad started to get annoyed, his voice dropping as he said, Look, both the manager and Hunter-cha are here for the first time, while we've been here a few times. Who do you think you should be listening to? Yijai, with an innocent and carefree face, replied, Then you guys go right. The manager and I will go left. Jiawu was furious but helpless. Gayan smiled mockingly. Fine, you two lead the way, we'll follow. His face showed bitterness. Jiawu told you, let me deliver the finishing blow, I'll kill them with my own hands. He just nodded. Then they decided to head left. 10 minutes later, Gayan, Jiawu, and Yu looked at something with panicked expressions. They were standing in front of a giant door. Someone's voice was filled with shock. No way, a question echoed. Are we already near the boss room? Sweat poured down Jiawu's bewildered face. He thought to himself, it usually takes us 2 hours, but we got here in 10 minutes. Then his attitude quickly shifted to annoyance. Seeing Yijai's innocent smile, Gayan turned to Lee Do-jun and asked, Now that only the boss is left, what should we do? Yijai looked at him and said softly, Manager, it might be dangerous, should we go in? He replied calmly, Let's try it and see. She followed his instructions instantly, preparing to enter while saying, Then let's go. Don't you dare leave my side. Suddenly, she felt something strange. A pair of hands was casting magic on her, a defense break spell, reducing her stats by 30%. It turned out to be Jiawu. A vile smile appeared on his face, and his thoughts were just as twisted. Even if you have near A-rank ability, in this situation, you can't beat the three of us. Suddenly, he received a notification that, thanks to the blessing effect of the pact, his eyes widened. Jiawu's mouth hung open, his eyes wide as he realized the defense break effect on his opponent had been nullified. He shouted, Blocked? Then, a gentle voice came from Yijai. You guys aren't in a very good mood, are you? She raised her sword, her face stern as she said, You're the type who specializes in PKing others. Immediately, Jiawu and Yu turned fearful. He gripped his sword tight, ready to fight back, shouting, Damn it, kill them. Suddenly, a powerful voice came from behind Yijai, making her turn around. Don't move. Her face turned panicked. Out of nowhere, Gayan had a knife pressed against Lee Do-jun's throat, threatening her. If you don't want to see this guy's head come off, stay still. Yijai gasped, Manager. She blamed herself for being too careless, thinking she should have protected the manager first. However, Lee Do-jun's face remained completely calm. He asked, What are you planning to do? Gayan smiled at him and replied, Because we have a use for you. He held Lee Do-jun's neck tight and threatened Yijai. If you want to save this guy, stand there and wait. Anxiety flickered in her eyes. Yijai didn't dare disobey. Then they led Lee Do-jun through the door, leaving her kneeling outside. Yijai cried out in helpless despair. No! Manager! The four of them walked through the cave together when suddenly, something made Gayan glance over. It was a sanctus, its large mouth open with sharp teeth. He thought it would attack him, but it closed its mouth instead. This left Gayan confused. What the? Why did it react like that? Suddenly hearing Jiawu shout, he turned and asked, What is it now? Jiawu's eyes widened in panic. They've disappeared. Hearing that, Gayan's face also went pale. Yu rushed over to see. He shouted, What? How is that possible? Suddenly a system window appeared in front of Jiawu's bewildered face, displaying a golden line of text. Special quest, the sacrifice has already been completed. He was confused and muttered, How did it end up like this? Then Yu ran to a chest, his jaw dropping as he yelled, The chest is open too. Damn it, Gayan asked, puzzled. What on earth? Lee Do-jun stood in the back, offering a faint smile as he said, You must be very curious, since you went through all the trouble of offering 9 sacrifices in here. Hearing those words, Gayan turned around, shocked, shouting out loud, What did you say? How? Lee Do-jun's face remained unchanged. He explained, You've seen what was inside the box. Now it's being used by Hunter-cha Yijai. At this point, a huge question mark appeared in Gayan's mind. He stood frozen in place, while he continued to explain, I came here right after talking to you yesterday. Then, anger surged across his face, and he growled, This is a high-level rift, not some place you can just waltz into whenever you want. He sighed and replied calmly, That's what I thought too. Gayan began to lose control. He grabbed him by the collar and screamed, You bastard, cut the crap. A provocative smile bloomed on Lee Do-jun's face. He said, I don't have the time to argue with you. You didn't forget something, did you? His eyes suddenly darkened, flashing with coldness. He said, Only the red line on the ground and the loot disappeared. Skeetus is still right here. Hearing that name, Gayan froze for a split second. Suddenly, from behind him, Skeetus's massive maw appeared with razor-sharp teeth, ready to snap him up. In the blink of an eye before he could even react, a desperate scream echoed throughout the cave, accompanied by blood spraying like rain. Witnessing the horrific scene, Jiao Wu and Yu were terrified, their mouths agape as they gasped, "No way." Li Do-jun then walked away and told Skeetus, "Take care of the rest of them, I'll spare your life." Stus, with its hideous body, glared at them, a guttural growl erupting from its throat. Immediately after it lunged toward the two terrified individuals, opening its maw of death. Do-jun kept walking with an expressionless face amidst their frantic, high-pitched screams. Meanwhile, outside the entrance, YJ collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "Manager, manager." Tears streamed down her cheeks. She was tormented. "It's all my fault, everything is my fault." She pressed her hands against the dirt, her voice trembling. "I should have been the one to protect you." Suddenly, a glowing red magical ring appeared on her wrist. Immediately, YJ lost consciousness. She whispered, "I must protect." She clawed at the ground with all her might, her voice becoming heavy and dark. Her face shadowed over, and she muttered like she was losing her mind. "I will kill them all." Just then, Li Do-jun walked out and saw her sitting there, calling out. Seeing she didn't respond, he leaned down and patted her shoulder. "YJ, are you okay? How did you get put under a spell like this?" Unexpectedly, she returned to her normal state. YJ looked up and said, "Manager, manager?" He replied, "Yeah, I'm here." Instantly, she lunged into Li Dun's arms and burst into tears. "YJ," cried out, "Manager." Seeing this, he gently patted her head and asked, "Are you all right?" YJ whined softly, "Yes." She leaned her head against Li Do-jun's chest and wept. He comforted her. "I'm still in one piece, don't cry anymore." Then they both stood up and he gently said, "Let's head out." She drooped and said, "I'm sorry." He placed both hands on her shoulders and soothed her. "It's fine. You've worked hard all day. I'll buy you something delicious to eat." YJ wiped her teary eyes and replied, "Okay." Inside his head, he pondered. But that strength earlier. Li Do-jun thought about YJ's uncontrolled state earlier. With that intense purple energy radiating from her body. He wondered, what was that brutal power? Li Do-jun looked at his own palm, questioning, does she have some other ability? Scene change. It is now nighttime in the city, the lights of the buildings shining bright. Sun Jun-hee was mopping the floor when she noticed something strange. She wondered, do we have a cleaning robot? Young was standing triumphantly on top of a cleaning robot and replied, "No." He turned his head and gave an adorable answer. "This is my soulmate. We had a fateful encounter." She asked helplessly, "What did you drag home this time?" Sun Jun-hee gave a corporate-style smile and said, "I'm sure its owner isn't panicking looking for it, right?" He replied, "It decided to work with me," she said, "but taking it without anyone knowing." YJ, looking furious, commanded the robot, turning toward her and saying, "This is the villain trying to stop our unity. Attack." He raised his short, stubby arms and shouted, "Attack." Sun Jun-hee laughed, pretending to run away. She exclaimed, "Oh, I get it now. You have to look after it properly, okay?" Sun Jun-hee's voice echoed in the spacious room. "What's that smell on you? Did you take a bath today?" Young replied innocently, "Yeah, I used the dog soap you bought for me." Sun Jun-hee immediately dragged Young into the bathroom, scrubbing and washing him. She said gently, Young, you smelled really bad." He sat sadly in the basin and said, "I hate baths." She coaxed him, saying she would clean the vacuum cleaner later, so just take a bath for now. A while later, Sun Jun-hee came out holding the vacuum cleaner and met Li Do-jun, who had just returned. He asked, "What's going on? I'm busy." She walked over to him and answered politely, "It's nothing, father. I was just washing Young." Do-jun sighed and said, "How old is he that he can't bathe himself?" Then he said harshly, "Throw it away, that useless thing." Young, still in the bathroom, heard this and grew dejected, tears welling up in his eyes. Sun Jun-hee said, "Father, Young can hear you." Then Li Do-jun went to leave, but she stopped him. Right, father." Sun Jun-hee gave an awkward smile and said, "If you're free tomorrow, why don't we go to the Hunter Festival?" Hearing this, he asked blankly, "Hunter Festival, is that a thing?" She said this festival is held every year. Sun Jun-hee looked excited, her eyes sparkling as she told him they would be displaying and selling hunter equipment and supplies. They also have shows and competitions. Plus, veteran hunters will be there to give advice. Li Do-jun put his hand to his mouth, lost in thought. Seeing this, she said, "If you're tired, we don't have to go. You've already worked hard at the job today." Do-jun smiled and replied, "Let's go." Hearing that, she was extremely surprised. "Really?" It turns out those 50 methods to be a good father are useful. Li Do-jun thought to himself, to build a father-child bond, It's best to have the same hobbies and experience cultural life together. Sun Junhee was overjoyed, making a heart shape with her hands and saying, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, Yong ran out of the bathroom, soaked to the bone, shouting urgently, me too, I want to go too. I've been saving every penny to go there." Seeing that, he angrily kicked Yong and said, "You're getting water all over the floor." His whiny voice echoed through the apartment. My money. Scene change. A cold morning in the city center. Sun Junhee and Lee Do-jun stood amidst the bustling crowds. She exclaimed, "It's so crowded." He agreed, "Yeah, this event is bigger than I thought." Yong was clinging tightly to the top of Sun Junhee's head, sounding bored. "Sun Junhee, I can walk myself." She insisted. "No way, there are too many people here. You might get stepped on and squashed." Sun Junhee guessed what Yong was thinking and said, "Also, Yong, you were planning to go buy food, right?" She had him figured out completely. She happily looked up and said, "I know you've been picking up spare change lately, and you even dragged back a vacuum cleaner, right?" A small money pouch was tied securely to YJ's back. He thought he'd been working hard, saving up money for this very day. Then, the three of them headed off to the festival together. Sun Junhee said happily, "If you're a good boy, I'll buy you something." "Keep your money and save it," he replied. Hearing that, Yong was overjoyed. "For real? Really?" Do-jun turned to him saying, "Sun Junhee, that must be heavy, right? Give him to me, I'll carry the kid." Sun Junhee smiled brightly and replied, No, he's not heavy at all." Yong reached out his hands to stop him, acting like he didn't need help. He spoke up, "No, master, she's doing just fine." A while later, the three of them sat at a table with 2 plates of mouth-watering ribs. Do-jun looked over and said, "You want to eat this?" Sun Junhee wondered, "Why do you ask?" He grabbed his fork, shouting excitedly, "Braised ribs, they look so good." His eyes were wide with anticipation, and drool was already leaking from his mouth. He exclaimed, "I've tried looking for this to eat sometimes, but this is my first time having it cooked like this." Then, he opened his mouth wide as Sun Junhee fed him. She kindly said, "You try it first." As soon as the rib hit his tongue, Yong's expression changed instantly. He chewed enthusiastically and gave a big thumbs up. Seeing Lee Do-jun hesitating, she said, "Dad, you try it too." Suddenly, a tiny, wrinkled, ugly little dog appeared, barking loudly, causing all three of them to turn and look. She said, "I think that dog lost its owner." Yong glared at it with a bored look and said, "What are you? A monster?" It just kept yapping non-stop. He raised his fist in anger and shouted, "Hey, are you gonna get lost or what?" Scared by his shout, the dog shut up instantly. "What are you barking at? You want to get hit?" With that, the dog immediately bolted away. Sun Junhee laughed and teased him. "Should we get a collar for Yong? I see a lot of pets wearing them on the street." Hearing that, Yong panicked and said, "Wait, hold on. I'm not a pet." He climbed onto the table, patted his chest, and said proudly, "In all seriousness, I am a professional bodyguard hired to protect the assets and safety of my master and son Junhee. Isn't that right?" She snapped. "Get off the table." Lee Do-jun stopped with a piece of rib near his mouth and said, "Hold on. You came to my house, and besides eating my fridge empty, what exactly do you do? Sun Junhee is the one bathing you, playing with you, putting you to sleep, and feeding you. Who's protecting whom?" Yong was speechless, unable to argue back. Lee Do-jun got back to the point, telling everyone, "Eat fast. We have other places to visit." He replied, "Yes, master, you go ahead." Sun Junhee and Yong followed him through the crowd. Turns out she was serious. She really put a black collar on Yong's neck. Yong said helplessly, "I can handle wearing the collar, but I'm absolutely not wearing any cheap junk." She replied, "I know." They passed 2 guys playing a game. The brown-haired one, holding a toy gun, cried out sadly, "It's impossible." The orange-haired guy next to him laughed mockingly and said, "Move over, let me play." Then, he fired the gun, but the bullet just bounced right off. Both of them walked away looking dejected. The old shopkeeper saw them and called out, "Hey kids, why not give it a try? You just need to use the mana gun to hit 10 targets. This mana gun can fire 3 shots at once, you know." Yong was already ready to pull out his money pouch. Sun Junhee asked, "How much is it?" The man was shopkeeper Choi. He cheerfully said, 1 million. Hearing such a huge number, she and the others started to retreat. He told them, let's go. She refused, we're leaving." The man reached out, trying to keep them there. "Why?" "The grand prize is an elder elf ring worth 800 million. Seeing someone else approach, he started his sales pitch again. "Oh my, 2 hunters already passed it. The prize also includes a bottle of high-grade potion worth 3 million. The other guy asked skeptically, "This isn't a scam, is it?" Shopkeeper Choi laughed and said, "Of course not. I don't scam people. We run a completely honest business here." After those sweet words, a cunning look and a devious smile appeared on his face. He chuckled to himself. Actually, yeah, I am scamming you. These targets were specially crafted. The last one was even reinforced with the bones of an S-rank monster. His eyes losing any shred of humanity, he thought to himself, half a month ago, the best anyone could do was hit 5 targets. Even if they brought a legend like Lee Kang-hyun here, he wouldn't be able to break them all. Then, ignoring Sun Jun-hee's attempt to stop him, Lee Do-jun handed the money to shopkeeper Choi and said, "Let's play." The man took it with both hands and bowed politely. Yes, valued customer. Yang was bitter inside, thinking, there goes more money wasted. Telling people to save money and feeding them dog food, yet here he is, throwing cash around like this. He pulled on Sun Jun-hee's hair in a fit of rage and shouted, "He's really enjoying the high life, isn't he?" "So annoying," she said in a panic. "Isn't that too expensive?" Do-jun acted like he didn't hear anything and fired a single shot. The bullet vanished into the blue target. Yang was annoyed and speechless. "Master, what was that shot?" Do-jun remained calm. Shopkeeper Choi walked over, pretending to comfort him. "Oh dear, you didn't hit a single one. I'll give you a teddy bear as a consolation prize. Wait here, I'll pick out a nice one for you." Right after that, he went inside not to look. He wondered, where did I put those teddy bears again? Suddenly, he froze. All the targets behind him were shattered into pieces. Shopkeeper Choi cried out in confusion, What? How did they all get broken?" Do-jun flashed a gentle smile and said, "Shopkeeper, my child doesn't need a teddy bear." Shopkeeper Choi's face drained of color. He was terrified. Wait. According to the script, what was the prize for this again? He stood silently in the room, panicking. "I've only paid off half the loan I took out to buy that elder elf ring." Well, Do-jun walked over to him, his voice making the man jump. "So, can I take the ring now, or what?" Hearing that, Shopkeeper Choi was overjoyed, his eyes watering with genuine emotion. He stammered, "Really then?" Do-jun handed the ring to Sun Jun-hee. She happily put it on and said, "Can I really have this?" He replied calmly, "Just saying thank you is enough." Sun Jun-hee said gratefully, "Thank you, Dad." Yang reached out his hand, desperate. He muttered, "What about me?" Then, the three of them walked off, while Shopkeeper Choi and the brown-haired guy from earlier stood there watching them in silence. That guy was Seung-in, and he was still obsessed with the game. He said to the shopkeeper, "Hey, let me try again. Why didn't I get the ring?" The shopkeeper replied coldly, "We're closed." Hearing that, the guy looked bewildered. Shopkeeper Choi added, "Get lost. If that guy comes back, that's it. I'm quitting this business." After that, he handed him a pink teddy bear and said, "Just take this and go play with it." Seung-in had no choice but to accept. He asked if there were any other colors. By this time, Sun Jun-hee was still busy admiring the ring on her finger. They walked into a hall where a large crowd was listening to someone speaking on stage. "As you all know, the gates appeared 10 years ago, and what you see here..." Yang spoke up. "Dad, this place is like a history museum. Do you want to take a look?" Do-jun turned to ask why. Sun Jun-hee beamed and explained, "It's all about hunters. If you listen, maybe it'll help you regain your memories." Suddenly, she asked a question that made him freeze. "So, your memories still haven't fully recovered yet?" Lee Do-jun put a hand to his head and feigned, Still nothing. I guess I've been too focused on work." As the three of them stood listening to the presentation, he added, "And I'm the only one doing the chores, like cleaning, laundry, cooking, and managing the expenses." Lee Do-jun expressed that he felt really at ease having her there. Hearing that, Yang immediately turned and asked bluntly, "I thought Sun Jun-hee was the housekeeper, so she's just helping out." That comment made him feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a bump appeared on Yang's head. That must be karma for talking nonsense. In the middle of the large hall, the host shouted, "Now for the first question." The first rift appeared in our country at Mount Jamjong, Busan. A loud voice rang out from below. "I know the answer, first break." The host concluded, "Absolutely correct, please sir, accept this gift." Sun Jun-hee exclaimed, "So lucky." Yang tilted his head and asked, "Can we go get something to eat?" "It's boring here," she replied. "Okay, wait a moment, all right?" The show's voice continued. A rift appeared in an apartment in Busan 3 years ago. Because it was a pretty famous story, Sun Jun-hee turned to Lee Do-jun and said, "I think they're talking about masalas." On stage, there was a large box containing a giant claw. The host said a level 5 monster had appeared, causing 857 deaths and 1,494 injuries. "You can see this is its claw." Sun Jun-hee glared at Yang and asked, "Do you often do things like that?" He calmly replied, "No, only idiots do that. Just watch, maybe it'll be like this now." But suddenly Yang grew dejected. his eyes wellingly. I'm so homesick, I want to go home, Do-jun teased. Oh, missing home enough to skip Sun Jun-hee's braised ribs? He felt deflated and blurted out, it's not like that. Besides, staying with Sun Jun-hee is pretty fun. Sun Jun-hee was happy to hear that and replied, I like being with Yong too. He gently said, right, let's go see other places. Do-jun pointed to the right and said, looks like there's an event over there, want to check it out. He raised both hands, ready, and said, let's go. Then the three of them headed that way. In front of them was a noisy crowd. Lee Do-jun looked up, puzzled. That's Mira, Na-han Jong-hyun and Dong-ho talking. He wondered to himself, where have I met them before? Sun Jun-hee saw them and exclaimed excitedly, the guys from Magigun. That was when he realized who they were. Do-jun asked her, so do you want to take a picture with them? She replied, yes please. Do-jun gently agreed. Go ahead, it's only for today. Immediately she zoomed off like lightning but didn't forget to say, thank you dad. Sun Jun-hee nervously said to Na-han Jong-hyun, can I take a picture with you? He friendly agreed and turned to call his teammates. Of course. Mira, come over here. Then he urged Do-jun, Dad, hurry up, take a picture with us. He shyly accepted. Okay. His face was full of deep thought. He thought to himself, they might thank me again. Should I take it? He was extremely unsatisfied. But he still went to take the photo. The six of them stood close together, and someone shouted, Kimchi. After taking it, Sun Jun-hee politely told them, thank you so much. Mira waved happily and said, bye. Na-han Jong-hyun added, no, we're very grateful that you're interested in Magi. She replied warmly, I'm a huge fan. Do-jun stood watching and judged, that pathetic guy doesn't seem like the type. Then he asked her, do you want to go anywhere else, or do you want to eat something and rest for a bit? He watched their backs as they left. Yong excitedly shouted, look, a gongbin bun, it's right there. Do-jun snapped, keep talking and I'll smack you. Seeing Na-han Jong-hyun staring after them, Mira wondered, something wrong? He said in a puzzled voice, that voice. Immediately Na-han Jong-hyun ran after them. She hurriedly called out, hey, where are you going? He shouted, wait, making Lee Do-jun and Sun Jun-hee turn back. Lee Do-jun said coldly, how can I help you? Na-han Jong-hyun's face was very serious. He asked, are you Kim Hyun-woo? Hearing that, Dong-ho opened his eyes wide and shouted, Kim Hyun-woo, that's him, it's Kim Hyun-woo. Mira was stunned. Sun Jun-hee was also surprised. She thought of the business card from earlier and thought to herself, Kim Hyun-woo. Yong whispered in her ear, we don't have time for this, Sun Jun-hee, there's a restaurant downstairs. Immediately, Sun Jun-hee covered his mouth and warned, shh, be quiet. She turned to ask him, is something wrong, Dad? He still replied calmly, I'm not sure. And so, Do-jun spoke up, sorry, but I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Kim Hyun-woo. That made Na-han Jong-hyun freeze. He bowed his head slightly in disappointment and said, I'm sorry, I must have been mistaken. Done. Do-jun happily turned away and replied, no problem. Sun Jun-hee politely bowed one last time. Behind them, Mira exclaimed, you said he was Kim Hyun-woo. Dong-ho said he wasn't. She replied, that's exactly why he wears that mask. He doesn't want to reveal his identity. Dummy. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, making Na-han Jong-hyun turn around. Can you take a picture with my kids? He sighed and smiled. Sure. Then they all took pictures with the two children. Na-han Jong-hyun looked at their retreating figures and thought, I'm sure we'll meet again, if it's meant to be. On the TV the dialogue rang out, Mother, isn't Dong-gu your son? Son-in-law Jeong, what do you mean by that? Sun Jun-hee watched in amazement. Over here Lee Do-jun approached and said in a harsh tone, where did you pick up this piece of trash? Boo-hoo. Yong held his head high. This precious body of mine can't always be walking. He looked emotionless, pointing forward. At home, there's this guy, and out here, there's Sun Jun-hee acting all perfect. Finishing his sentence, seeing him clench his fist, Sun Jun-hee, is she your personal car? Yong ran away quickly. He carefully shielded her. Sun Jun-hee is watching a movie, we have to stay quiet. The character in the movie said, son-in-law Jeong, actually Dong-gu is my son. Outside, he hurriedly ate his food. What? What is it? This is cold, it doesn't taste good at all. The critique from Yong confused her. Huh? It's delicious though, the character's voice continued. Kimchi, bring the kimchi here, I'll kill everyone. Sun Jun-hee suddenly glanced over. Huh? Why are you wearing a suit, Dad? Do-jun was a bit awkward and reasoned, no, it's just, I had some business that required it. Suddenly on the TV, the news interrupted with an urgent bulletin. Currently, a massive rift has appeared in the Gumyeon mountain region. Sun Jun-hee looked at the movie, sobbing, what the? They cut off my movie. Yong suddenly remembered something. Master, if it's Mount Gumyeon, isn't that near that place? The question made him sigh in frustration. Yeah. What a pain. She looked into the distance, and Sun Jun-hee moved over to the glass door with him, when suddenly Lee Do-jun's phone rang. He quietly turned away to answer. Yes, senior. Understood, I'll be right there. Watching his silhouette fade into the distance, she became anxious. Elsewhere, a strange red light was emitting from a massive rift. Han Min-ji stood outside, observing and deep in thought. Every half hour, the gate grew twice as large. Without hesitations, Han Min-ji hurriedly opened the system, and the information left her frozen. The numbers were rising relentlessly. The reading was climbing continuously, already over 2,000. The rift wave index was 2,083. Please, even the Masalas incident only reached 2,200. As if by a sixth sense, Min turned her head back. A whole crowd of people had appeared out of nowhere. The largest number of hunters gathered right now was only about 100, and most of them were A rank. Jin Woo was sweating in the group. There were S ranks present, so senior Kang Min-hyuk was in luck. Including the hunter Kwak Ho, there were 7 in total. He observed the gathered crowd, but everyone's morale had plummeted. They were all crushed by the scale of the rift even before the conquest had begun. An idea flashed through his mind, and Jin Woo spoke up. Just when the Be-him Guild of the Sword Emperor, Lee Kang-hyun, was absent, a rift with this monstrous index appeared. But his face suddenly darkened. First, he had to give his bank account password to his mother. That evening, at a large base, the temporary headquarters near Mount Gumyun. From the computer, a voice asked, "How's the situation?" Kang Min-hyuk immediately stepped forward to respond. "We have already deployed our forces and are currently waiting at the temporary strategic zone." The person on the other end was Dong Yang-xian. "You know him well, right? This is quite a dangerous operation. We will proceed with evacuating the civilians and containing the rift." He kept urging them. "We must prepare for the worst-case scenario." "I know," he said, feeling troubled. "I will consider the matter." The image of the rift appeared in Yang Xian's words. "This time, the Masalas Guild cannot help us. Your Icarus Guild plays a key role, so you must succeed," Dong Yangxian emphasized again. "Inside the rift, you are the only one acting as Supreme Commander. Can you handle it?" But he only received silence from Kang Min-hyuk outside, as a strange sound echoed. "The city area has been alerted. We are the monitoring room for rift containment from the Hunter Management Bureau. Currently, after observation, we have issued a rift alert that has just appeared, echoing throughout the space. If you hear this warning, please move to the nearest basement shelter, according to instructions from the competent authorities." The news reached Min Kwan-hyuk-soo. "We will notify you again." After a moment he decided, "I will do my best." All the conversation had been overheard by Min. She looked quite worried for him. Through the screen, Dong Yangxian emphasized, "According to the information I received, this rift has been broken for over 2 hours. The accuracy of this information is 70%. The old man's eyes narrowed. "If we cannot block this rift rupture, monsters will flood all of Shun." Dong Yangxian emphasized to Kang Min-hyuk through the screen. "It could be a disaster even more devastating than the Masalas incident. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must block this rift." Kang Min-hyuk stood outside. Hearing him, "I will send you the signal. Please wait for that moment." In the end, he had to accept. "Yes, I understand." Hiding against the wall, she hurriedly grabbed the card. Min Hoang's eyes turned back to the house to Jae-run. "Dad is going away for a bit, and will be back." Sun Jun-hee looked serious behind him. "Are you going because of the news?" Taking a stride, he reported, "For now, I have to go to the company first. I'll know more once I get there." The news report suddenly rang out. Currently, the rift's wave index has exceeded 2,000. After the Masalas event with an index of 2,200, the current index of this rift is the highest among all the rifts we have measured. Yang pointed at her chest and declared, "Master, you're not going to the company. You're going straight to the rift, right? If I go there, I can handle everything quickly." He suggested blankly, "Or maybe I can't go." Lee Do-jun was startled. "You?" He looked confused, touching his chin. "That's an idea." Looking at Yang, Lee Do-jun refused. "No, you can't. If you go there, you'll just make everything chaotic." He walked toward the door alone, not to mention Lee Kang-yoon was already there. "I have to go to City Hall. You have to protect Sun Jun-hee, all right?" Lee Do-jun turned his head and emphasized, "I'll head straight home the moment I'm off work. If the house is destroyed or Jun-hee gets hurt." He froze for a moment. She probably knew what would happen next, right? Leaving the door, Lee Do-jun ordered, "Lock the door for me." Be waved goodbye. Yes. Sun Jun-hee was still reluctant. "Be careful, Dad." On the busy street, he picked up the phone. Lee Do-jun politely greeted Min. Yes, Hunter Han Min here. She bowed her head sadly. Manager, I need to ask you for a favor. But he had already hung up on her. In the abandoned headquarters along the hallway, the manager probably knows about this already. The large S-rank rift in Gumyun has opened. Han Minji hurried ahead. If it explodes, all the monsters inside will rush out. From now until then there are only 2 hours left. She bowed her head and explained the plan. We intend to go inside to stop them from within. Do-jun listened and replied softly, yes. Walking along the hallway, Han Minji whispered. Originally, for rifts larger than S-rank, the commander-in-chief would be Senior Lee Kang-hyun. He listened silently on the other end of the line, but he is currently attacking the deepest part of another rift and won't return for about 3 weeks. Lee Do-jun took long strides forward. Currently, according to the instructions of Director Dong Yang-cheon, Senior Kang Min-hyuk has been authorized as the commander-in-chief for this rift. The sky was now deep at night. They had 11 operation teams, including 7 team leaders who were S-rank hunters. A diagram of the hunters appeared through Min's words. The rest were A-rank hunters, and the lowest-ranked team members were B-rank hunters. She stood in the middle of the hallway. If we concentrate our focus, it's not impossible for us to break the S-rank rift. But Min's eyes looked into the void. This time is not like the Masalis incident. I think many people will sacrifice themselves, she whispered sadly. Mr. Lee Do-jun, he asked. Yes, go ahead. On this end, Lee Do-jun remained silent, the streetlights shining everywhere. He sat on a park bench, Lee Do-jun's gaze quite vacant. A moment later, he jumped up. Phew! Lee Do-jun walked away. He called someone back. What is it? Lee Do-jun spoke the issue. Senior, I'm sorry, but I can't make it right now. Kwon Hyuk-soo held a stack of papers. I know, I heard from the manager. Lee Do-jun hurriedly gave the appointment schedule. I'll come right after I'm done. Standing by the printer, he nodded. Yeah, see you later. But his heart was still deep in thought. We are the situation monitoring room. This is a real situation for all those in charge. Finished, Lee Do-jun put away his phone. He lifted his head to look at the moon. You must have your reasons for hiding your true power. But just this once. I really need your help. Lee Do-jun stepped forward, Min's voice echoing in his ears. Lee Do-jun, please be our commander-in-chief. Please protect my colleagues. Back at the headquarters, Min-hyuk was cowering against the wall, covering his face in frustration, when a voice suddenly startled him. Senior. Kang Min-hyuk? Han Min-ji approached him. The director gave you the position of commander-in-chief, didn't he? He knew she had already figured it out. Kang Min-hyuk asked. You heard about it? Min-ji spoke up firmly. If you'll allow it, Senior. I'd like to nominate someone else for the commander-in-chief position. Her words left him in complete shock. What did you say? A silence hung in the air as Min-hyuk asked, What? Lee Do-jun. He stared at her. Han Min-ji, are you messing with me? Han Min-ji bowed her head slightly, confirming it. I am completely serious. Seeing that, he pressed further. Do you really think the other hunters would believe that? Her gaze was incredibly resolute. No, they won't believe it. That's why you and I have to get our stories straight. Han Min-ji continued. Just tell them it was a direct order from Director Dong Yang-cheon. But Min-hyuk snapped at her. Do you even realize what you're saying right now? Besides, how could he possibly pull this off? Min-hyuk then dropped the news. He'll be here any minute now.